per gallon bonus.
Dan Bickley here, and cooler weather means open windows. But what about the air inside your home? You might be surprised at the gunk you are breathing in your personal space. Good news is Parker & Sons offers air quality solutions that will keep your family breathing easy. From duct cleaning to air purifiers, they've got tools to clear the air 24/7. Call Parker & Sons today at 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Sepulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Phoenix Suns are in action tonight in downtown Phoenix against Steph Curry and the Golden State Warriors, but they may be without Grayson Allen as he's questionable due to knee soreness. But tip-off is at 7 here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And with Sunday's game against the Atlanta Falcons being the Cardinals' final home game of the season, Trey McBride was asked just how important it is to find a win.
More importantly, I think the fans deserve it. We need to show out and give them everything we have this week and get a win at home.
2 more Sun Devils declared for the NFL draft yesterday. Keith Abney II and Raleek Brown have plans to enter the 2026 draft this April. And Bobby Hurley and ASU were unable to claw out of an early hole they dug in a 90-77 loss to UCLA on the road last night. This report is brought to you by Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort. Win big at Talking Stick Resort. Earn entries all December for a chance at $10,000 or a 2026 Mercedes-Benz AMG GT. Details are at TalkingStickResort.com.
Good morning. Time to get up and go to work.
The power-packed morning zoo. Are you kidding me?
Fire. It's the greatest radio show ever.
Fire. Good morning and welcome.
World.
Dan Bickley.
When America needs real advice about real life, they turn to Dan
Vince Marotta.
And that's crushed. Deep right center field. And Vinny has a 2-home run, 6 RBI night in the first 4 innings.
Jared Carlin.
This is a ferret. That's a ferret. Ferret. That's a ferret.
And Sammy Sepulka.
Sammy, you're not going to sing for us, are you?
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Marotta Mornings.
Shout out to Dan Bickley, my boy, him and Mr. Vince. Okay.
Time to go to work. Time to go to work.
Good morning. Welcome to Thursday. It's Bickley and Marotta Mornings live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios. Vince Marotta, Tim Ring. Are you starting to get used to the...
Absolutely not.
All right. Well, by tomorrow you'll have it down.
But it was funny, since you brought it up, I actually went to bed early last night, earlier than I normally do, and I said to myself, I'm gonna just get to bed early, get myself 8 hours of sleep, and I did. I went to bed early, about an hour earlier than I usually do.
Good boy.
Woke up an hour before the alarm went off and just laid in bed. I'm like, this did absolutely no good.
When you guys
brutal.
Do you guys have a actual clock by your bed, or do you just use your phone for
I have a clock, and I also set a second alarm on a smart speaker.
I do the same thing.
Yeah.
So if you wake up throughout the night, say you're tossing and turning, you wake up to go to the bathroom or something, do you look at the clock and see like how much longer you have?
Oh, absolutely.
Yes.
But I've been doing that since I was in 3rd grade, probably. Like, how much longer do I have?
So what's like the number?
I didn't do my homework.
What is the amount of time where you go from, oh, okay, I still have this amount of time to, oh, no, I only have this amount of time?
I don't know, about an hour, I guess.
Because when it's like about an hour or a little bit you're like, oh, that's, you kind of just like lay in bed and like, can I even go back to sleep right now?
It's about an hour, it's tough to actually go back to sleep.
There are times, and this has probably happened to you, when you make that determination, I need extra sleep, I'm going to bed really early, and then you go through it, and you wake up, you don't know what time it is, and you feel like, oh, where am I? And you look at the clock, and it's still about 10:30 p.m. That's when you're like, oh, God.
I've had that happen before as well.
Oh, no. Jarrett, we got to get an update about your situation yesterday, because I'll give you full disclosure. Jarrett is in a fantasy football semifinal
Semifinal
controversy because he picked up players to block a player that he's playing against who's got some quarterback issues.
Legal, but perhaps
Legal,
unethical?
Maybe a little underhanded. The commissioner of the league is Luke Lipinski. I told you I don't think you're doing anything wrong. Full disclosure, when Luke came in, I said, drop the hammer on
what? Yes.
Update the situation.
Yeah, so the guy I'm playing against has Patrick Mahomes, who got injured, obviously is out the rest of the year. Had no other quarterbacks on his roster, so I went on the waiver wire and I picked up the best quarterbacks that were available, and there was only a handful of quarterbacks that were available in our league. I picked up Kirk Cousins, specifically because he's playing against the Cardinals, and he had a humongous game last week. Mm-hmm. And then I also picked up Gardner Minshew, who is going to take over for Patrick Mahomes. He threw a whole fit, whined, complained, messaged Luke and we had a huge thread, 16 texts. Luke said, wound up making the determination that I did nothing wrong, nothing against the rules, and said tough to the guy, and we can continue as is. Wow. The guy continued to complain. I went to the guy and I said, you know what? I don't want any kind of asterisk. I don't want anybody to whine, complain. If I win, I don't want to. I'm going to leave it up to you. I'm going to say you can decide whether I drop Cousins, Minshew, both, or neither. And at that point, after everything, because he also wanted to put it to a vote to the entire league to determine what would happen. Jeez. And Luke was like, well, half the league is not in the play. More than half the league is not in the playoffs. They're probably not even paying attention to the thing. It's not going to work. I thought at this point he would just say, all right, forget it. Just, let's just go, whatever. I have Phillip Rivers. I could pick up somebody else, whatever. He said, okay, cool. Drop Minshew and Cousins so I can pick them up and have them.
And you did it.
And I did it.
Guess what happened? He's going to play. Man, I hope he plays the wrong one. I really do.
He's probably going to play Cousins.
He probably is.
Cousins is going to throw for 400 yards.
No, I hope it's not the case. That's disappointing.
And I really didn't need to do anything. And I really could have just said, this is your fault.
It is.
I didn't do anything wrong. I made a strategic move in fantasy football.
I guess it is nice of you to let this guy enjoy the last 2 weeks in this league, because I'm sure he won't be asked back.
He's the one guy in the league that nobody knows.
Nobody knows the guy.
That gap.
If he knows nobody in this league, and this is the...
But he's been into it for a decade. We've been doing this league for a decade. 11 of the 12 people work at the station.
And nobody told him to not have a backup quarterback. Shame on him. You should pay dearly for it at the office.
He said, why would I assume that Patrick Mahomes will get injured? Why would I need a backup?
Well, we'll keep an eye on this. We'll get the you won't be here next week.
I won't.
You got to let us know.
I will, because just watch the Cardinals game. It's going to be that'll be a big telling thing.
Maybe the rest of your roster can work out the win. Jared, start the show.
The Splash. The stories making waves in the sports world. The Splash.
Cannonball coming.
The Splash, brought to you by Presidential Pools, Arizona's #1 pool builder. See why at presidentialpools.com.
For just the second time in 8 days, the Phoenix Suns on the court as they host the Golden State Warriors and Mortgage Matchup Center. Suns coming off back-to-back losses, including Sunday night's gut-wrencher against the Lakers. They are 14-12 on the year. Golden State has also lost 2 in a row. They're 13-14 on the year. Grayson Allen, questionable for tonight's game with knee soreness. Jalen Green still out with a hamstring strain. Jordan Goodwin will be available, but will be wearing a mask due to a jaw sprain. Golden State won't have Al Horford or Pat Spencer. First of back-to-back meetings between the two teams. They'll also have a run Saturday night in San Francisco. Tonight's game gets underway at 7. You can hear all the action right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app, beginning with pregame coverage at 6:30. Curious to see how fresh the Suns look tonight, Tim.
Well, they should be fresh, and I think, and I'll get into this a little bit later, I know they're beginning a critical 8-game stretch before the Thunder come to town on January 4th. I'll tell you why in a little bit.
You mean the Thunder?
The Thunder.
Last night in the NBA, only 2 games on the slate. Chicago runs past Cleveland 127-111 behind Josh Giddey's 23-point, 11-rebound, 11-assist triple-double. Memphis surprises Minnesota 116-110. Jaren Jackson Jr. had 28 points and 12 boards for the Grizzlies. Cardinals back on the practice field yesterday, although it was only for a walkthrough. Marvin Harrison Jr. did return and participate on a limited basis. He's still dealing with that heel injury. Several players had days off, while Darren Hall, Paris Johnson Jr., Max Melton, and Jalen Thompson missed the session. Cardinals getting ready for the Falcons on Sunday in Week 16. Cardinals also waived defensive tackle Justin Jones from the injured reserve list on Wednesday. Jones signed a 3-year deal worth over $30 million prior to the 2024 season and appeared in 3 games before suffering a torn triceps. This season, he's been on injured reserve all year with a knee injury.
100 snaps.
100 snaps.
And he walks away with about $21 million of that $30 million deal.
4 tackles, 1 tackle for loss, and 1 quarterback hit as a Cardinal. It's a $3.25 million dead money cap hit next year, and they save $8.8 in cap space for now. The third to last regular season week of the NFL kicks off tonight in Seattle, a game that could determine the NFC West. Seahawks hosting the Rams in a battle of 11-3 teams. Rams took the first meeting between the squads 21-19 in Week 11. Tonight's game gets started at 6:15 on Prime Video. I'm kind of bummed I'll be at the Suns game tonight. Although I want to watch that game, but that is a great Thursday night game tonight.
Listen, a lot of stuff can happen in the last couple of weeks of the season, but I would expect the winner of this game probably will have that number 1 seed in the NFC.
Elsewhere in the NFL, Miami making a change at quarterback Tua Tagovailoa. He's headed to the bench. Quinn Ewers will start this week against Cincinnati. Tagovailoa's total QBR rating of 36.7 is 30th among 33 qualified quarterbacks, ahead of only J.J. McCarthy, Geno Smith, and Cam Ward. First ever start for Ewers, who was a 7th-round pick out of Texas. Couple more ASU Sun Devils declaring their intentions for the NFL draft, to enter the NFL draft. Cornerback Keith Abney II and running back Raleek Brown both going pro in separate announcements on Wednesday. Abney, a first-team All-Big 12 selection. He will not play in the Tony the Tiger Sun Bowl against Duke. Surprise, surprise. Brown, also a first-team All-Big 12 pick after running for over 1,100 yards and 4 touchdowns and catching 34 passes for 2 more scores. ASU Hoops falls short on the road at UCLA last night. 90-77, UCLA jumped out to an early 15-point lead and cruised the rest of the way. The Bruins trio of Donovan Dent, Tyler Bilodeau, and Sky Clark combined for 56 points on the night. Pig Johnson had 20 in the loss for the Devils. They're now 9-3. They host Oregon State in Tempe in their final non-conference game on Sunday. And for the Bulls, sickos, Old Dominion defeated South Florida 24-10 in the Staff DNA Cure Bowl. And Delaware took down Louisiana 20-13 in the 68 Ventures Bowl. Tonight, it's another great one.
You can't even read these scores with a straight face.
The Missouri,
look at you over there.
let's play a game here.
Well, yes.
The mascots. The Missouri State
Tigers.
No. Bears.
That's the other.
Against the Arkansas State
Critters.
Red Wolves.
Oh,
taking place in the Xbox Bowl in Frisco, Texas.
I was going to say a fun game would be bowl or not bowl of us coming up with so-and-so bowl
game. It's a good
game,
idea.
And you saying if Vinny, I
We've
feel
done
like Vinny
stuff
would
like
know.
that before, I think.
I feel like Vinny would know all these.
I used to. Not anymore. They've changed so much.
Stay tuned.
There you go. There is your splash for this Thursday, December 18th. Coming up, is this the best and the last chance for the Cardinals to get another win this season against Atlanta? We'll dive into it straight ahead. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings. Tim Ring in for Bick all week long here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Live streaming audio, podcasts, video highlights. The Arizona Sports app has all this and more from the local sports leader.
Including Cardinals play-by-play.
Harrison goes up and stabs it for a touchdown.
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for Life Changer Loan, the last piece of financing you will ever need. You can do your banking inside your mortgage and pay off your home in just a few short years. You keep access to your equity, which gives you great liquidity and allows you to buy new properties without additional mortgages. If you have home improvement needs, not a problem. Just borrow from yourself. Need a new car? No need to finance. Just borrow from yourself. Stressed out by college tuition? No worries, just borrow from yourself. Bottom line, if you have great credit and are good with money, there is no need to let the bank control your finances or your future, not when the future of banking and mortgage is here. And if you think it sounds too good to be true, they hear that all the time at Life Changer Loan. And like they say, it's not magic, it's just math. Find out more at 480-504-0844 or online at lifechangerloan.com.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $200-$300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code BOOST25 to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code BOOST25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code BOOST25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
The end of the year is upon us, and that means you need a strong finish. Well, good news. The year-end sales event is on at Tim Hovick Santan Ford, and the zeros are back. 0% APR for 60 months, 0 payments for 90 days, and 0 down payment on select models. Finish the year strong, my friends. Get off to an amazing start in 2026. The key is a new Ford from the one and only Tim Hovick Santan Ford in Gilbert. Go to the Santan 202 freeway at Val Vista Drive in Gilbert, or go to santanford.com.
For the team at Berg Simpson, it really is more than a slogan. Good lawyers changing lives. Dave Burns here. As nationally renowned trial lawyers, they're here to change lives for the better by fighting in court and getting families compensation for their injuries. Berg Simpson also makes it a priority to give back to their community. It's at the heart of everything they do, helping people when they need it the most. So call the trial lawyers of Berg Simpson at 602-777-7000 or visit bergsimpson.com. Good lawyers, changing lives.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
Are you looking to hire? ZipRecruiter finds the best candidate for your job fast. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Hey, it's Wolf. How can we fix college football? We'll ask 15-year NFL veteran and former Cal Bear Lorenzo Alexander at 11 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Hey, good morning. A thank you and a thumbs up to our listeners and supporters and audience in Waddell. We appreciate you out in Waddell.
Here, a couple guys that I know. Paris will not make it. He'll be out. Jalen Thompson will be out. And everybody else will see how the week goes. Last game at home, so they want to play well and win a game here. So we got a big-time challenge. Atlanta coming in here. They played well. They're coming off the win in Tampa. That was a really good game. I thought they played really well. And we got to play a good, clean game to get a win.
That's Jonathan Gannon yesterday updating the injury situation. Not a surprise. Paris Johnson Jr., I don't think we'll see him again this year, quite honestly.
Well, it wouldn't make sense.
No, it wouldn't.
I thought the offensive line actually, even without even without 4 starters, actually held up pretty well against
the Houston defense.
Hunter and Will Anderson. But, Vinny, it's also like, Jonathan Gannon wants to get a win, obviously. He's trying to save his job, obviously. Have we reached the Rubicon where Cardinal fans would just assume we lose the football game to get that better draft pick? I mean, are we at that point? I'm sure we are with many, many fans.
Yeah, I mean, I'm somebody who struggles with that in lean years because to me it's counterintuitive to root against your team. You want to see the team do well if you're emotionally invested at all, but Then there's the pragmatic side of things. Hey, why are you costing yourself draft position by winning these games that really don't mean much? We've talked about it this week a little bit. Is there anything left to be determined on the future of Jonathan Gannon as the head coach of the Cardinals? In the eyes of the decision makers of the Cardinals in these last 3 weeks, logic would tell you no. So I know there's all this talk, and look, I joke about it all the time. The pregame, the lead up during the week to pregame sound or sound bites, interviews, media availability in the NFL, most of it is just fluff. Like, this is a big game. It's the last game at home. Well, why is this one bigger than the other games that you've squandered at home? It's not. Trey McBride, not to throw Trey McBride under the bus, but he was asked about it as well.
Just to finish the season the right way in front of the home fans, to get a win against a good Falcons team is important, just to build onto next year. But more importantly, I think the fans deserve it. We need to show out and give them everything we have this week and get a win at home.
Again, this is not directed toward Trey McBride. The fans deserved it back in September. The fans have deserved better all season long than what they received.
The Cardinals went through that awful stretch where they couldn't win a game at home.
Yes.
We're back to that point now.
They have one win at home this year.
They're 1-6. The Falcons are, they've lost 7 of 9, but as Jonathan Gannon said, they just went on the road and beat Tampa last week. Cousins threw for 373 yards. So this is given the injury situation for the Cardinals, hopefully they get Harrison back on Sunday. It's going to be tough. They're looking at potentially being 1-7 at home. Since they knocked off the Jets last year, November, in Week 10, they have 3 home wins. They only have 5 wins total, but they have 3 home wins. So the inability to win at home, the season ticket holders that call me on the post-game show talk about just how dead it is, how empty it is, and when there are fans, they're usually from the other team. So it's a tough situation. I do feel for the players and coaches in terms of, because their media obligations are such in the NFL that they kind of have to do this. And having been on the beat for many, many, many years in television, there's nothing worse than covering an NFL team in that locker room on Wednesdays and Thursdays.
I get it.
When the season is over.
During zombie football.
Yeah, see, but the difference, baseball's bad too, but baseball players can hide. Football players can hide too, but they don't. That's why Trey McBride stands out there and he tries to think of something to say positive. Baseball players, you just won't see them. They'll be hiding out.
Well, baseball players don't have designated days of media press conference.
And also they play every day, so there's not a big media contingent, at a baseball clubhouse in September when you're out of it.
No, true.
Football's a really tough sport to cover at this point of the
year. And you talk about winning or losing, logically, it makes sense, lose for a better draft pick. But at a certain point, if you're trying to build any type of culture at all, losing every single week can't be good going forward, even to next season, right?
I think it goes back to what Vince just kind of alluded to. If you're Mike Bidwell, can anything happen in these last 3 weeks, last 3 games, to change your opinion on Jonathan Gannon's future one way or the other?
Yeah.
I guess he could win all 3 games 45-0, and you're like, okay, obviously that's not going to happen. So could anything realistically happen? I'm talking about 1 win over the Falcons.
I don't think anything.
2 wins over the Falcons and Bengals.
Look,
I don't think it should.
I have mixed thoughts on that. I don't think anything can happen positively. If the decision is made on Jonathan Gannon that he's not going to be back, which I don't think is the case. I don't think whatever happens in these last 3 weeks can determine that. Now, if he's in a safe spot, and these last 3 weeks are absolute boat races, 58-0 type Seattle losses, then yeah, I think it can change things. But for the most part, I think this is exhibition level football that we're seeing. And that thought of, hey, we got to get some momentum going into next year, that's not a thing either.
No, it's not a thing.
They're not going to, when they wrap up in early January, they're not going to play another game that matters for 9 months. There's no momentum that carries over. Bad teams that do catch fire late say that as hope to sell to their fan base. And if they do come out and play well, there's a reason for it. It's not momentum. It's because they're a good football team.
I think the Cardinals in the past have understood that, too, the value of a draft pick. Yeah, we talked about it earlier in the week. There was the season where Colt McCoy was cleared from concussion. He was set to start the last 2 games of the year, and the Cardinals kind of said, well, what are we doing here? And the concussion symptoms came back, and they started David Blau for the last 2 weeks of the season because they knew the value at this point was to get the best draft pick possible. So
how would you pronounce that guy's name, though? I'm a little confused when I see it
it's
written.
spelled B-L-O-U-G-H.
Bluff, right? No? Is there any animal, perhaps?
As in cow?
Bluff like rough, like a dog would say? No?
Anyway, this is...
He hasn't played for 3 years, and we're still milking this bit.
Milking, for example.
Milk,
like Blau like cow.
Speaking of milking. Anyway, these are things
Did
the
Trace
Cardinals...
McSorley get a start that year, too?
He did.
Oh, yeah, because we were playing his song.
That was a dark year.
They started 4 different quarterbacks in the last, 6, 7, 8 weeks of the season.
That was a dark season.
That was a rough one.
Yeah.
That was... but again, and then the Cardinals can't say this kind of stuff publicly, and I don't think Jonathan Gannon thinks that way. I think that's an upper management line of thinking when it comes to what are our goals here down the stretch. Now, if Jonathan Gannon will be back next year and that's already made, that decision's already been made, then yeah, you're trying to win these football games. You're trying to beat the Falcons. You're trying to beat the Bengals, and maybe you can. I'll tell you this, though. The Falcons, they go on the road and beat the Buccaneers last week.
Yeah. And Kirk Cousins looks like vintage Kirk Cousins.
Nobody can cover Kyle Pitts.
373 yards and 3 touchdowns.
All right, stop it with that already. He's going to have a bounce back.
I
the
know
opposite.
who I feel bad for? Against this depleted Cardinals secondary, I feel bad for anybody who's going to have to go against Kirk Cousins in their fantasy football semifinal.
Boy, it would be hilarious. If anyone else in our league is listening, put in a waiver claim for Kirk Cousins right now. And somebody else picked him up instead of this guy.
He hadn't picked him up yet?
I thought he already picked him up.
When you drop a guy, he goes on the waivers again. He can't pick him up. You could put in a claim, but he can't pick him up till, I guess, Friday or Saturday.
So if
there's somebody else ahead of him.
Jared had the chance to prevent this, and then he folded under the pressure, and now he's calling on the other members
Well, then
of
it wouldn't
his
be my
league to
fault.
do something even dirtier than what he did.
Wouldn't be my fault.
They're not even playing.
Wouldn't be my fault.
Slip somebody, a little Amazon gift card or something like that, Jared. A little In-N-Out gift card. Here's a little something to pick up.
Coming up
Kirk
next,
Cousins.
the Suns are finally back in action tonight, and Dylan Brooks still talking about what went down on Sunday against the Lakers. We'll let you know what DB had to say next. Bickley and Murata Mornings, Timmering in for Bick, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios of Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
I'm going to pull the pin on the grenade here and lob it your direction and see what you do with it. Does some of this have to do with the point book responsibilities of the last couple of years and kind of the active dribble, I have now decided to shoot, as opposed to I'm standing here and somebody else is doing the dribble, and now the ball finds me sort of shooting decision?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
I think that has a lot to do with it, and especially this year with the high-octane pace that they are playing at on both ends of the floor.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Southwest Gas fuels the moments that matter the most. Hey, it's Vince Murata, and Southwest Gas is committed to delivering safe, reliable, sustainable, and affordable natural gas service. Southwest Gas fuels the homes and local businesses that bring our communities to life. Southwest Gas supports the lifestyle of Arizonans like cooking a meal. Natural gas is the fuel of choice for chefs, whether you enjoy dining outdoor cooking at home, in the backyard for a barbecue with family and friends, or for nights getting cozy by the fire, roasting marshmallows for s'mores. Southwest Gas brings warmth to your holiday season through all the comforts and traditions we cherish around this time of the year. For almost 100 years, Southwest Gas has been there, helping turn neighborhoods into communities, houses into homes, and big dreams into reality. For more information about how Southwest Gas helps fuel life's important moments and supports a sustainable energy future, please visit swgas.com.
Upgrading your windows and doors isn't just about comfort. It's about lowering energy costs all year long. That's why Valley homeowners trust the Window and Door Store and our exclusive Seal and Shield installation. We don't just replace windows. We seal, secure, and protect your home from heat, dust, and water leaks for life. Precision craftsmanship, a lifetime labor warranty, and over 1,200 5-star reviews say it all. Call 480-562-3902 now for your free in-home consultation or book anytime at thewindowdoorstore.com.
We are back with wide receiver Michael Wilson. Hey, Michael, how's your new Honda?
Man, I love it. It's so smooth, reliable, and perfect for my busy life. Whether I'm heading to practice or a game, my Honda from Arrowhead Honda gets me there in style.
Visit Arrowhead Honda today at the 101 at Bell Road or shop online at arrowheadhonda.com.
Be sure to tell them number 14, Michael Wilson, sent you. Go Red.
You know, in the game of life, a lot of people are in the red zone close to retirement, and they haven't thought about what happens after they're gone. It's not easy. Paul Calvisi here. That's why I went to Matt Dagas and his Bright Wealth Management team. Matt.
And that's a tough conversation, Paul, because the retirement red zone is one of the most important times of life. And estate planning isn't just about money. It's about making life easier for the people you love.
So what happens if someone doesn't have a proper plan?
Well, their family could be left with court battles, confusion, and a lot of stress during an already difficult time. And that's where we help people create a full strategy for that next phase of life.
Because it doesn't have to be that way, right?
Not at all. And a simple estate planning session can give you peace of mind. And we'll walk you through the next steps to make sure that your legacy ends with a win and not a turnover.
Call Bright Wealth Management at 844-726-9116 or click brightwm.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. The content provided is for educational purposes only.
Ready to order?
Yes. We're earning unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver Card, so let's just get one of everything.
Everything?
Fire everything. The Capital One Saver Card is at table 27, and they're earning unlimited 3% cash back.
Yes, Chef! This is so nice.
Had a feeling you'd want 3% cash back on dessert.
Ooh, tiramisu.
Earn unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver Card. Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-275-1728. That's 800-275-1728.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with What's Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Tonight, the Phoenix Suns are back on the hardwood as Steph Curry, Draymond Green, and the Golden State Warriors come to Phoenix for the first of two straight against the Suns. The Warriors are currently the 8th seed in the West, the Suns the 7th, so two big games coming up for Devin Booker and the Suns. Tip-off tonight will be at 7 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. If the Diamondbacks were able to pull off another off-season surprise and add Alex Bregman, what would this team look like? Find out at arizonasports.com. And as the Cardinals continue to prep for Atlanta on Sunday, they'll have to do it without Paris Johnson Jr. and Jalen Thompson, who will both miss Sunday's game due to injuries. But wide receiver Marvin Harrison Jr. did return to practice on Wednesday after missing the last two games with a heel injury. And the Sun Devils could not quite get over the hump last night in a 90-77 loss to UCLA on the road. And that's what's trending now.
Hey, it's Luke. What do you expect to see from the Phoenix Suns against another tough test in the Golden State Warriors? We'll get into that at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, and the Arizona Sports app.
Even though he missed the free throw, so is it a mistake for real?
Well, what do you want from it, I guess?
I would stay in the game and be able to affect the game when I'm in the game. That's my problem with my whole career is that I let those things happen, and then I'm off the floor. You know, so, and at the end of the day, how much people hate on me and say I'm not a good player and all that, but when I'm on the floor, it changes the whole game.
That is Dylan Brooks. When asked about what mistakes he thought he made in the Lakers game, I love the beginning of that. He missed the technical free throw, so was it a mistake? But then coming back around and being quite real about it, too. Like, in my career, that's what usually happens, is I go over the line, and then I'm not on the court to affect things, and Would the end of that game have been different with Dillon Brooks in the game? Maybe the defensive assignments are different. Maybe Dillon Brooks finds a way to defend LeBron a little differently than Devin Booker did. We'll never know.
And let's be honest, with the technical, even though he missed the free throw, it changed the, I don't want to say momentum, but just kind of the complexion of the game at that point. It certainly gave the Lakers a far greater feeling of we can win this, as opposed to just kind of scrambling and coming down and taking a shot. But who knows? Maybe Luka Doncic drives in and hits a little floater to win it, and that's that. So it's tough to say, but it made the end of the game a little more wonky in the Lakers' favor.
Absolutely.
By getting that tee at that point.
Dillon Brooks also talked yesterday with the media about head coach Jordan Knott. With the Dillon Brooks experience, we can call it. And I think people know already what the Dillon Brooks experience is and what it's been in Phoenix so far. But Coach Jordan Knott has had his back. Here was Dillon Brooks commenting on that.
Because he knows I'll learn from my mistakes. And I'm in this facility every day. So I'm going to get it right. I'll find the way to channel the emotion properly, whereas, we win on that standard. So, we made the same wrong plays throughout the game, and that's why the game ended like that. We're fouling too many shooters. And we ended the game out like that. But, still early on in the season, we'll get it right, towards the end when it counts.
See, he's a guy in Dillon Brooks when he speaks to the media. It's not cliches. There's actual real thought behind it. There's actual real feeling, and there's honesty behind it too. And ever since Media Day, when Dillon Brooks took the podium, and I believe you were out there on Media Day, weren't you?
I was not this show.
Oh, okay. That was my big takeaway from Media Day was, okay, Dillon Brooks came to town with a reputation. The reputation in the cities that he hadn't played in yet was not sterling. But he's one of those guys, you'll love him when he's on your team. I walked away from that session thinking, this guy is an interesting dude who takes this really, really seriously. Not just his career, but his role on a team and what he is asked to do. And I think what we saw on Sunday from Dillon Brooks was, and we've seen it twice now in 2 regular season games against the Lakers. It didn't matter the first time because the Suns handled the Lakers pretty easily. I think he's always turned up to 10.5. I think that goes up to 11 when he's going up against LeBron James. And he's one of the few guys, he's talked about it openly.
He doesn't kiss the ring.
LeBron likes guys that kneel at his feet, and he's not one of those guys. But I think I think it gets ratcheted up when he's got that one-on-one matchup with LeBron, and I think we saw that on Sunday.
And he backs it up with his play, not just against the Lakers, but I think he's just been fantastic. You talked about the Dillon Brooks experience. We all know what that is. To me, he's Patrick Beverley with brains and talent. Mm-hmm. So he's bringing all that stuff to the court, that edge. First of all, let's just get really down to the basic fundamental fact here. That man cares.
Yeah.
He cares. I'm not sure we had a lot of guys who cared enough on this roster the last couple of years. So let's just start with that. Every single time he takes the court, he cares and wants to win and is going to do everything he can in terms of scoring, defensive presence, attitude, everything he can to give his team an edge, okay, mentally and physically. He brings that to the table. And what he's doing this year offensively, I mean, I don't think anybody saw that coming. I know he put the ball in the basket at Oregon, but this is his 9th year in the NBA.
Yeah.
And, he had decent scoring averages in the past. It wasn't like he was a 6-point-a-game guy. But what he's doing this year, averaging 21.6 and having a 10-game stretch where he had never had a 10-game stretch like that in his career when it comes to putting the ball in the basket. Vinny, he's the fastest player in Suns franchise history to score 200 points and hit 25 threes in a season. Think of the guys that have come before him.
Yeah.
Nobody got out of the gate shooting the ball and scoring the ball quite like Dillon Brooks.
And I think people are pleased overall with 14-12, and I think you should be pleased with 14-12. But what would that record be without the performance of Dillon Brooks? Even though he missed the 6 games early with the core injury, but when he came back and kind of helping navigate, and I know they weren't all wins, but the Suns for the most part have been incredibly competitive even without Devin Booker and Jalen Green on the floor. And a lot of that comes down to Dillon Brooks taking the role as the go-to guy, especially in the half-court offense. He's been tremendous for this team so far.
And I think he showed up from day one. I picked up on this in the first game of against the Kings. Like, okay, he's coming with a little bit of a scorer's mentality.
Yeah.
In other words, okay, I'm coming to this roster. I can't just be a defensive glue guy who instigates stuff and gets under people's skin. This is a team where I have to score more for us to be as successful as we want to be. And I thought he aggressively shot the basketball from the opening jump on October 22nd against the Sacramento Kings, and he hasn't stopped. And he's been really, really good when it comes to shooting the threes and making critical shots, too. I mean, it's not like these points and buckets are coming in garbage time.
No.
He's making big-time shots, just like he did the other night against the Lakers, almost a game-winning three in the final second.
That's the thing. He's really been, when Booker's healthy, he's been Booker's wingman, his second option for the Suns. And just kind of going back, looking at the schedule, you could really argue that the play of Dillon Brooks has highly contributed to wins. He missed 6 games in at least 5. At least 5 of the Suns' 14 wins.
Yeah. I think the number's probably higher than that.
Yeah, I kind of...
When you consider the little things that he does, too.
Sure, absolutely.
There are some concerns with the Suns right now. Grayson Allen is questionable again tonight. And Grayson Allen went down with that thigh contusion. He was playing maybe his best basketball as a Phoenix Sun. In fact, he had 7 straight games, Tim, where he had hit, depending on the number of attempts, but he had hit 40% or more of his three-pointers in 7 straight games. Included in that was that 10 of 15 game where he scored 42 points against the Pelicans. So he goes down, he's shooting the ball well. Since he's returned, it hasn't been the same. And you always wonder about that with extended layoffs. He missed 6 games with a contusion. 5 games back, he's shooting just over 20% from three-point range. And now this might be another setback with a different injury. The Suns, not breaking news here, they're much better when Grayson Allen is on his game.
I hope his regression is health-related and not just more regressing to the means of being a pretty good player in the NBA, because Grayson Allen, for a time there, was great.
Yes.
I mean, it's funny. My biggest concern about the Suns when they got off to the 11-6 start was, would Royce O'Neal, Colin Gillespie, Grayson Allen, and even Dillon Brooks kind of come back to earth, regress to the means when it comes to shooting the three? And I still have those concerns. I mean,
I think Royce has.
They've played 26 games. No player in the history of the franchise through 26 games has more threes than Royce O'Neal.
I know.
You know who's number 2 on the list? Colin Gillespie in 2025. Through 18 games, nobody had more threes than Grayson Allen in the history of the franchise. And we talked about the way that Brooks has been shooting it as well. So all 4 of these guys, like historic three-point shooting to come out of the gate here this season. Can that continue? I doubt it, but it needs to continue to a certain extent for the Suns to win the games that we think they can win.
We will find out tonight, and this is a game that they can win against the struggling Golden State Warriors. 7 o'clock, 6 o'clock pregame here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Christmas through New Year's Day, by the way, is the lowest week of the year for blood donations, and January is the highest blood usage month of the year for patients. As we come out of the holiday season, please consider making a blood donation on Sunday, January 4th at Vitalant's Saving Arizona Blood Drive. You can schedule your appointment right now at vitalant.org/saveaz. Coming up next, Tua has been demoted to the number 3. What does it mean for the Dolphins and maybe the Cardinals? We'll take a look at some NFL quarterback news next. Bickley and Murata Mornings with Tim Ring in for Bick on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Win tickets to the Verbo Fiesta Bowl from Arizona Sports. This show's keyword is
Alabama. Alabama.
Text the word Alabama to 620-620 right now.
Alabama.
Text Alabama to 620-620 for your chance to win tickets to the Verbo Fiesta Bowl. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for QC Kinetics, and pain has a way of stealing the moments that matter the most, especially during the holidays. And it's not just your knees, back, or shoulders. It's the time with family and friends. But that can change in 2026. QC Kinetics here in Phoenix believes relief doesn't have to come from surgery or pain pills. They use your body's own natural healing abilities to repair and restore what's been lost, helping you move, live, and feel like yourself again. It's your body's comeback story, powered by the very cells that built you in the first place. QC Kinetics delivers long-term relief, so make the new year your turning point where pain stops defining you. Schedule your free consultation today, and now is a great time to use your HSA and FSA funds for treatment. You can find them in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. You can reach them by calling 602-837-PAIN, 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com. CVS Health supports people in the moments that matter, from picking up a prescription to connecting care. With nearly 5 million daily interactions and serving 185 million consumers and 1.5 million healthcare professionals, CVS Health holds a trusted place in healthcare. By simplifying care and improving health, we're helping people get the care they need. Learn more at cvshealth.com/Investor Day.
The year-end sales event is on at Sanderson Ford. Now get invoice-only pricing plus 0% financing for 60 months and 0 payments for 90 days. Plus an additional $1,000 in year-end bonus cash on new 2025 Escapes, Explorers, Transits, F-150s, and select Super Duties. Choose from 40 new Escapes, 70 new Explorers, 54 Transits, 150 F-150 trucks, and over 250 Super Duty trucks. On the lot and readily available. Get invoice-only pricing, 0% financing, and no payments for 90 days with no hassle, no pressure, and no nonsense. From your Operation Santa Claus dealership, Sanderson Ford. 0% for 60 months and 0 payments for 90 days. OEC from Ford Credit. Offers plus tax, title, license, and $4.99 dock fee. Offers apply to select regular and Super Cab Super Duties. Offers expire January 5th, 2026.
We're Arizona's pride, Sanderson Ford.
All right, Basin earnings, it's starting to cool down, so All Pro Shade is heating things up. Right now, when you buy a motorized patio shade or awning, you'll get a patio heater absolutely free. These shades aren't just for summer. They'll stop that winter wind and hold the warmth from your new free patio heater, keeping your patio cozy and game day ready all season long. Get your free estimate today at allproshade.com and snag free patio heaters while this offer lasts. That's allproshade.com.
Sun Devil men's basketball is heating up, and now you can build a ticket plan on your terms. With the Sun Devils mini plan, you choose any 6 home games you want, including the biggest Big 12 matchups of the year, Kansas and Arizona. Lock in the rivalries, circle the heavy hitters, or stack your schedule with weekends that work for you. 6 games, your choice, your vibes, your Sun Devils. Grab your mini plan today at sundeviltickets.com. That's sundeviltickets.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata. Hash marks.
Naturally, I'd say I'm disappointed. I think it's normal. It's a normal human emotion. But, outside of that, I got to do my part. My role here right now is to help whoever the quarterback is going to be for this team, to lead this team, help in whatever way I can, to help the team win this game on Sunday.
Why do you think this has happened?
I would say the biggest thing, and it's being honest with myself as well, had been my performance. I haven't been performing up to the level and the capabilities that I have in the past.
Gee, you think? Tua Tagovailoa of the Dolphins, his reaction to getting benched. The first part of that is commendable. Look, it's my job still to get whatever quarterback ready to help win games. It was his performance, there's no doubt. And if you watch that that last game against the Pittsburgh Steelers. Well, I'll say it this way. If you didn't watch it and you look at the box score at the end of the game, you're like, oh, Tua did pretty well. Then separate the fourth quarter from the rest of the game. When the game was out of hand and Miami went in to throw on every down mode, Tua put up numbers, put up a couple touchdowns, made the numbers look respectable. But he was, absolutely terrible in that game leading up to it.
I was looking at his record since 2023. It's actually better than Joe Burrow during that exact same time frame. He was 11-6 starting every game for the Dolphins in 2023. Got the big contract, obviously had the concussion issues earlier in his career. But again, the quarterbacks that are just getting these monster contracts that perhaps don't quite deserve them continues to be a problem for the National Football League teams that hand out said contracts. Mike McDaniel yesterday said Tua is not only going to be benched, he's not even going to be the backup quarterback.
He is the emergency third-string quarterback. They elevated Quinn Ewers, a seventh-round pick, to start. Zach Wilson will act as the backup. He's upset, too, because he got passed over for the starting job for Quinn Ewers. So you have 66.7% of your quarterbacks on your roster that are unhappy right now.
Right. And now Tua, obviously you make him the emergency quarterback because you don't want to play him because now you want to put him on the trade market and you don't need him blowing an ACL in one of the last 3 games of the season.
Yeah.
If Quinn Ewers happened to get hurt and they needed somebody to come in and play quarterback. So,
well, the financial reality of it is Tua is likely going to be in Miami next year. I mean, there's a potential out after next year, but he's a $56.4 million cap hit. There's a dead cap of $99.2 million next year if they waive him. That goes down to 31.8 after next year. That is just unreal money to swallow and affect your salary.
And that's where it goes back to the quarterbacks. And I get it. Tua showed some potential to be a high-end quarterback in this league at times, but we're kind of going through that here. Kyler Murray coming off the playoff season, the agent did his job. He kind of bullied the Cardinals into maybe prematurely giving Kyler Murray that kind of money.
Yes.
I think the Cardinals, looking back, probably wish they would have waited a little bit.
They should have.
And the problem is, like, when a quarterback like Kyler Murray signs, it's the way it's done is you just kind of get more than the last guy.
Yes.
And I forget who the last guy was at that point back in 2022.
Yeah, I forget.
But just because you're the next guy doesn't mean you should be the highest paid quarterback in the league when you haven't even won a playoff game and you're under 500.
And so real quick, what if you don't, pay that quarterback? Is he going to get upset and sit out? And, why do you have to just give him the money that more money than the next guy got?
Well, it's a complicated question because
it's a good question, but it's complicated.
I think in the case of Kyler and in the case of Tua Tagovailoa, they were both just good enough.
Right.
You didn't want to risk moving forward without them when you had them in-house.
And they threatened to hold out or continue.
Yeah, but that's it, is the fear of not what you have, but what you don't have.
Mm-hmm.
And that changed, obviously, in both situations. Because now, by reacting that way, and this might be a cautionary tale for teams moving forward, we shall see. But by reacting that way, you've painted yourself into a corner.
It won't be a cautionary tale because there's been other cautionary tales before this cautionary tale.
That is true.
The problem is, and Tim was kind of alluding to it, when you have a quarterback who is good but not great, you're in a very tough position. Do you say, this guy is good enough to be our franchise quarterback?
But we're not going to pay you like one. Yes,
or do we risk trying to find someone to replace him, like Tua or even Kyler, if you want to say, even if you didn't believe they were elite, you couldn't find anybody better.
Right, and remember, the Cardinals were in this situation. Eric Burkhardt is bullying them. There's the letter, the public letter about, how great Kyler is, and you guys got to step up and do your part. And Kyler could have maybe held out. Mike Bidwell's thinking, I don't want disarray going into this next season.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't believe in this guy yet to give him this kind of money. So here's what we'll do. We'll give him the money, but we're going to put this clause in the contract.
We're going to
hold his feet to the fire.
But that
and then all hell breaks loose when that becomes public, and they have to scratch it from the contract. But that's kind of the position they were in. They were like, okay, fine, we'll give you the money, but we're going to have these kind of expectations, and we're putting them in writing.
But unless you have Patrick Mahomes or Lamar Jackson, and even Lamar Jackson, that was like a struggle to get his contract. And he
yes, it was.
Yes.
And
but so it's like every team goes to this, and that's how people like Tua get the huge contracts. We just saw it this past offseason with the 49ers and Brock Purdy. They had to determine, like, was this guy unlosable that we needed to give him the money that he may or may not have totally deserved. Kind of during the season, he's proved that they probably could have not re-signed him and been good.
I don't know. Would you be willing to bet still right now, based on what we've seen and what has happened? The 49ers rewarded Brock Purdy. They gave him the big contract after dragging their feet forever. He gets hurt. Mac Jones comes in and does a nice job. Moving forward, are you more willing to bet on Brock Purdy or Mac Jones?
On Brock Purdy.
Yeah, I am too.
But it's still saying, like,
but it's also,
is the upgrade that big an upgrade that you're paying $50 million more to this other guy?
And also, what does your supporting cast look like if your quarterback is Mac Jones on his contract as opposed to Brock Purdy on his contract? We saw this now with the Chiefs. Finally caught up with them. Mm-hmm. The erosion of the talent around Patrick Mahomes. Some of that is because they maybe didn't draft as well as they should. But there's a salary component.
Look,
when you pay a quarterback that kind of money,
it doesn't just affect the elite of the league, though. I mean, are we seeing that effect right now at the Arizona Cardinals? Could they have better depth? Everybody's talking about the depth that they don't have. Could they have better depth if they didn't pay Kyler Murray? It's all hindsight now.
Right. Look, the guy they're playing this week, the guy I'm playing this week, Kirk Cousins has lived his entire career essentially as, is this a guy that you really want to pay this much money to, or is he just a little bit above mediocre?
Yeah, and he's made a very nice living being that guy. It's crazy. But Tua was also asked the question, have you played your last snap with the Dolphins?
I'm not too sure. I can't predict the future. I can't, predict any of that. So it is what it is. And as I said, got to help out Q, got to help out Zach, whoever the starter is or is going to be. Do what I can to help them in that role and helping the team win games.
What do you think on that? You think he's played his last snap? You think it's just cash and checks from here on out until his time in Miami is done?
I think he has, because of the contract situation that you just talked about, I think he's not played his last snap.
I think so, too.
Because I think there's going to be a new coach and a new general manager. They're going to look at the salary situation, say, can somebody else make this work where Mike McDaniel and Chris Greer could not make it work? Kirk Cousins, by the way, I've looked it up. He's now made $300 million in his career.
And based on his persona and his wardrobe, he spends most of that at Kohl's.
Except for the bling.
It was ironic bling. Coming up next, what do the Cardinals' tackling problems have to do with golf? Well, Jonathan Gannon, the head coach, will tell you, and we'll play it for you next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings with Tim Ring in for Bick here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
Here come the Suns pushing the pace. Brooks up the right wing. Fakes the three. Back for Booker. Now it's Grayson Allen. Bounces left corner. Gillespie a three. He got it! Colin Gillespie from the left corner brings the Suns within 2.
Suns Warriors tonight. Pregame at 6, 7 o'clock tip on the local sports leader. Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and you've seen the billboards. Sweet James is everywhere. It's a fun name and a fun brand, but when you've been hurt in an accident and it's game time, Sweet James plays to win. They are unstoppable in their pursuit of justice, and they are the heavy hitter you need when dealing with the insurance companies. Sweet James Accident Attorneys is a world-class law firm with over 25 years of experience, more than 500 trials, and over $2 billion recovered for accident victims. They even have a full in-house trial team, and they win 98% of the time. Remember, having the right attorney can mean the difference between a $2,000 check and a $2 million settlement, and Sweet James delivers some of the biggest wins in the country, and they've been named best attorneys in America. So if you're hurt in an accident, don't settle for less. Call Sweet James at 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-900-0000, online at sweetjames.com.
If you got a mortgage in the last 3 years, listen up. It's Gambo for Lund Mortgage. Rates have dropped and refinancing could save you serious money. Lund Mortgage tracks rates daily and will alert you when it's the right time. Just email ratewatch@lundmortgage.com. No gimmicks, no robocalls, just honest advice and full transparency on rates and costs. And if you refinance or buy now, you won't make a mortgage payment until 2026. Email ratewatch@lundmortgage.com. That's ratewatch@lundmortgage.com.
It's where every slam dunk dream and memory of your favorite game is stored. Your brain shapes you, defines you, makes you you. Yet as many athletes know, a brain or spine condition can change that. That's why Barrow pushes the boundaries of neuroscience medicine and what's possible. Consistently ranked among the best in the country, Barrow fights to help patients hold on to their dreams, memories, and themselves right here in Arizona. Barrow Neurological Institute, minding what matters most. Visit barrowneuro.org to learn more.
Upgrading your windows and doors isn't just about comfort. It's about lowering energy costs all year long. That's why Valley homeowners trust the Window and Door Store and our exclusive Seal and Shield installation. We don't just replace windows. We seal, secure, and protect your home from heat, dust, and water leaks for life. Precision craftsmanship, a lifetime labor warranty, and over 1,200 five-star reviews say it all. Call 480-562-3902 now for your free in-home consultation or book anytime at thewindowdoorstore.com.
Hi, Jan from Toyota here to let you know that Toyotathon is on. And what better way to get in the spirit of the season than with a new Toyota, like RAV4, Grand Highlander, and Corolla Cross. But to really get in the spirit, let's sing about it. So without further ado, driving through the snow in a new RAV4, hooray! To the slopes we go in a Highlander for a ski day. A Camry to get hot cocoa, tubing with a Tundra makes the kids go loco. Oh, what fun it is to make holiday wishes come true. Toyotathon, Toyotathon, Toyotathon is on. Oh, what fun it is to drive a new Toyota today. Hey! Presto! A new holiday classic! Let's sing it again! Toyotathon, Toyotathon, Toyotathon is on.
Dealer inventory may vary. Toyotathon ends January 5th. See your participating dealer for details.
Have you guys tried these holiday cookies? They're so good.
Toyota. Let's go places.
250,000 people across Arizona rely on St. Mary's Food Bank every day. Your donations make feeding them possible, and you can benefit too. In Arizona, there's an incentive called the Arizona Charitable Tax Credit. You can make your donation today and get it back up to $987 on your taxes when you file. It's a great way to help your neighbors in need. For more info, visit stmarysfoodbank.org.
Arizona, pickleball is booming, and Just Pickle Courts is leading the charge in Arizona. Whether you're dreaming of a backyard court or upgrading your community center, Just Pickle Courts builds custom courts from concept to construction. We handle everything with precision and care. And right now, you can get a free court planning consultation, plus 2 free court upgrades when you visit justpicklecourts.com/radio. That's justpicklecourts.com/radio.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Phoenix Suns are in action tonight in downtown Phoenix against Steph Curry and the Golden State Warriors, but they may be without Grayson Allen as he is questionable tonight due to knee soreness. But tip-off is at 7 p.m. right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And with Sunday's game against the Atlanta Falcons being the Cardinals' final home game of the season, Trey McBride was asked how important it is to find a win.
More importantly, I think the fans deserve it. We need to show out and give them everything we have this week and get a win at home.
2 more Arizona State Sun Devils declared for the NFL Draft yesterday. Keith Abney II and Raleek Brown have plans to enter the 2026 draft this April. And Bobby Hurley and ASU were unable to claw out of the early hole they dug in a 90-77 loss to UCLA on the road last night, and that's what's trending now.
Hey, it's Wolf. How can we fix college football? We'll ask 15-year NFL veteran and former Cal Bear Lorenzo Alexander at 11 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
We continue live on this Thursday. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings. Tim Ring in for Bick this week. I'm Vince Murata. Jared Carlin here. Sammy Sabolka taking you up until 10 a.m. Handing things off to Wolf and Luke. One of the things that's been talked about a lot during this struggle of a Cardinal season, and it's really, I think, reared its ugly head recently, is the lack of tackling. The Cardinals statistically miss a ton of tackles. There's not a great deal of tackling data out there, but the data that is able to be gathered by NFL types doesn't paint a very pretty picture for the Arizona Cardinals. And that's even... go back to the first touchdown last week against Houston. Nico Collins catches a ball over the middle on the second play of the game, and a simple tackle would have contained that to a regular gain. Instead, two missed tackles.
Missed tackles?
Yes.
They didn't even touch him.
No, well.
I mean, like.
It still counts.
It counts, but it wasn't like he broke a poor tackle.
No.
I mean, there didn't look like a lot of effort on that particular play.
Jonathan Gannon met with the media yesterday, and he was asked about tackling, and he kind of channeled his inner Allen Iverson, because it all comes down to practice.
You can definitely practice that. It's in my opinion, it's a skill. This is a long dissertation on that, so I'll try to give you the cliff notes. But how the rules are set up, it's hard to get better as a tackler being in the NFL. I'll say that. And I will say this, because we tackle every day, drill it in some way, shape, or form, right? Because that's one of the top skills of any defensive player. There's no drill you can do that can mimic a game. There's not. It's too chaotic of an environment to drill it. A lot of ways that you can try to do it, but you just got to keep harping on the fundamentals, the details of it. We try to, obviously have language that we use that keeps it simple in their head. But yeah, I always think you got to tackle better, but it's hard.
It's hard because of the rules. And the follow-up question was, hey, would you like to see the rules changed? And Jonathan Gannon said, nope, we'll play by the rules. I'm not lobbying for anything. But then he elaborated on that, too, and he drew a parallel to another sport.
You're talking about skill development, right? Let me just, it would be like, hey, Scotty Scheffler, it's your off season. Don't hit a wedge. Like, you know what I mean? So but like I said, it's set up how it's set up. That's fine. But like, to get better at a skill, you have to practice the skill. You practice skill. You can scale it. You can scale the tempo. You can scale how you do it. But to practice a skill, you need to practice the skill.
So many thoughts on this.
Well, go ahead.
He's right. You have to practice the skill. And as Kenny Dillingham once famously said, before you play football, you have to play football in order to play football. But and I know this wasn't just brought up off the top of Jonathan Gannon's head. He was asked about the tackling and why it suffered, and that was his answer. The timing of that answer is really bad. It's true, but there's 31 other NFL teams that are playing under the same rules,
the same thing
in the collective bargaining agreement on practices and on training camp and on physical activity in the offseason. So how do you explain some teams being good tackling teams and others not? I think there's more psychology in it than we're maybe willing to admit.
I think you're on to something. I don't think it's a universal truth, hard and fast, but I do believe that at times there's a correlation between teams that are eliminated and teams that suddenly don't tackle very well or tackle not as well as they should be tackling. I was telling you in the break, 1920-something, Newt Rockne, right? Tackling, you don't have to see a good tackle, you can hear it.
Go ahead. Do it, Tim.
Tackling is nothing more than courage, timing, and leg drive. And it holds true today, 100 years later. And the first word, courage. Now, I'm not saying guys are backing off or no, they don't want to hit, but you're talking about the mental aspect of the game of football. And it's sometimes when you get to zombie football, that kind of thing can suffer. And do you remember when U of A ran all over ASU?
Yes.
I do,
in
yes.
that last game?
Yes. Remind me, though,
And every play was like a 50-yard run up the middle for a touchdown. Not every play, but it seemed like that.
It did seem like that, yeah.
That's a really good example. A team with nothing to play for, doesn't want to play, doesn't want to be out there, doesn't want to get hurt. Suddenly, nobody can tackle anybody. Again, not a universal truth, but I think there's a correlation.
Look, tackling hurts. It's physical. Are you willing to do that for a team that's going nowhere? It's not a conscious decision. I'm not going to try to tackle this guy. I'm going to make an attempt, but the attempt is probably not going to be as strong subconsciously.
Did you hear Max Starks on with Wolf and Luke a couple of weeks ago? He talked about veteran players like saying to him, "Hey, listen, I got to get to my fishing boat. These are guys that are the playoffs are off the table. So let's just do like a little 4-second dance, make it look good, dog, and then we'll just get to the next play."
Yeah.
That's coming from Max Starks, who played in the league.
He won Super Bowls.
He's not Tim and Vince that have never played in the league speculating on what these guys are thinking. But we've seen enough football to know, certainly I have, and I know you have as well, that something like tackling can sometimes take a hit on teams that don't have anything to play for.
But it's also, then there's the really old school people that will say, he's right. They need to change the rules. There needs to be more tackle. How? In 2011, when the new version of the CBA cut down on two-a-days and just slashed everything in half in terms of the physicality of football. So we're 14 years into this. How do you put the toothpaste back in the tube? Because look at the number of injuries now. These guys are not practicing nearly like they used to.
And there's too much money on the line. You can't get a guy hurt in practice. I mean, it has to be done to a certain extent in camp. Listen, the CBA, I mean, it's just common knowledge. The owners win on the money. The players win on the time. And that's why training camp, which used to be like 6 weeks, double sessions, guys beating each other's brains in, is now like
3 a day.
It's now like 7 days.
No.
So it's almost incumbent on the individual.
Yeah.
To be the tackler you need him to be.
You show me a team that's struggling tackling in the second half of the season, and I'll show you a team that has a bad record, and vice versa.
And that's kind of where I'm going with that. I mean, again, it's not always the case, but I do see a correlation in the sport of football with exactly that.
I also found it somewhat interesting that Jonathan Gannon was talking about that not being able to rep. They rep it. They drill it, but you can't do it. You can't replicate the games. They also did that on a day where the Cardinals were having another walkthrough practice on a Wednesday. Out of necessity, because their whole team is hurt.
Yeah. No, and I get it. I mean, I don't think that's just maybe the football coaching Gannon coming out. Like, you think he understands, but he's like, yeah.
Absolutely.
And I think also what he's saying, it's hard to get better as a tackler, right, in the National Football League. But I think if you really ask him, it's like, you better be a tackler. You better be a good tackler going in.
Well,
that's what we need.
I hate to single out one player, but let's focus on one player. Buda Baker, what has he proven during his time as an NFL player?
He'll stick his nose in there and tackle people.
Very rarely will pass up on a chance to throw caution to the wind. He throws his body out there with very little regard. He's struggling tackling this year. The stats are there. Is he dropping off? I don't know. I think a lot of it, again, has to do with the realities of the atmosphere and the standings and what the record says.
There may be a physical drop-off with Buda as opposed to the mental one.
Maybe.
He'd be the one guy I would say, I don't care what your record is, he's going to stick his nose in there. That's why I say this is not a universal truth for every player and every team. I just think that we see it more often than not at the college and pro level.
Yeah. We're giving you the chance to win tickets to the Verbo Fiesta Bowl January 8th. Listen for the code word during this show, Wolf and Luke and Burns and Gambo. When you hear the code word, text it to 620-620. If you're looking for extra chances to win, head to the live video stream on our YouTube page, arizonasports.com, or the Arizona Sports app. Coming up next. Where are we going next?
Talk about some sports.
I forgot to decide. More of the Bickley and Murata show.
We did. Whatever we talk about, it's going to be brilliant.
It's going to be great. Good stuff.
Bickley and Murata mornings.
Buddy Holly talk coming up after the break.
Tim in for Bick here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
I think Alex Bregman, from everything that I have heard, we're talking about a guy that is rock solid inside that clubhouse as well. Rock solid.
Just for reference point, Alex Bregman's about 6 months younger than Ketel Marte, so the age really isn't a huge factor. The question is, and now we have a name you can kind of plug in there, would you rather have Alex Bregman and a lot of pitching that you would get back for Ketel Marte, or would you rather have Ketel Marte? At least now you kind of have some tangible names you could throw in to both sides of the scale and kind of weigh that.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hi, I'm Elizabeth Smith with Oliver Smith Jeweler. Gold prices are at an all-time high, so if you've been procrastinating selling your watches, jewelry, or gold, you're in luck. Dad, you've been doing this in Arizona for almost 45 years. What should people know before they sell?
First, don't get scammed by those road shows that pop up in hotel ballrooms, please. We're a local family-owned jeweler, and we've been advising Arizona families for decades.
Does someone need an appointment?
No appointment necessary. We'll evaluate your watches, jewelry, or gold and give you a check on the spot in minutes.
Have you ever seen gold this high?
Never. Do yourself a favor, search your jewelry box, find out if there's anything in there that might have value or things that you aren't wearing, and bring them in.
Weren't you an appraiser on Antiques Roadshow?
Yeah, that was the original reality show.
Sell your watches, jewelry, and gold with confidence. Visit Oliver Smith Jeweler in our 2 Scottsdale locations or online at oliversmithjeweler.com.
Progressive knows there are some surprisingly expensive things in life, like fences. A house with a big yard and a white picket fence was always the dream. But then you saw the price to install a fence and you're wondering if the color is driving the price up. Nobody ever dreams of a beige or a gray picket fence, right? So maybe those fences are cheaper. But no, they're not. Then you remember that switching your home and auto to Progressive could save you hundreds and make all your dreams of a fence come true. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states.
Ready to order? Yes. We're earning unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver Card. So let's just get one of everything.
Everything? Fire everything. The Capital One Saver Card is at table 27, and they're earning unlimited 3% cash back.
Yes, Chef! This is so nice.
Had a feeling you'd want 3% cash back on dessert.
Ooh, tiramisu.
Earn unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver Card. Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 1-877-CARS for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Hurry! It's our last chance to donate for 2025.
A lot of personal injury lawyers make claims about how good they are. But how do you know who's the best? Who will fight to get you the money you deserve? At Berg Simpson, we don't rely on simple claims like other firms. We have 27 best lawyers in America, 17 super lawyers, and we're one of the National Trial Lawyers' top 25 most influential law firms. Compare us to other firms, then call Berg Simpson.
If you've been injured, call Berg Simpson for free now at 602-777-7000. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers, changing lives.
Hey, just like the holiday season, you know what's going to end soon? The Ford year-end sales event at our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, Paul Calvese here. We're talking time to get on down to our Desert Ford dealers for the final days of the Ford year-end sales event, where we can celebrate with a 2025 Ford F-150 when we can get 0% financing for 60 months plus $1,000 in bonus cash with 0 down and no payments for 90 days. Let's say that again. Get 0% financing for 60 months plus $1,000 in bonus cash with 0 down and no payments for 90 days when you buy a new 2025 Ford F-150 or get into an adventure-ready Ford Explorer. We bought a brand new Explorer last year with 0% financing right now for 60 months plus $8,000 in bonus cash with 0 down and no payments for 90 days on a new 2025 Ford Explorer. But hurry, the Ford year-end sales event ends soon at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com.
Hey, everybody, it's Bernsey. What will ASU do to keep Kenny Dillingham in the Valley? We'll talk about it with ASU AD Graham Rossini. He'll join us at 2:30. It's the Burns and Gambo Show on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Yeah, with an interesting week in ASU football, definitely you want to tune in to 2:30 today to hear Graham Rossini on with Burns and Gambo. Also want to send a shout-out, a good morning, a thank you to our listeners and audience in Sun City out in the West Valley. We appreciate you in Sun City.
Can I put a bow on this and make a little bit of a melancholy point to double on your melancholy point? I think that for Arizona State, that level, the difference between Arizona State and Michigan and Alabama and whatever has always been pronounced, right? Let's not kid ourselves. It's always been pronounced. Yeah. I don't think it's ever been more pronounced than it is right now. Look, Kenny Dillingham went and took a backup quarterback from Michigan State and turned him into a first-round pick playoff contender, right? Like he went down Sam Leavitt. Dan, did you know who Sam Leavitt was when he was at Michigan State?
I barely know any of the current players in there. No,
that's fine. So this is my point.
I think I actually did. He did play. Yeah, he was a starter there for a little while.
He started one game. But the point is, like, there's a lot of dudes who are like 3-4 star players who start one game at some school, right? And are like redshirt freshman, whatever. So Kenny Dillingham went, found the guy, worked with him, turned him into a star.
Well, that's Pete Thamel. College Game Day podcast.
What is he trying to say there?
I don't know. He kind of leaves like right when he's.
I was waiting for the payoff. What
is the second cut? The second part of that, Jarrett? Do we know?
Let's find out. I think he was trying to say that, just sort of praise Kenny Dillingham as a coach.
Yeah, but he started out saying that Arizona State's not on the level of Alabama, yada, yada, yada.
Yeah. Well, let's play this.
Which is true,
but this is a bonus segment, Tim. Let's just roll the dice and see where this goes. What do you say?
In past generations of college football, you'd walk in lockstep with, and he'd come back for the Hall of Fame in 20 years, And that guy just says, you know what? I'm going to go get paid. And that's not a criticism of Sam Leavitt by any means at all, but it's just sort of like the modern reality is that you can find best quarterback since Jake Plummer, right? Like, I mean, you can find your once a generation guy, and he can soon become LSU or Oregon's just the next in the assembly line guy. And I've not talked to anybody about Arizona State about this, but that reality that looms large, man. Like, we could do it all right and still just have somebody come in, money whip our guy, pull him out, and send him on his way. Yeah. That's hard.
I apologize. I mean, the way those were labeled were much different from what was actually said. But look, let's get into what he said there. We don't know the reason why Sam Leavitt is leaving Arizona State. Logic would tell you in the year 2025, it's for financial reasons. Graham Rossini, the athletic director, who again is going to join Burns and Gambo today at 2:30, he suggested it's for some other reason that we don't know about. It's a difficult situation for ASU to be in, especially at a time where their head coach is being coveted by one of those blue blood programs like Michigan. And yeah, there is a difference between Michigan and Arizona State. And even the most ardent Arizona State fan would be foolish not to admit that or acknowledge that. What's being lost in all of this is what Kenny Dillingham envisions for Arizona State football. I'm not saying it's going to come to fruition. He might move on. I mean, that's still a possibility as we speak here today. But let's go back to the mid-1980s, Tim. Was the Kentucky program better than the Arizona basketball program at that time? Absolutely.
Oh, yes. Okay.
Arizona had done virtually nothing at that time. And Lute Olson continued to shun all these offers because he envisioned something for Arizona basketball that he could have his fingerprints all over. Yes, in a much different time and era in college athletics. I acknowledge that. But he chose to stay. It is a very rare example, but I think Kenny Dillingham, from what we know about him, he's got a lot of Lute Olson in him. And he wants every opportunity to do that here at Arizona State, to lessen that gap between ASU and the Michigans and Alabamas.
Right, but what Thamel is saying there, in today's era now, as if it wasn't hard enough before, now you can find a gem, unearth a gem, develop a gem, have yourself a player capable of being a first-round draft pick, And once you do all that, somebody swoops in and offers him a huge bag, and you lose him.
Yes.
Like Lute Olson didn't have to worry about, Kentucky or North Carolina throwing $2 million at Steve Kerr or Sean Elliott back in the day, right?
True.
Like so now, as if it wasn't hard enough already, the challenge is for a program like Arizona State, when you find a guy, it's a little like a mid-major in basketball. You get a mid-major stud in basketball, you're not going to have him for very long.
Well, that's the thing, though.
And
Kenny doesn't want to be a mid-major. Kenny wants to be the school that is taking those guys from other schools.
Right, and that's why we sit where we are today. Kenny Dillingham wants the support from the administration when it comes to NIL and his own coaching staff and his program, where he doesn't have to be the school that gets picked on or picked over by the bigger schools. We want this guy. We want that guy. We want your left tackle. We want your wide receiver. I mean, I think what Pete Thamel's saying, there's a lot of Sam Levitts, maybe not a lot of Sam Levitts, but there's a lot of examples where you can find a quarterback who was a four-star recruit who's maybe languishing on somebody's bench because somebody in front of him is better. You can find that guy and you can bring him to your program and you can develop him and you can win games. But then if you do that, you're going to see a Miami or an LSU come in and offer Sam Levitt $4 to $5, $6 million to play for one season with incentives.
But again, we don't know if that is the reason. If that's the reason, it makes sense. If it's that plus something else, I would love to know what the something else is in this equation.
I would say if it's something else or something else is contributing to that, I think Sam Levitt is very conscious of his brand. And I think he also wants to win at a high level. And I think Sam Levitt wants to quarterback a team in the college football playoff and win a national championship.
Like he did last year?
He had that opportunity to do that last year.
Yeah.
I guarantee you he looks at next year's roster and says, that roster's not as good as the one that went to the playoffs last year. There's no Tyson. There's no Scadaboo. And you go up and down the list.
But but how does he know if nobody else knows? The 2024 roster wasn't supposed to be that good.
He doesn't know,
either.
but it's what he thinks, and it's what his expansive camp thinks.
True.
But I got a better chance to win a national championship at LSU or Miami or one of these places next year to build my brand and help me in the NFL than I would at Arizona State. I'm not saying I agree with him. Arizona State could be in the playoffs next year. Miami could be back at home. But this is what he's thinking.
Yeah.
If it's not just a financial play.
Well, let's just say after last year, Sam Levitt got the itch and he went somewhere else. Let's say he went to LSU. And LSU did exactly the same, and Sam Levitt had the exact same numbers and performance that he had with the injuries mixed in. Is he a first-round quarterback? No. A lot of it comes down to performance, too. He wasn't as good this year as he was last year. That's just a simple fact.
And I firmly believe you could be a quarterback at ASU with an 8-4 record and have the same draft status as if you were the LSU quarterback at 12-1 playing in the college football playoff. But from a brand standpoint and from a personal satisfaction as you chase a national championship, I guarantee you he has people in his ears saying, you can't do that here next year. Go try to do it there. And, oh, by the way, we'll also make ourselves $5 million.
Yeah. Bottom line is college football and college athletics basically is daring you as a fan and a consumer to stay interested, to stay emotionally involved. Unless you're one of the blue blood programs, it's just going to swoop in and take everybody. From a coaching standpoint and from a player standpoint.
It's very difficult.
There's a decision that people have to make.
In a way, NIL has even the playing field, and that's why you don't see Alabama and Georgia and Ohio State solely dominating the sport as you did.
Mm-hmm. I mean, Indiana, Texas Tech, Texas A&M, different schools are there.
Different schools are there, yeah. So in many ways, it's been good for parity, but at the same point, now you have the poachability of your good players and your good coaches. And it's easy to do that now because you don't have to sit out a year if you transfer.
Yep. Coming up next, Sammy's going to take us through the big stories on this Thursday morning in the reboot. Tim Ring in for Bick today here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
Rebound to Booker. Outlet pass Gillespie. He's got a 2-on-1 with Mark Williams. Goes around the back for a jam time. What a throwdown for Mark Williams off the no-look pass from Colin Gillespie.
Suns Warriors tonight. Pre-game at 6, 7 o'clock tip on the home of Phoenix Suns basketball. Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and you know I'm a big fan of Sonic and their all-star selection of burgers, and now they have just added an MVP to their lineup. Introducing the all-new Pretzel Bacon Sonic Smasher, 2 hand-smashed Angus beef patties, crispy bacon, pub sauce, plus a buttery soft pretzel bun. It is the ideal burger for armchair quarterbacks everywhere. And remember, at Sonic, you get a great experience you will not find anywhere else. You'll also get a diverse menu that will appeal to everyone in your crew. And I'm talking about iconic classics like tater tots, onion rings, cherry limeades, tons of new favorites like mozzarella sticks, groovy fries, soft pretzel twists, and their drink menu is legendary, featuring tens of thousands of different combinations. And here's a pro tip: order ahead with the Sonic app. You will score exclusive rewards like half-price drinks and slushes. Live free, eat Sonic.
So Pure Talk just had their best year ever and asked me if I'd like to thank their customers on their behalf for being so awesome. I said sure. It's important to say thanks, especially this time of year, which is why, as one of their many satisfied customers, I should probably thank Pure Talk first for keeping their customer service in this country and for providing hundreds of American jobs. I appreciate that. I also appreciate their Roundup program, which makes it easy to support America's Warrior Partnership and join the fight against veteran suicide. And I love that Pure Talk donated 1,000 hand-sewn Made in America flags to veterans around Independence Day. And of course, I really appreciate their generous support of my own foundation, MicroWorks, and their commitment to help us train the next generation of skilled workers. Having said all that, it's now my pleasure, on behalf of everyone at Pure Talk, to thank you sincerely for choosing to do business with an American wireless company that actually stands for something. And one more thing. Merry Christmas.
The end of the year is upon us, and that means you need a strong finish. Well, good news. The year-end sales event is on at Tim Hovick Santan Ford, and the zeros are back. 0% APR for 60 months, 0 payments for 90 days, and 0 down payment on select models. Finish the year strong, my friends. Get off to an amazing start in 2026. The key is a new Ford from the one and only Tim Hovick Santan Ford in Gilbert. Go to the Santan 202 freeway at Val Vista Drive in Gilbert, or go to santanford.com.
Hi, I'm Andy, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. As a product development manager, I make sure every piece of fine jewelry at Shane Company is meticulously designed for quality. From 14-karat gold chains, pearl necklaces, diamond studs, and of course, dream engagement rings. We know you can get your holiday gifts anywhere these days, but knowing your loved one's gift was crafted by master jewelers? It's a difference everyone can see and feel, no matter the price. All of our fine jewelry begins with a vision by our in-house designers. Then, we ensure each piece meets our high-quality standards every step of the way, including the smallest details. It's why our jewelry comes with our all-inclusive, free lifetime warranty that covers everything and doesn't cost a dime. At Shane Company, there's no shortcuts, just craftsmanship. Because a friend wants your fine jewelry to be nothing short of perfect. Come see for yourself. Visit us in-store or at shaneco.com. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Mike Rowe here with a name everyone should know, Groundworks. The foundation and crawl space repair experts are coming soon to Phoenix. So if you've got a musty crawl space or cracks in your walls, these are the guys to call. And right now, Groundworks is hiring for all positions. If you're looking for a career, Groundworks is the place to do it. You can go from installer to foreman in under a year and become an owner of the company you work for. Apply now at groundworks.com/careers.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Tonight, the Phoenix Suns are back on the hardwood as Steph Curry, Draymond Green, and the Golden State Warriors come to Phoenix for the first of 2 straight against the Suns. The Warriors are currently the 8th seed in the West, the Suns the 7. So 2 big games coming up for Devin Booker and the Suns. Tip-off will be tonight at 7 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. If the Arizona Diamondbacks were to pull off another offseason surprise and add Alex Bregman, what would this team look like? Find out at arizonasports.com. And as the Cardinals continue to prep for Atlanta on Sunday, they'll have to do it without Paris Johnson Jr. and Jalen Thompson, who will both miss Sunday's game due to injuries, but wide receiver Marvin Harrison Jr. did practice on Wednesday after missing the last 2 games with a heel injury. This report is brought to you by America Roofing. Why should you choose America Roofing? It's Arizona's largest roofer, an A+ with the BBB, and winner of the 2025 Roofing Contractor of the Year. Save 12% at AmericaRoofingCo.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bentley and Mulatto Mornings. Rush Hour Reboot. Rush Hour Reboot. Getting you up to speed on everything happening in sports this morning. Brought to you by Brooklyn Bedding. For the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Bedding.
Sammy's got the big stories on this Thursday, presented in the Rush Hour Reboot. Sammy, the floor is yours.
Yes, good morning. As always, want to give a shout out to those watching on YouTube every single morning. Got just over 190 right now. We can get that number up to over 200 by the Rush Hour Reboot's end. But
right.
Yeah.
At the end of this segment, I expect it to be over 200.
We'll monitor it.
You want me to stand up, show a little leg?
They said over 200.
Oh, sorry. I misunderstood.
I do want to start with the Arizona Cardinals, though. So Marvin Harrison Jr. practiced yesterday. He was limited, though. If Marvin does play Sunday, will we see the same dip in Michael Wilson's production we saw last time Marvin Harrison Jr.
Well, let's rewind a little bit. What does limited participation in a walkthrough mean?
What does? That's a great question.
You're not doing a whole lot there.
Maybe watching.
But if he plays...
Crawling.
I would assume yes.
Is that...
I mean, just the logic tells you got more receivers to throw
Sure.
to. Everybody's going to get a little thinner slice of the pie. But it was pretty eye-popping the first time we saw it. So I would lean towards yes.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay, and I just want to go, we might need this on. You would not trade Kyler Murray for Tua, correct?
I would not.
No. Why would you want to be saddled with that contract?
Kyler Murray is better than Tua.
And let's face it, I still think so. But look, Tua Tagovailoa was flat out benched.
Yeah.
Kyler Murray's hurt.
That he is. Okay. Does
he would be this if he could? He's working on it, but he just couldn't
trying to get
back in time.
on the field.
Just real quick on that, Tua maybe is a little bit more of the type of quarterback that would fit this offense than Kyler, I guess. Tua is closer to Jacoby Brissett than Kyler is in that sense, but
yeah, I guess he's a little more of a classic drop-back quarterback.
But why would you?
Doesn't run like Kyler.
That's considering, is Jacoby Brissett the ultimate quarterback for the Drew Petzing offense? Because if that's the case, then we got bigger issues.
I'd agree. Okay, does an enter Alex Bregman and whatever the Diamondbacks would get in a Cattell trade and exit Marte this offseason set them up better for success in 2026?
Well, it depends on what they got in return for Cattell Marte. I mean, when Marte's on his game, he's one of the best players in baseball.
Yeah, that he is.
Tough to think that there would be addition by subtraction in that regard.
Yeah.
Bregman's a great player too, though.
And
although
Bregman at the top of his game is upper echelon as well. I don't think anybody would say he's the best at his position as freely as people would admit that for Cattell Marte.
Sure.
Really good player. But again, with the unknown, with it just being whatever the return is without knowing the exact, I think it's hard to answer.
Okay, fair. If ASU figures it out and they're able to keep Kenny Dillingham for the foreseeable future, do you trust him to revamp this roster and compete at a high level next year, given the players they're losing?
I absolutely do.
Okay.
And I think that's part of the difficulty in this whole unsure situation with Kenny Dillingham for Arizona State fans is ASU fans haven't felt this way about a coach in terms of confidence in a really, really long time.
I trust Kenny Dillingham to get the most out of the roster that he has. I trust his evaluation of players. I trust his development of players. I do get a little concerned about, do they have the finances to buy him a capable roster when it comes to just natural ability and talent. And to be honest, I think that's Kenny's concern as well going forward here at ASU, because it's getting more and more expensive every year.
Every single
to get the horses.
That it is.
It just is.
Are you surprised, by the way, since the news came out yesterday, The Keith Abney news does not surprise me that he's going pro. Are you surprised a little bit by Raleek Brown going pro?
Yeah, probably. But again, I mean, the running back position, and I know you've heard this before, right? I mean, start the clock. Start the clock. You only have so many hits in you.
Yeah.
Try to get to that second contract. Start getting paid for the abuse your body takes, because a lot of times in the NFL, even if you're a good running back, by the time you hit 30, I mean, it's pretty much
running backs though
downhill.
don't necessarily get drafted that high anymore though either.
No, but you're getting paid though, and you're a year closer to that second contract. Like I understand why running backs will tend to leave if it's one way or the other.
Well, that's the thing though. The funny thing about the modern state of college football is like, okay, you have a limited miles on your tires, but you could do that by transferring to another school and getting paid that way, rather than risking it and getting drafted in the 4th or 5th round.
You could get more playing running back at Georgia than you could being drafted in the fifth round of the National Football League. That is true.
Potentially.
But did he have those kind of options, Raleek Brown?
Right.
Did he have those kind of big offers?
All right, so the Suns' next 8 games, 2 of them are against teams with above 500 records. How important is finding wins these next 8 games heading into the new year, hopefully getting Jalen Green back after it?
I think it's really important because that seems to be the timetable for Jalen Green's return. Hopefully everybody else, knock on wood, stays healthy at that point. But I think this being a 5-3 stretch or better for the Suns is really, really important.
I would love 6-2.
Yeah.
If the Suns are going to get to where we think they can go, let's just call it between 40 and 45 wins. This 8-game stretch to me is more critical than the ridiculously tough stretch they just played, because those ones you kind of say, well, yeah, hey, listen, that's who the Suns are right now, but it was great to get a win at LA. It was great to get a win at Minnesota. We understand the other losses. These 8 games, 2 against the Warriors, Lakers at home, 2 at the Pelicans, the Wizards, the Cavs, and the Kings. Like, those are the ones, if you want to get to where you think you can go, you got to stack some wins together here. You don't have to go 8-0, but Vinny says 5-3. I say 6-2, and then it gets tough again.
Yep. And only 1 back-to-back in that 8-game stretch as well. Something to know. Okay, lastly, real quick, bowl or no bowl?
Okay.
Which one's the bowl? The Goya Foods 16 Bean Raton Bowl, or the Bush's Boca Ratine Bowl of Beans?
I think the real one is the first one.
Right.
I think the first. I don't know what to say. I think it's the first one.
Incorrect.
We're all wrong.
The Bush's Boca Raton Bowl of Beans is the correct answer.
Who's playing in that?
Oh man.
Sorry
I'll
if you don't have it.
up.
I'll look it up.
Instead of replays, they say, roll that beautiful bean footage.
Okay, the
It's
second
bean
one.
night at the bowl.
It is. The second one, real quick. Which is the bowl game? The Bad Boy Mowers Pinstripe Bowl, or the Sun Dolphin Swim Pinstripe Bowl?
It's absolutely the Bad Boy Mowers Pinstripe Bowl.
Okay,
Yeah?
yeah, it is.
All right.
I was trying to find another one that was just absurd.
My favorite thing about bowl games is they all have these sponsors, right? You would think that the idea of a sponsor is, watching the game, you hear about the sponsor. Oh, maybe I'll buy that product. I used to like it when they used to have like the Bell Helicopter Bowl.
Yeah.
Like you're watching it and you're like, boy, I could really use a helicopter.
I'm in the market for a helicopter,
Right.
and Bell seems to be a really good company.
And by the way, the Bush's Boca Raton Bowl of Beans, Louisville and Toledo. Classic. Goodness.
I remember when Sunkist took over the Fiesta Bowl, and it was like, how could they sell out like that? I'm not calling it the Sunkist Fiesta Bowl.
I think that was the first sponsorship of a bowl game.
Before Tostitos, I think it was
Tostitos was the long time one there.
But I think Sunkist Fiesta Bowl was the first time we saw that.
Yes.
And it was the perception was it was unbelievably tacky.
It was also
at the time.
IBM OS2 Fiesta Bowl for a while. Do you remember
How about
that?
the Bullfrog?
How about
I remember that.
Battle
The
Frog.
Bullfrog one was
the Battle Frog Fiesta Bowl. That was 1 year.
The IBM, the IBS Bowl of Beans Bowl.
The IBS Beans
Much
Bowl.
different company there, Jared.
Thanks for playing bowl or no bowl.
Thanks for presenting it. We're all rebooted on this Thursday. Coming up next, huge game in the NFC West tonight. And the Rams star receiver may have just put a target on their back. We'll tell you more about it next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings with Tim Ring in here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Win tickets to the Verbo Fiesta Bowl from Arizona Sports. This show's keyword is
Alabama. Alabama.
Text the word Alabama to 620-620 right now.
Alabama.
Text Alabama to 620-620 for your chance to win tickets to the Verbo Fiesta Bowl. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for Trajan Wealth, and when you imagine retirement, when you envision your golden years, what do you see? I bet all of us have different goals, and different goals require their own unique plan for the future, and that's where the fiduciaries at Trajan Wealth can help you get across the goal line. They understand there's more to retirement than simply calculating your expenses to maintain your lifestyle. They understand the importance of tactical investments and tailored insights that are in line with your risk tolerance. When I met with Trajan Wealth, I was super impressed at their approach. No pressure, no confusing jargon, just straight talk. And at Trajan Wealth, it all begins with relationships. I'm talking about customized strategies, personalized plans based on your needs and desires. At Trajan Wealth, your future is their priority. Call Trajan Wealth today, 480-360-7900. Find them online at TrajanWealth.com. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, SEC registered investment advisor, client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Are you looking to hire? ZipRecruiter finds the best candidate for your job fast. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Freeway Chevrolet. The year is almost over, but you can still unwrap huge savings at Freeway Chevrolet. Right now, get up to $11,000 off new 2025 Silverado 1500 crew cabs. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Up to $11,000 off select new 2025 Silverado 1500 crew cab models from dealer inventory. Excludes Trailbox. Not available with special financing, lease, and some other offers. Restrictions apply. Take new retail delivery by January 2nd, 2026.
It's Wolf. I've been telling you about how great Aria Dental Implant Center is, but don't take it from me. Listen to Michael, a recent Aria patient.
I had partials, and I was dealing with those for the last, 12 years or so, 15 years. And it just got to the point where I just got tired of it, and it just was, I needed to do something. I didn't know what I needed to do. And so I came into Dr. Joe and had the consultation.
My name is Dr. Joe Marinfar, and I have a practice in Phoenix where we focus on the all-on-4 process.
Everything was, from start to finish, was phenomenal, and it really amazed me. Don't hesitate. Don't hesitate. This is the last set of teeth, I guess you could say, you're going to have, and so you're done.
Aria Dental Implant Center helps patients regain their quality of life while saving them thousands of dollars. Go see my friend Dr. Joe today. Their website is ariadentalimplantcenter.com, and tell them Wolf sent you.
The year-end sales event is on at Sanderson Ford. Now get invoice-only pricing plus 0% financing for 60 months and 0 payments for 90 days. Plus an additional $1,000 in year-end bonus cash on new 2025 Escapes, Explorers, Transits, F-150s, and select Super Duties. Choose from 40 new Escapes, 70 new Explorers, 54 Transits, 150 F-150 trucks, and over 250 Super Duty trucks. On the lot and readily available. Get invoice-only pricing, 0% financing, and no payments for 90 days with no hassle, no pressure, and no nonsense. From your Operation Santa Claus dealership, Sanderson Ford. 0% for 60 months and 0 payments for 90 days. OEC from Ford Credit. Offers plus tax, title, license, and $4.99 doc fee. Offers apply to select regular and super cab Super Duties. Offers expire January 5th, 2026.
Where Arizona's pride, Sanderson Ford.
Enter to be the next Arizona sports fan of the game, presented by Redbird Farms Chicken. Win tickets to a Cardinals home game, be featured on the Jumbotron, and receive a $100 grocery gift card. Text Redbird to 620-620 to enter to win today.
Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, it's Wolf. How can we fix college football? We'll ask 15-year NFL veteran and former Cal Bear Lorenzo Alexander at 11 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Yeah, it's important for Seattle, no doubt about that, to get revenge and to show people that their quarterback can win these kind of games. But if you're the Rams, you really have a chance to seal things up where you can rest your guys, because everything in the NFC is going to have to come to you. You don't have to go to it like last year. You had to go to Philadelphia and play in the snow globe game that you lost by 5 points against the Philadelphia Eagles.
That's Freddie Coleman of ESPN Radio. Big game for the Rams tonight. Big game for the Seattle Seahawks. Might be. I mean, it's hard to say in Week 16, Tim, but it might be the NFC West championship game for the division.
Might be the NFC champions.
It might be that too.
Certainly the number one seed. Yeah.
These two teams met in Los Angeles in Week 11, a game the Rams won 21-19. Since then, the Rams have gone 3-1. They beat Tampa Bay handily. They lost on the road at Carolina, and then the last 2 weeks, and this might be them just really getting ready for this stretch run, against both the Cardinals and Detroit, over 500 yards of offense and 40 points or more in each of those games. Seattle's defense, way better equipped to deal with the Rams' offense than the Cardinals or Lions are, but those are still pretty eye-popping numbers.
Certainly, you look at the game and you say Rams offense versus Seahawks defense. Now, the Rams, it looks like they may be without Devontae Adams tonight. Mm-hmm. That is no small loss. He's leading the NFL in touchdown catches, but obviously they're capable with the running attack of Kyron Williams and Blake Corum, and, you know, they can, and Matthew Stafford might win the MVP. Probably the front runner there. Seattle's defense, though, as you mentioned, Vinny, top 5 in the league in terms of total defense, number 2 scoring defense behind the Houston Texans. The Rams won that game back on November 16th, as you mentioned, by 2, 21-19. Seahawks turned the ball over 4 times in that game, and still only lost by a couple of points.
Seattle outgained them in that game, 414 to 249. One of the lowest yardage totals, in fact, the second lowest yardage total for the Rams all season long. You mentioned Devontae Adams not being available, possibly. The Rams still do have Puka Nacua, and as the Cardinals secondary can tell you, it's not fun trying to guard Puka Nacua. But did he put a target on his team's back, in a way? He was recently on a podcast, the Aiden Ross podcast. And here was Puka Nacua speaking freely about NFL officials.
You think the refs speak bull sometimes? Oh, 100%. I'm like, they had a... Yes, the refs are the worst. Because they're just, some of the rules aren't, and like, these guys want to be, these guys are lawyers, and like, they want to be on TV too, bro. Like, the game, you don't think he's texting his friends in the group chat, like, yo, you guys just saw me Sunday Night Football? Like, that was no way. Like, that wasn't PI, like, but I called it. I was like, seriously, they do that? I mean, these guys are normal human beings too, bro.
In case you couldn't exactly hear what he was saying, he was saying referees want to be on TV.
Yeah, these guys want to be, these guys are lawyers. They want to be on TV too. You don't think he's texting his friends in the group chat like, yo, you guys just saw me on Sunday Night Football. That wasn't PI, but I called it. I've got my beefs with officiating, as people who listen to this show know. That's just a stupid take.
It's dumb.
Crazy statement.
First of all, it's stupid on a couple of levels. The obvious one, no, they're not doing that.
No.
And by the way, why are you, the fact you're a lawyer make you want to be on TV more than anybody else? That's stupid. The other thing is,
I think it was saying like they're just normal people that have like regular jobs, so this is like a big deal for them to be on TV.
Yeah, because I know people who seek fame. What are the avenues to fame? I know what. I'm going to be a back judge in the NFL. Well, those guys are always famous.
Again, not that the officials at times don't get on camera as they discuss things or whatever, but really the only guy who really gets face and voice time is the head official. He's not the one that's always throwing the flags. So you're right, Vinny. Just because you're a back judge and you call DPI, and in Puka's mind, even if it's not DPI, you're not going to get, the guy who throws the flag isn't going to get the TV time. The head official is. But the rest of the crew are the guys throwing the flags more times than not.
Yeah.
I feel like Puka.
Come on, Puka.
I think he's just a dumb person. Really?
I was going to be more diplomatic and
about
say
it.
he's not the sharpest knife in the drawer.
I think he's dumb and got baited into playing along with that question and just, going down that road. It's not like he's like one of the most penalized players or anything that, feels like they have a grudge against or something.
You're 11-3. You've put up 40 or more in the last 2 games and over 1,000 yards of total offense.
And he's incredible, Puka Nacua.
Stop blaming the officials.
He has carried me to 2 semifinals. I have him on both the teams that I'm in my fantasy league. So please don't get suspended, Puka. That's just what I need.
You think they'd suspend him for that?
No, I don't know. Well, I don't know. But
he might get fined.
He may get fined.
Yeah.
He was on this live stream of this guy.
Yeah, not a podcast, a live stream. Sorry.
And apparently Puka originally wanted to do that live stream at the Rams facility. And he brought the guys there, and Sean McVay said no. He said, "What are you doing? We have a huge game coming up here."
Yeah, like we said, Puka's not the sharpest tool in the shed. Davante Adams did an interview recently where he wasn't derogatory towards Puka Nacua and said he's a total character, he's a complete individual. I can't find the actual term that he used.
Did he call him a knucklehead?
But it was something like he's the simplest human being I've ever met in my life. Something to that effect, and then went on about all the great things about Puka Nacua. The guy is an unbelievable talent. That game in Seattle tonight, and if Davante Adams doesn't go, that might sway things. And, do you have enough trust in Sam Darnold after he was terrible in the first game in terms of turnovers with the Rams, like you mentioned, Tim? Who do you like in this game? I mean, the Rams are rolling right now, but if you take Adams out of that mix, how does it affect
Adams out of the mix, I don't expect the Seahawks to turn it over 4 times. Do you trust Sam Darnold in a big game like this, or do you trust Matt Stafford? I think
I certainly trust Stafford
more. But it doesn't mean Sam Darnold's not capable of winning a game like this. How many wins does Sam Darnold have in the last 2 years, for crying out loud?
The most in the NFL.
Yeah.
Okay. So some of those games
were big games.
Yeah.
I'm glad it's a treat for Thursday Night Football. A lot of times it's Thursday Night Football watch out of obligation. This is a great football game.
Al Michaels may even be excited to be there tonight.
Somebody wake up Al.
How about last week with Al Michaels? A game-winning kick. I'm listening. I'm like, wait, is this the third quarter as the time went out?
That was the Tampa-Atlanta game?
Yeah. And the kick is through, and
the guy is 90 years old.
He just kicked a game-winning field goal. Can we reflect the moment in our play-by-play broadcast? I'm like, listen, I checked the lower third. I'm like, wait, is it the third quarter?
All right, come on.
Sure it was the end of the game.
It was the Falcons winning a game. It wasn't the miracle on ice here for Al. Let's
Do you believe in field goals?
Yes.
Yes.
He's 81.
Come on,
you can't give it all every time.
Cue it up. We'll play it later. I'm telling you, it was ridiculous. The lack of energy and enthusiasm and, the actual words to meet the moment of a game-winning kick in the National Football League.
Let's be glad that Al Michaels won't be doing Cardinals-Falcons in Week 16. But there will be a game on Sunday. We'll get into some more storylines on Cardinals-Falcons next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings. Tim Ring in for Bick here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
High school athletes speak about their game, their preparation, competition, and sportsmanship. Every Saturday morning on The Kevin McCabe Show. Presented by Brooklyn Betting. Don't miss interviews with players from your favorite local teams when the Dean of High School Sports in Arizona hosts The Kevin McCabe Show. Saturday mornings at 9 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and you should have high standards when buying a new car. You should want a great brand, a great experience, a great price, and a car you cannot wait to drive. My friends at Chapman BMW will check every one of those boxes for you. Chapman BMW, the premier destination for luxury and performance. This family-run business for 58 years. Chapman BMW, different in the very best of ways. They've got employees who've worked at their stores for 30 in 40 years, which is unheard of in the industry, and proof that the Chapman family cares as much about their people as they do their clients. And at Chapman BMW, you have a friend in the business. His name is Shane O'Hanrahan. He's the GM of both locations. He's a great dude. He ensures that every one of our listeners will get the best price possible. You can always shop online at ChapmanBMW.com. That's Chapman BMW. 2 great locations, 1 great experience.
Ready to order?
Yes. We're earning unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver Card. So let's just get one of everything.
Everything?
Fire everything. The Capital One Saver Card is at table 27, and they're earning unlimited 3% cash back.
Yes, Chef! This is so nice.
Had a feeling you'd want 3% cash back on dessert.
Ooh, tiramisu.
Earn unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver Card. Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
With Progressive, it's easy to reach customer service with our app, website, chat, or by phone. Because when getting help is hard, it's not help at all.
Little help. A little help over here.
Thank you for calling Bench Press Assistance.
What?
Due to excessive gym volume, all available spotters are currently lifting heavy weights off the chests of other bench pressers.
Seriously?
Please continue to hold, and we will remove the barbell from your chest in the order in which your cry for help was received.
Getting assistance should be easy. With Progressive, it is. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
The holidays aren't just about giving gifts. They're about giving memories.
I'm Diamond Dave, and nothing creates a memory like a sparkle of a diamond.
My dad, Diamond Dave, has helped families find the kind of gift that takes her breath away.
And the truth is, this isn't about just one holiday. This is about every holiday, every anniversary, every moment she looks at that diamond and remembers how she felt the first time.
That's why now is the time to do it. Whether it's a custom piece designed just for her or something perfect and ready today, you'll find it here.
Don't wait until the last minute. Come in, call, or DM me, Diamond Dave at Desert Wholesale Diamond, and let's make this season unforgettable.
From our family to yours, happy holidays.
Call Diamond Dave at 480-397-2450. That's 480-397-2450. Or follow him on Instagram at Diamond Dave Cantor. That's at Diamond Dave Kantor.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $200-$300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code POWER to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code POWER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code POWER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Phoenix Suns are in action tonight in downtown Phoenix against Steph Curry and the Golden State Warriors, but they may be without Grayson Allen tonight as he is questionable due to knee soreness. Tip-off from downtown Phoenix will be at 7 right here on Arizona Sports, 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. With Sunday's game against the Atlanta Falcons being the Cardinals' final home game of the season, Trey McBride was asked how important it is to find a win.
More importantly, I think the fans deserve it. We need to show out and give them everything we have this week and get a win at home.
2 more Sun Devils declared for the NFL Draft yesterday. Keith Abney II and running back Raleek Brown have plans to enter the 2026 draft this April. And Bobby Hurley and ASU were unable to claw out of the early hole they dug themselves in a 90-77 loss to UCLA on the road last night. And that's what's trending now.
Hey, everybody, it's Dave Burns here. So how can the Phoenix Suns bounce back tonight against the struggling Golden State Warriors? We'll talk about it at 2 o'clock on the Burns and Gambo Show on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
I always like to anticipate who the look-ahead promo is going to be from. I guessed Wolf that time.
Hey, it's Wolf.
But
Hey,
it's
Wolf. I'll kind of guess by the music that's being played. Like, okay.
You think the music is the tell?
It can be at times.
I would equate this more to Wolf than Burnsy, certainly.
Yeah, this is a Wolf. This is a Wolf intro.
Yeah.
I need to play more of your kind of music now that Dan's not here. I don't need the crunchy guitars. I can play more new wave stuff.
Yeah.
All right, from now on.
I don't know what that song was, but that was a good bumper.
Pretty good.
Yeah.
Highly Suspect is the name of the band.
Okay.
I found that Al Michaels clip over the break.
I have it queued up,
You had
ready to go, too.
Go for it.
You guys tell me. Tell me I'm wrong.
I just listened to it.
Tim brought this up about this is the game-winning field goal from Zane Gonzalez last week as the Falcons beat the Buccaneers on Thursday Night Football.
An amazing comeback. It was an amazing comeback, so go ahead.
Fantastic. We've seen it all night long.
Four seconds left.
Look. Gonzalez. Bradley Pinion to hold it. And the kick is just inside the left upright. And there's a little celebrating going on in Charlotte, North Carolina right now.
All right, let's break this down.
I mean, man.
What do you want him to do?
I know.
He's an impartial announcer. There was a little inflection in the voice. Tim's looking at me like, "Come on, Vin."
It was complete, almost disinterest at the time. It was worth it. It was worse in the moment hearing it live. I still think it's bad there as we play it a week later. There was nothing to reflect the moment and the comeback and the guy making a game-winning field goal to win a game against a team that was in the playoff race. It still is in the playoff race. It was a big moment. And he's like, and there's a little celebrating going on in Charlotte.
He had a little bit more life in his voice than that. Put this up as a poll question.
Put it up as a poll question. Actually, you know what? Listen, Twitter search Al Michaels and see how many people agree with me on that call.
Well, nobody's going to say, hey, Al Michaels, with the requisite amount of emotion for that call, just out of the clear blue. That's a failed experiment.
No,
right
but
there.
Come on, though.
He's a legend. I'm not going to pick on him. Cardinals will get a crack at those Falcons. Al Michaels, again, will not be on the call. Jonathan Gannon, the head coach of the Cardinals, had an interesting press availability yesterday. We already talked about his thoughts on tackling and why teams struggle tackling, talked about not practicing, but he also reflected on what he's learned as a head coach this season.
Yeah, I think you learn your first year in, no matter what role you're in. You know, it takes the collective to do their job at a really high level. Everybody involved, you know, no matter what your role is, you know, all the different roles in that building, you need everyone to pull their weight, you know, and it really is about the team. It really is. And that's what I would say. Like the good teams, everyone's doing a really good job. The bad teams, we're not doing so good. You know what I mean? And you got to, you know, improve on a daily basis, stick to your process, double down, and get better.
So reflecting on that as well, you know, the teams that have good records, I mean, it's all elementary stuff right now. This season is worn on Jonathan Gannon. I will say that. I know that as a fact. But he remains consistent in how he deals with the media, how he answers questions. Might frustrate some people. But I want to go back to something that we may have learned yesterday on the show in our visit with Mark Schlereth. And Mark did the Fox call for the Cardinals-Texans game in Houston last week, and that's the first time he's had the Cardinals all year. But he referenced, we didn't ask him about it, he referenced a conversation that he had with Michael Bidwill before the game. And I always talk about this, too, how broadcasters for the national networks in their production meetings. They get good stuff from these teams. The teams and the individuals are willing to play ball with storylines and stuff that maybe hasn't come out in the local media during the week. And he didn't say this directly, but what he said about, hey, had a conversation with some Cardinals people, including the owner, and then later on said, I believe that Jonathan Gannon will be back for another year for the head coach as the head coach of the Arizona Cardinals.
You think there's a direct link?
You think? I mean,
I don't know.
I don't know either.
It's fair to at least consider that.
But I do know that national types, especially on game broadcasts, they're not sticking their neck out with no reason to stick their neck out. You know what I'm saying?
So, meeting with an owner is not normal for the broadcast crew, right?
No, and I don't think that was part of the production meeting. I think that was a pregame on the field.
I think that was a pregame
probably
on the thing. So Mark Schlereth not only had the production meeting, which is usually done at the team hotel.
Yeah.
As the team arrives, they all meet in a conference room and they meet for whatever, a half hour. And, every team is different, whatever. But with that's the normal protocol, right? So you're right. You sit down with the coaches and they kind of give you some information that can help you in the broadcast, and it's understood. You don't run to Twitter and put it out there. Broadcasters don't do that if they want to keep their jobs. But Mark Schlereth actually had the opportunity to speak with Mike Bidwell. And, in fact, I followed up with, I go, did he say anything about where he's leaning towards this season and next season in terms of, the job that he feels his coaching staff has done? And, Mark said point blank, no, it was more just about the injuries and yada, yada, yada. But as you said later in the interview with us, Lara said, hey, I believe Jonathan Gannon's going to be back next year. So is there a correlation there? Can we connect the dots that Mike Bidwell gave him a heads up? That's certainly possible.
Mm-hmm.
Benjamin Allwright has been covering this league for a long time and has a lot of good sources. He's been adamant, even reporting out of Denver, that Jonathan Gannon will be back next year, regardless of how this season finishes.
Well, even if he didn't say, he's going to be back, by continuously talking about the injuries and how many injuries, almost building that excuse sort of pushes it in that direction, right?
I mean, you could certainly make a case for that. Here was more from Jonathan Gannon yesterday. In this tough stretch, losers of 10 of their last 11 games, how the guys on his team are feeling.
Awesome. Ready to go, man. They're ready to go. Sun's up. They're smiling. They're excited about playing a football game. But you gotta go through the week of prep, and they're excited to play at home.
Yeah, and it'll be the last home game of the year. We played the sound earlier of Trey McBride saying it's important for the fans. And you kind of painted a picture of some of the comments and attitude you get from Cardinals fans in your role as the post-game radio host. Yeah. This one has the makings of all-time apathy, really. And I'm not encouraging anybody to do anything, but when you read the tea leaves, you got a team in the Falcons that's not going to the playoffs. They don't have a national fan base. I don't think Falcons fans are traveling this week to go watch the Falcons play in Arizona. Cardinals fans, a lot of them have thrown their hands up right now. You mentioned the lack of atmosphere in that stadium for a good portion of this season.
Yeah, I get that from the fans that are leaving the game.
Yes, absolutely.
I give them that voice on the post-game show, and they take it from there.
Yeah.
I mean, and a lot of these guys have been season ticket holders, but people have been season ticket holders for 20-plus years, some even longer. And they said they will say, again, is every single person at the game calling the post-game radio show? No, but is it a sample size that potentially can reflect the overwhelming feeling of the fan base? Yeah, I think so, absolutely.
And right after the game, too, there's emotions involved. I'm not doing this anymore.
Well, I hear that an awful lot.
Yes.
I'm done, I'm out. I'm like, yeah, okay.
But the last home game I was a fan at. I went as a fan, took my son to the game against the Rams, and even with a good team, a Super Bowl contender in town that had a lot of their own fans there, it wasn't exactly an electric atmosphere. Now, the game had something to do with that, too.
I would guess there will be a lot of empty seats there on Sunday for a game of this nature.
I think you are correct.
You know, I mean, it's also the old saying goes, you can't fight Santa Claus sometimes when it comes to attendance.
That too.
Usually that's reserved for college basketball, but I think when your football team is 3-11, it can be a football thing as well.
Unless you're Eagles fans who've literally tried to fight Santa Claus.
History is about to be made in the desert for the first time ever. New Mexico and Minnesota tangling in the 2025 Rate Bowl. It's Friday, December 26th at Chase Field. You can be a part of the action. Just text the word bowl to 620-620 right now. That's bowl, B-O-W-L, to 620-620 for your chance to win tickets and field passes. Coming up next, the Suns coming off a rough stretch and a long break. So can they get back on track with an upcoming series of winnable games that starts tonight? We'll explore straight ahead. Tim Ring in for Bick today. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Cardinals host the Falcons for Week 16.
Huddle. They got two backs that can do a lot of damage, and honestly, it's a really good scheme.
It's a dynamic group. I think it's really well coached.
Pre-game Sunday morning with your black eye. Kickoff 2:05 Sunday afternoon. The home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hey, it's Vince Murata back to let you know that Earnhardt Ford in Chandler, the best place in the valley to get into a new Ford vehicle, is back again with some amazing holiday deals going on right now during the Ford year-end sales event. That's where General Manager John Nissen and his team, they've announced 000. What does that mean for you? Well, it does mean for a limited time you could take advantage of 0% APR financing for 60 months, 0 down payment, and 0 payments for 90 days. And they've just announced $1,000 Ford bonus cash towards your purchase. And that is on nearly every 2025 model, including America's favorite F-150, the best-selling truck brand in America every year since 1977, and 3-row Explorer SUVs. That's just a sample of the outstanding holiday deals at Earnhardt Ford in Chandler, your locally owned Ford dealer. All offers do require approved credit. See dealer for full details. These offers end January 5th, 2026. And you've got shopping options as well. Check them out in person in Chandler, I-10 and Ray Road, or shop online anytime at EarnhardtFord.com. And that ain't no bull.
So you need last-minute gifts. No judgment. Get an extra 25% off during Kohl's Friends and Family Sale and find great gifts under $20. Like something cozy, something thoughtful, something that says you planned this all along. Yep, you're just one quick trip away from checking off the last gifts on your list. Save now at Kohl's and Kohl's.com. Select styles. Offer ends December 24th. Some exclusions apply. See store or Kohl's.com for details.
Oh, how's that flu, babe? Did you take DayQuil Intense Flu yet?
Nah, I got this. Ugh, okay, I don't got this.
You stay on the couch, and I'll grab the DayQuil.
Undo your flu symptoms with DayQuil Intense Flu. DayQuil Intense Flu provides powerful relief of your flu symptoms.
I'm ready for that to-do list.
Wow, you do got this.
DayQuil Intense Flu. The daytime coughing, aching, fever, under your flu, medicine. Use as directed, keep out of reach of children.
At the Window Depot, builders and contractors don't wait weeks. You get what you need today. Factory direct windows, doors, cabinets, countertops. It's all in stock and ready to go at wholesale prices. Whether you're tackling a remodel or a multifamily project, we've got job site quantities and no membership required. Our windows are proudly manufactured and assembled in Arizona with small business service and big box selection. Order online at thewindowdepot.com or visit a location near you. The Window Depot, more than a window store.
Hi, everybody. It's Dave Burns, and Million Points Mania is back at Global Credit Union. With a Global Credit Card, you have a chance every week to win 50,000 points with a grand prize of 1 million points for one lucky winner. Sign up now and get an introductory APR of just 1.9%. Get your Global Credit Card today. Global Credit Union, your world of financial possibilities. Introductory APR on purchases for 6 months on new accounts open before January 9th, 2026. After the introductory period, a variable APR will apply. Hey, it's Gambo, and Christian Brothers is celebrating 50 years in business right here in Arizona, and they're making $50 worth something again. You can get a $50 AC inspection that includes a complete system performance test, a safety and efficiency review of your compressor, your coils, and your wiring, plus tune-up recommendations to extend the system life and lower your bills. Go to cbrothers.com to book it or call 602-222-3535.
A new diamond era begins. Desert Diamond Casino White Tanks is now open. An atmosphere sparkling with excitement and top names like the legendary Morton's Steakhouse and signature Starbucks coffee. Best of all, this stunning new destination is right at Loop 303 and Northern Parkway. So come and live the diamond life. Desert Diamond Casino.
An enterprise of the Donna Automation.
Hey, it's Luke. What do you expect to see from the Phoenix Suns against another tough test in the Golden State Warriors? We'll get into that at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, and the Arizona Sports app.
Hey, good morning. A shout out, a thank you to our audience in Wickenburg, up in the dub. Wickenburg, we appreciate the support as always.
Yeah, it's good. Obviously, a lot of the guys get their bodies right, really work on some stuff we haven't been as sharp on. It's a practice day. I mean, we had so many days early in the year where it's game, day. Like, now we got a couple days to get right. So hopefully take full advantage of that.
That is Mark Williams at practice on Tuesday for the Phoenix Suns, talking about how the schedule has changed a little bit. It was bam, 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 bam in November. December with the Emirates NBA Cup kind of putting a wrench in the schedule for every team in the league, basically. There's been a lot of off time. This is only the second game in 8 days for the Phoenix Suns. So their last time out on Sunday, tough one against the Lakers, but having a little bit of time to take a breath, to get some practice time in. Jordan Ott talked about that earlier this week, too. We'll see what the results are. But also, how do you get over a game like the LA Lakers game? It's 4 days ago. People are still talking about the end of that game. A lot of people are asking the same question. How did LeBron not get ejected? But beyond that, a game of that magnitude with that intensity, and you come up short after you have the big comeback. How do you deal with that? Here was Mark Williams on if the Lakers game will stick with them.
I mean, some of the calls for sure. It's just, that's a game they just got to get under control. There's guys going to be competing hard, guys that are going to do whatever it takes to win. So I think understanding there's an element of physicality, but at the same time, like having control of the game. I think at times there wasn't control. But the bright side is we play them again. 23rd, so I'm looking forward to that.
Well, that's about the Lakers, but tonight's game, you got to flush that game. As difficult as it may be, and I know Dylan Brooks spent a lot of time talking about that game yesterday with the media because he was asked about it. Fresh slate tonight. You have to move on.
I think the way that game ended and the way that LeBron was handled by the officials is certainly fodder for the fans, certainly fodder for us.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's juicy stuff. If you're Jordan Ott and the Suns, though, you ask yourselves as you hit the practice court and get to the film room, like, what did we do to put ourselves in a position where the officials could help determine the game? And I think if I'm Jordan Ott and I'm those Suns players, I look at a basketball game that really wasn't all that well played until the final 6.5 minutes of the fourth quarter. Mm-hmm. When you stormed back, you were down by 18 with 6:41 to play. But up until that point, that was not a great performance by the Suns. I mean, they could not box out. They went almost a full quarter without scoring. Let me say that again.
Mm-hmm.
They went almost a full quarter without scoring. It was 8 minutes without a point, 10 and
change without a field goal.
10 and change without a basket. I mean, that can't happen. You won't win NBA games, needless to say, when you do that. But I thought some of their cross-court passes were sloppy. We talked about that on Monday.
We have.
Looked a little like the Frank Vogel era in terms of throwing the basketball away, and just their inability to box out and keep the Lakers off the offensive glass. Now, that's the thing about this year's Suns team. And this is what J.J. Redick said after the Suns beat him. Like, you can't that team will outwork you. If you don't come to play, that team's going to I don't think the Suns outworked the Lakers for 3.5 quarters.
They didn't.
In that game. So I'd like to see the Suns tonight on the home court against the Warriors get back to playing that brand of basketball. And then you would like to think the offense and ultimately the win will take care of itself.
Yeah. That's what they kind of have to do, is play really, really hard and harder than the other team. Because earlier, last Sun segment, you were talking about how great Grayson Allen's start to the season has been, how great Dylan Brooks' scoring start to the season has been. These guys kind of having career years. Is it really something you can count on for a full season from all these guys? Probably not. So you need to have that effort game to game to game to game to make the difference. Because you're hoping it's not just catch. Look, some of those games they lost in this stretch were without Devin Booker. It's going to be hard for this team to win a lot of games without Devin Booker. But in general, you hope that the just sort of talent on paper stuff doesn't catch up to them as the season goes on.
And I think that was well established what they needed to do. And if anything, what happened against the Lakers the other night will only kind of bolster that thinking. Hey, I don't think the Suns loafed it by any stretch on Sunday night. I just think they got outworked by a hungrier team that had been made to look bad by the Suns not too long before. Now, the difference in tonight's game is you're going to get increased effort, probably a more cognizant effort on blocking out, but you're also not dealing with the size that you were dealing with on the Lakers, who aren't especially a huge team, but the Warriors might be smaller than the Suns are, believe it or not.
Let's call it the Warriors are one of the smallest teams in the NBA.
Yeah, but guys,
a lot of the same roster construction issues that the Suns have.
If your forwards are going to be Dylan Brooks and Grayson Allen on most nights in terms of a starting lineup,
sure,
you are going to be undersized. You better stick your butt into somebody and try to keep them off the glass.
Totally agree.
Because that was once the Lakers realized the Suns were vulnerable in terms of defensive rebounding, it was chum in the water.
Mm-hmm.
They were crashing with reckless abandon and having great success doing it.
Like we've seen the times they've played Houston this season too, how the size difference can really catch up to the Suns when they play big teams.
Well, again, most teams are going to be bigger than them, and you'll hear it right from their mouths too. It's not about it's kind of like Newt Rockne on tackling. It's about courage and leg drive,
timing, and a fine sense of leg drive. It isn't necessary to see a good tackle; you can hear it.
But the Warriors have one player on the roster that is taller than 6'9", and that's Quentin Post, who offensively is more of a three-point shooter than anything else, despite the last name Post. Jimmy Butler, 6'7", Draymond Green, 6'6", Al Horford's out, Trace Jackson Davis, 6'9", Jonathan Kuminga, 6'7". These are two evenly matched size teams. I mean, at the 3 and the 4 tonight, the Warriors will probably be a little bit bigger, but I don't think it's an advantage either way.
No, and when
it's a chance to correct some issues for the Suns, is what I'm saying.
Sure, and when the Suns were 11-6, and Grayson Allen was off to the start he was off to, I mean, he was undersized maybe, but he was making teams pay on the other end. I mean, Grayson Allen out of the gate. You and I have been texting about it. I mean, my God, he looks like an all-star.
Mm-hmm.
And
not since the return from injury, though.
Not since the return from injury, and he is still suffering from bumps and bruises tonight.
Mm-hmm.
I did want to mention, I know it's early in the season and you only get so many cracks at certain teams, but the Warriors, you get them twice in 3 days, and they're a game and a half behind you in the Western Conference standings between the 7 and 8, and it's more than likely that these two teams, the Suns and the Warriors, are probably going to be jockeying for 7-8 all season long. So to get 2 wins against the Warriors, a team that you're hopefully going to want to win the season series against, it's big. And the Warriors are kind of reeling right now. There's a lot of stuff going on in the locker room. Kuminga's getting coaches DMPs, and you had just recently the whole email thing with the owner.
Yeah. By the way,
a mess.
You mentioned the Kuminga thing, and Jonathan Kuminga appears still to be on the radar of the Phoenix Suns.
Yeah.
Whatever. A team and a franchise like the Golden State Warriors to flounder about this particular issue for as long as it has, is that not surprising to you? Like, Jonathan Kuminga has been an issue of some sort for the Golden State Warriors for at least 3 years.
Especially when you look at the collective age of some of their better players. Yeah. You would think that'd be a guy that might be grooming for the next great run of Golden State Warrior basketball. By the way, Sammy, you talked about winning a couple of games. This 2-game series here has split written all over it.
Oh, no doubt.
And I think I would take that in a heartbeat.
No, people don't talk about tiebreakers in December, but take advantage of it while you can. Notch the 2. I'm with Sammy. 2 in 3 days.
I'm all about winning too.
I know.
And
I
guys,
don't think it's going to happen.
no Pat Spencer for the Warriors either.
Oh, man. One of my least favorite players in the league is not going to play.
He and his brother?
Coming up, he's not exempt
The
either.
only guy I hate more than Pat Spencer is Cam Spencer. Let's go to break.
Coming up next, Darren Urban, azcardinals.com, and a fine writer. He will join us to talk some Cardinals football. On this Thursday, it's Bickley and Murata mornings. Timmering in for Bick as we continue live from the Casino, Arizona, and Talking Stick Resort Studios of Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
I know Michigan fans feel like they have the greatest program in history.
Yes.
But look, I mean, I think they're on the very edge of that list where if I were a head coach, even if I didn't want to leave, if the Michigan job was open, I would at least have to pay attention. Doesn't mean you have to leave.
Yes.
He can turn down the Michigan job if ASU doesn't get the NIL funding they need in the next couple years. He can go coach Georgia in a couple years.
Yes.
You know, or Alabama or whoever. But the fact that this job is open right now, maybe it's a leverage play, which would be the smart move by him. But I understand why everybody's freaking out.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Winter is the perfect time to upgrade your yard with Turf Monsters, Arizona's trusted, top-rated installer of artificial turf. Their turf is engineered for our climate, built to stay cool, vibrant, and durable year-round, and is backed by industry-leading warranties. Holiday gatherings coming up? A clean, green, low-maintenance lawn makes entertaining easy, and their artificial turf is pet-friendly, kid-safe, drains fast, and never gets muddy, so everyone can enjoy the yard without the mess. It's also an eco-friendly option that can save thousands of gallons of water a year, and Turf Monsters can also create dog runs, poolside turf, and outdoor spaces perfect for grilling and game days. You'll get a free in-home consultation, clear pricing, and fast professional installation, often done in just one day. Get your yard ready before spring hits. Visit turfmonstersaz.com or call 623-263-7388 for Turf Monsters.
With Steel, batteries are included. This holiday season, give a gift that's ready to go right out of the box. For everything from cleaning up the yard to cutting up firewood, Steel tools check off the wish list and knock out the to-do list. And right now, buy select battery tool sets and get a free extra battery. Visit SteelUSA.com for holiday deals and gift ideas. Happy holidays from Steel. Offer valid for a limited time only at participating dealers while supplies last.
A new exclusive offer with an eligible Bank of America Visa credit card is your opportunity to go from card holder to ticket holder for the FIFA World Cup 2026. For a limited time, when you're approved for a new customized cash rewards or unlimited cash rewards Visa credit card, you're eligible for a chance to purchase FIFA World Cup 2026 tickets. Learn more today at BofA.com/cardFWC26. What would you like the power to do? Bank of America, proud to be the official bank of FIFA World Cup 2026. Bank of America N.A. in partnership with Visa. Terms apply. All rights reserved.
Ho, 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 Basinonians. The elves at Brooklyn Betting have been hard at work making dreams come true. And it's that time of year, and Brooklyn Betting is giving the gift of sleep this holiday season through December 19th with 25% off everything in-store and online. To make your dreams come true, head on over to one of Brooklyn Betting's 11 Basin locations and tell them Wolf sent you for 25% off the gift of sleep. For the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Betting.
Hey, the end of the year, it's here, and it's time to go there. Our Desert Ford dealers for the final days of the Ford year-end sales event. Yep, Paul Calvisi here a few years ago. We bought during the Ford year-end sales event because we're talking the best time to celebrate. And when we can lease, you can lease right now a Ford Bronco Big Ben for just $299 a month for 36 months, plus Jeep owners get $2,000 cash back. That's right. Lease a Ford Bronco Big Ben for just $299 a month for 36 months, plus Jeep owners get $2,000 cash back. Or lease a Ford Bronco Sport Big Ben for $249 a month for 36 months, plus Jeep owners get $1,000 cash back. That's right. Lease a Ford Bronco Sport Big Ben for just $249 a month for 36 months, plus Jeep owners get that $1,000 cash back. It's the final days of the Ford year-end sales event, so get on down to our Desert Ford dealers or click buyfordnow.com. That's buyfordnow.com.
Hi, I'm Emily, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company, where a small box with a burgundy bow will help you win the holidays. As an in-house designer, I love creating meaningful, fine jewelry gifts. Choose a necklace with a gorgeous infinity charm to symbolize your everlasting love. Or go for a personalized piece with an engraving, their zodiac sign, favorite color gemstone, or their initial accented with pave diamonds. Because a friend wants you to be a holiday hero. Stop by or shop now at shaneco.com. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Tonight, the Phoenix Suns are back on the hardwood as Steph Curry, Draymond Green, and the Golden State Warriors come to town for the first of 2 straight against the Suns. The Warriors are currently the 8th seed in the West, the Suns the 7, so 2 big games for Devin Booker and the Suns. Tip-off will be at 7 p.m. tonight right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. If the Arizona Diamondbacks were to pull off another offseason surprise and add Alex Bregman, what would this team look like? Find out at arizonasports.com. And as the Cardinals continue to prep for Atlanta on Sunday, they'll have to do so without Paris Johnson Jr. and Jalen Thompson, who will both miss Sunday's games due to injuries, but wide receiver Marvin Harrison Jr. did practice on Wednesday after missing the last 2 games with a heel injury. This report is brought to you by the Berg Simpson Law Firm. Injured? Call the Berg Simpson Law Firm or visit bergsimpson.com. Good lawyers, changing lives.
Hey, it's Wolf. How can we fix college football? We'll ask 15-year NFL veteran and former Cal Bear Lorenzo Alexander at 11 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
More bumper music. Kudos to you, Jared. Appreciate it.
The beginning of this sounds like Chariots of Fire.
The rest of it does not.
Right.
We continue the Thursday edition of Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports. Tim Ring in for Bick. Cardinals getting ready for the Falcons. And we are pleased to be joined by our next guest, Darren Urban, azcardinals.com, who joins us via video with the good-looking background and everything. Darren, good morning.
How are you, gentlemen?
Doing well. I guess the question here to start with, and I think everybody around the Cardinals has their own answer. I'd like to get your answer on this. What are you looking for in these final 3 games of this season that has gone horribly wrong for this team?
You know, it's funny. We just talked about this subject on a podcast that I'm on with Paul Calvisi and Danny Surek yesterday. For me, I have an eye on this secondary and specifically the cornerbacks. I know it's been very up and down. I know there's been a lot of injuries, but obviously this team has put a lot of draft capital into their cornerbacks and trying to rebuild that position and get younger. And I think they've obviously had mixed results, and that's something I think you have to be paying attention to. Now, along those lines, like we hear all the time from coaches that the pass rush and the coverage have to be wed together in a good way. And that's the good teams like the Texans. That's what they do. Like, I have no doubt that Lassiter and Stingley are great cornerbacks, but having that pass rush up front makes a difference to their parts of the game. So the pass rush for the Cardinals has been inconsistent at best, and also a place where you want it to get better. So very specifically, that's what I'm looking at. I mean, if you're talking about big picture, Vince, I mean, I guess it would just be development of potentially younger players. It's nice to see, quite frankly, that let's say a Josh Fry or an undrafted rookie tackle played okay against a tremendously good front for the Houston Texans. And it didn't change the scoreboard. The big picture might not mean a lot right now, but when you're in this position, these are the kinds of things that you need to get out of what's left of the season.
Darren, speaking of big picture, you're probably better equipped to answer this more than pretty much anybody who covers the football team. In the final autopsy, even though we're not there yet, there are 3 more games. But when you look back, and I, for one, at a point this season said this is not a bad football team. It's just a football team that doesn't know how to win yet. I don't think I can say that at this point. But in the final autopsy, like, where do you think it kind of got off the rails? Where did it go wrong? And what kind of happened earlier in the season that maybe was a turning point to get us to where we're at today?
Tim, I'm not a huge fan of turning point per se. There's so many things that happen in a football season and with a football team that I don't think it's any one thing. Now, I will say this. I truly believe that this team, and we know this is no secret, had a really good run game the last 2 years, and they came into the season feeling like they were going to have a really good run game, and that was what their offense was going to be built. That was the foundation that their offense was going to be built on, and there's no arguing that the running game was never quite there. And there's multiple reasons for that, and we can talk all day about how they got there and everything. But when you have an offense that's kind of built for one way, and it not only doesn't perform the way you want, but it drastically is different than the previous year, I think that put them in a hole that was really, really hard to get out of.
Darren Urban from azcardinals.com, our guest here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. There's a lot of talk, too, Darren, as you well know, about the assessment at this point of Jacoby Brissett as the starting quarterback. Since he took over in Week 6, the passing offense has been unlocked. A lot of that has to do with the lack of the running offense, which you just mentioned. But at this point, with all the numbers and optically what looks so different from this offense from when Kyler Murray was at quarterback, he still has half the number of wins that Kyler Murray has this year. I think it's a complicated assessment. How do you assess what you've seen from Jacoby Brissett so far?
Wait, you're saying the quarterback position is the big narrative around a football team? I'm stunned. I'm going to start. I will start my answer with this. I guess I understand it, and part of it is because of the fan base and also the non-fan base of Kyler Murray that has generated some of this. I hate the way that anything that somebody says to praise one of these two quarterbacks is somehow a slam on the other quarterback.
Thank you.
Because I just think I think that's happened much too much. When it comes to Brissett, I mean, I'm trying to think of the best way to put this, but look, I think their passing offense has looked better with Jacoby Brissett. You can't argue that.
No.
It is not translated into wins. I would argue the defense has struggled much more once Brissett got into the starting lineup overall than it did when Kyler Murray was in the lineup. I think there's a lot of reasons for that too. That a lot of them don't have anything to do with whether Kyler or Jacoby Brissett was in the lineup. I've seen the people saying, Kyler wasn't losing games like this. Somebody made the point the other day that Kyler was, even in the games he lost, they were ahead in the fourth quarter. This is all true, but how much of that was on Kyler and playing well, and how much of that was the defense was playing much better then than it is now? I think the quarterback question is going to be a huge deal going into this offseason. I don't know what direction it's going to go. You can kind of try and read the tea leaves of exactly what's going to happen, but I think there's some other decisions that have to be made first in terms of being above the quarterback and what you're doing as a coach and all these things. And then once that's settled or not settled and nothing changes, then you kind of go to the next step. I like how Jacoby Brissett has handled himself. If they had a better running game, how different would his numbers be? But how much different would be the wins and the losses?
True.
The schedule plays into it. When Kyler was in the lineup, they had an easier schedule. There's so much in there. I like the job Jacoby Brissett has done. I think he's played pretty well. I think it's tough to have a chance to win games if the defense is giving up 40 points.
Darren, the fruits and the perils of free agency. Let me give you something positive to chew on here during our segment. Josh Sweat has been.
I appreciate that, Tim.
Yeah, I know, Darren. I feel for you, brother. Josh Sweat has been worth every penny. I think that's been a home run signing by Monty Ossenfort. It's funny as I say that. Yesterday they let go of Justin Jones, who walked out of here with $21 million after playing 100 plays. So the juxtaposition there and the job of a GM during free agency. Sometimes there's a hit, sometimes there's not. But I think Josh Sweat has been as good as advertised and has really done a fantastic job on the defense this year.
I would agree. I think generally Josh has had a really good year. There's been moments where again, his reputation coming in was there are going to be times when you're kind of like, okay, where is he? But relatively consistently, he has been able to do his job. Now he's playing fewer snaps than he did in Philadelphia, and I think some of that has to do with how they want to preserve him for the entire season and make sure he's playing well. And even he talked to me about that too. Was he wanted to be able to stay fresh for the entire season. I think part of the issue when you talk about Josh Sweat and with his team is they frankly haven't got enough from the rest of the pass rushers. There again, a lot has to go into that. There's many factors that go into it, but you need to have more consistent pass rush overall. And defensively, you can be very happy with the Josh Sweat signing. That is a guy, that is a position and a guy that you're happy to have. But the better teams have more than one guy who's doing that on a consistent basis. And that's something the Cardinals are going to have to find or get from somebody who's already here much more going forward.
Yep. Darren, great stuff as always. Thanks for the time, man. We appreciate it.
Thanks for having me, guys.
Darren Urban, azcardinals.com. He joined us via video here on Arizona Sports. I wanted to get his gauge on how nervous he is about Kenny Dillingham because he's a big Sun Devil too, but maybe another time.
We'll have him on tomorrow.
Coming up next, it is Week 16 in the NFL. We're getting down to the nitty-gritty in our season-long contest. We call it the spreadsheet. We'll make our staff picks against the spread next. Bickley and Murata Mornings with Tim Ring in for Bick on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Win tickets to the Verbo Fiesta Bowl from Arizona Sports. This show's keyword is
Alabama. Alabama.
Text the word Alabama to 620-620 right now.
Alabama.
Text Alabama to 620-620 for your chance to win tickets to the Verbo Fiesta Bowl. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with a great opportunity to invest in your number one asset, improve the aesthetics of your home, and lower your energy bills all at the same time. And that is because my friends at Advanced Window Products, they are staging their end-of-the-year sale where you get $2,500 off any purchase of 10 or more windows. I took advantage of this offer, and I cannot say enough good things about this company, my experience, and how beautiful my new windows look. Advanced Window Products is a window and door manufacturing company with 40 years of experience. They sell directly to the public. There are no middleman markups. They've got their own factory in the valley, which means they'll build your windows, they'll install your windows, then they'll guarantee them for life. Also, that warranty is transferable, and there are great financing options available, which means now is a great time to invest in your home. Call 480-764-2002, online at advancedwindows.com.
Cardinals fans, football is back, and Kilt Lifter from Four Peaks has your game days covered. Whether you're posted up at home or cheering with your crew at Four Peaks 8th Street Pub in Tempe, Kilt Lifter is the ultimate game day companion. Arizona's favorite award-winning amber ale, bold, smooth, and brewed for Sundays. This season, lift your game with Kilt Lifter.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With the Capital One Venture X card, you earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy. Plus, you get premium benefits at a collection of luxury hotels when you book on Capital One Travel. And with Venture X, you get access to over 1,000 airport lounges worldwide. Open up a world of travel possibilities with the Capital One Venture X card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Protect your home and auto with a bundle from Progressive so you can stop worrying about them and invent new things to worry about, like snakes in your bedroom. Sure, that sounds incredibly irrational, but now that we've mentioned it, you are a little worried. The odds of one snake, let alone snakes plural, are so slim. But you might want to check. Oh, you're not near your bedroom. Guess you'll just have to sit there and worry about it. So let Progressive protect your home and auto, because you've got enough to worry about. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states.
The year-end sales event is on at Sanderson Ford. Now get invoice-only pricing plus 0% financing for 60 months and 0 payments for 90 days. Plus an additional $1,000 in year-end bonus cash on new 2025 Escapes, Explorers, Transits, F-150s, and select Super Duties. Choose from 40 new Escapes, 70 new Explorers, 54 Transits, 150 F-150 trucks, and over 250 Super Duty trucks. On the lot and readily available. Get invoice-only pricing, 0% financing, and no payments for 90 days with no hassle, no pressure, and no nonsense. From your Operation Santa Claus dealership, Sanderson Ford. 0% for 60 months and 0 payments for 90 days. OEC from Ford Credit. Offers plus tax, title, license, and $4.99 doc fee. Offers apply to select regular and Super Cab Super Duties. Offers expire January 5th, 2026.
Arizona's pride, Sanderson Ford.
Hi, folks. Lorenzo Alexander here. After 15 years playing professional football, I've been through plenty of winning and losing. If you feel like you're losing because of private student loan debt, call my friends at Y Refi. They refinance loans others won't touch and create a payment plan based on what you can afford, even if you're behind or in default. Y Refi can help lower your interest rate and reduce your monthly payment. And they don't care what your credit score is. Call 888-502-2612 or visit yrefi.com.
Not available in all states.
Cover the point spread.
What's the spread?
Don't forget about the 14-point spread.
It's not a spread, it's a schmear. Bickley and Murata make NFL picks against the spread. The spreadsheet.
We're coming down the stretch. 3 weeks to go in the regular season, all season long here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. The 4 members of the show have put their proverbial money where their mouth is, making picks against NFL spreads. And with 3 weeks to go, Dan Bickley clinging to first place at 26-25.
The only person over 500 here.
Oh, God, that's a lot of pressure on on the guy sitting here today.
That's the complication this week is Bickley's not here and apparently just forgot what we do on Thursdays.
Well, if he's on vacation. We should have had him leave him before he left, I guess.
He went on a cruise earlier in the season and still got his picks in.
On the other hand, maybe I'll do better than him.
He's still in first place.
Picks.
So Tim's going to pinch hit for Bickley this week. Jarrett, you are within earshot, 24-26-1 with 3 weeks to go. That's
respectable. Over
12 games overall. Could be a big swing. I am 22-29. Sammy 20-29-2. So we have the same number of losses,
right?
But a different winning percentage altogether. All the games, we got a full slate
of
16 games, no bye weeks. We each get 4-round snake-style draft. We alternate who drafts first. I will get the first pick this week. Jarrett second, Sammy third. Tim, for Bickley, you will go fourth.
We're picking games against the spread.
Against the spread.
Picking games
against the spread. I'm going to go with my first pick in the early slot on Sunday. It's gut check time for the Philadelphia Eagles, and they're on the road against the woeful Washington Commanders, and they're given 6.5, and I love the Eagles given 6.5.
I love that game too. The Eagles looked great last week. Looked like everything was behind them.
That was my number one as well.
The Commanders are terrible and have nothing to play for, especially because they won last week.
Jared, you get the second pick.
All right, I am going to Monday Night Football.
Wow.
I think even though they didn't win the last week, I think whatever magic there was evaporates even more for old man Rivers. I'm taking the 49ers minus 6.5 on the road versus the Colts. By that point, they'll know, who wins between the Rams and Seahawks and where 49ers land in the NFC West. Big game for them. Taking the 49ers.
All right, my first pick. I've done it the last, I think, 4 weeks, except Vinny got it 1 week. I'm taking the local game here, the Falcons -3. Again, we've talked about ad nauseum about the Cardinals' kind of obviously inability to win, and I don't think the Falcons game is going to be a dub for the Cards. So give me Kirk Cousins and the Falcons.
Yeah, it's a pretty extreme travel schedule for Atlanta. I mean, Thursday night in Tampa and then here on a Sunday, but the long week.
Got the extended week.
It's also a small Point spread. So if you think the Falcons are going to win, you might as well take them with -3.
Yeah, true. All right, Tim, you're pinch hitting.
All
A
right.
lot of pressure.
Two picks here.
Your picks could hang this whole contest in the balance.
True.
I'm going to go with the Broncos -3. I know the Jaguars and Trevor Lawrence are red hot right now, but that game is in Denver. Broncos only favored by 3.
Are the Jaguars the best team record-wise that nobody is taking seriously now?
Paper Tigers.
Maybe.
Paper Tigers.
I thought they were, but they've done nothing but win. After I saw them against the Cardinals, I didn't think they were that good, and they apparently are that good.
So you got the Broncos,
Broncos
-3.
And then, in honor of Bickley and my backgrounds, and I'm going to go with Bears.
Wow.
Bears.
You took my next 2 picks. That's
Bears.
Bears -1.5.
Hey, listen, no
You
Micah
gotta cover
Parsons.
your sheet there, Sammy. He's good. He's gonna
Caleb
cheat.
Williams, no Micah Parsons, Soldier Field, December, Bears.
Bears. Okay.
That was so predictable.
It was. I was like, dang.
Sammy?
Okay. I'll go to tonight's game. The Thursday night football game. Rams-Seahawks, maybe one of the biggest games of the year. And I think the wrong team is favored. I know the Rams are on the road in a hostile environment, and maybe no Devontae Adams, but the Rams find a way to get it done. +1.5. They don't even need to win. They can lose by less than 2, and I'll get there. So I'll take Old Man Stafford.
All right.
Boys.
They can lose by less than 2, otherwise known as 1. Could have been more specific there. There's only 1. All right.
Lose by 1. Sure.
That's a bold pick.
I am going to a team that we talked about a lot. 2 teams, actually, we talked about a lot on this show. I am going for the very depressed Joe Burrow and the Bengals on the road versus Quinn Ewers and the Dolphins. I'm taking the Bengals -4.5. Dolphins' playoff hopes are over. I mean, Bengals aren't playing for anything either, but I just think that if you're going to take Joe Burrow versus Quinn Ewers, I'm taking the Bengals.
They're playing to keep their quarterback.
Say that last name again, Sharon.
Quinn, I had to do that one, I believe, for the draft profiles.
Quinn Ewers.
Yeah. That's Sports News Skewers.
Skewers.
All right,
I get 2 picks.
Yes, you do.
Well, let me cross off. Oh, the Bengals are crossed off. Yes. They look a little resurgent, I'm going to say. The Minnesota Vikings on the road at the Meadowlands, laying 3 to the Giants. Is 9 Captain Eyeblack, J.J. McCarthy the answer? No. I'm taking the Vikings this week, -3.
Vikings seem like the least trustworthy team all season.
Sure, and I've been burned by them before. And, ooh, wow. There's some tough ones left.
Some brutal games.
I'm going to go.
That's why they're left.
Yeah, that's why they're left. It just seems like a week the Dallas Cowboys are going to complicate things, doesn't it? Cowboys favored at home by 2.5 over the Chargers. I'm going to take the Pokes.
Dang it. That was my next pick. So you have the Chargers +2.5?
No, I got the Cowboys at home -2.5.
Oh, complicate things as in get it done.
Yes.
Okay.
Jarrett?
All right, I am going to take the Ravens at home -3 versus the Patriots. The Patriots had a real punch in the stomach loss last week to the Bills. Are they going to come back down to earth? The Ravens need this game. -3, taking the Ravens.
All right, my
Another
third
bold
pick. My third pick. They are on the road in Cleveland. 10.5 points is not enough. I'll take Josh Allen and the Bills, who need to. I think they'll win. They'll keep pace in the AFC.
Bills on the road at Cleveland -10.5. All right, Tim, you get.
I get 2 right.
2.
Yep. All right. Well, I'm going to go. I think even without Patrick Mahomes, I'm going to say the Chiefs cover on the road against Tennessee.
I briefly forgot Mahomes was out, and I was like, -3 versus the Titans. What are they, crazy?
You've been dealing with Mahomes being out all week.
I know.
Right.
I know. Then I remember.
He looked at it.
Then I
and
remember.
was like, what?
Yeah.
So I will. I think Kansas City rallies at least for 1 week, and they cover that against a really bad football team.
I think that's a solid pick.
And I also will go with a dreadful football team, the Raiders, getting 14.5. But I'm gonna say the Texans cover that game. So
Wow.
I'm gonna go with Houston. It's a big number. I don't like doing it, But that's why they call it gambling.
I mean, you would have to be really bad to lose by more than 14.5 to the Texans.
The Raiders are 2-12. And they lost by 31 last week on the road
They're
against a good team.
so bad.
Yeah.
See, there you go.
They're worse than the Titans.
They've not scored more than 16 points in the last 6 weeks.
Dang. Okay.
All right.
My last pick.
Sammy?
Whew. You know, a game that we haven't mentioned at all, but could be one of the biggest games of the weekend. Bucks at the Panthers, with the division in balance. And I'll take the Panthers at home, +3. I know they just lost to the Saints, almost an inexcusable loss. I'll take Bryce Young and the Panthers.
I struggled with that game. I wanted to pick the Panthers. I would have picked Tampa Bay because of the reaction from Todd Bowles.
Yeah.
They were so fiery after that loss. Yeah. Jared, you got the second to last pick.
All right. I am going to take the Saints. I think of all the bad teams are the least bad of the bad teams. So I'm taking the Saints -4.5 at home versus a truly bad team, the
Who
Jets.
are the Jets even starting at quarterback? I don't even know who the guy is.
I think it's, oh, man.
I don't know.
I read the name, and I can't even remember it.
The music just ran out, though, so we're running along here. Let's go.
Ken O'Brien.
So that means I'm left with the Detroit Lions laying 7 at home to the Steelers. I like the Lions in that game.
Okay.
All right, the picks are made. We're coming down the stretch. In the spreadsheet, we'll post this so you can follow along and point and laugh at us if you must. Coming up next, Sammy's going to take us through some social studies here on this Thursday. Bickley and Murata Mornings with Tim Ring in here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
One app gets you opinion, analysis, and inside information from Arizona's biggest sports personalities. Plus live streams, breaking sports news, and play-by-play.
He's hit. He's sacked. It's Calais Campbell.
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Orchard. Imagine finding your dream home and then just moving in right away, not waiting around to sell your old place first. Sounds perfect, right? Well, that's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Buy your new home now, sell the old one later. That's it. Here's how. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first on your timeline. No waiting around, no showings, no double moves. I've tried to buy and sell at the same time before. The double moves are rough, let me tell you. But Orchard cuts that hassle right out of the process for you, which is huge. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home so you attract the right buyers. Orchard agents are local experts. They're some of the most experienced around town. Plus, they're equipped with smart tools and products to help you sell your home for more. This is what they do. They've already helped over 10,000 customers sell their homes without the stress. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first, sell your old home later, buy before you sell, but still get top dollar for your home with Orchard. If you're ready to find out how much your home is worth, visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
Hey Arizona, Tom Chambers here. I've learned that great teams are built by hard work, ethics, and perseverance. That's exactly what you get with Right Way Roofing. Right Way Roofing is a third-generation roofing company that has built trust in our community through their commitment to excellence. They use the toughest, most durable materials to handle Arizona's extreme weather. Take it from me, Tom Chambers. When it comes to your roof, choose the team that delivers excellence, because there's only one way, the right way.
We're Right Way Roofing and we do it right. We'll always keep you watertight.
We're calling professional wide receiver Michael Wilson. Hey, Michael, where are you?
I'm on my way to practice in my Arrowhead Honda. Man, I absolutely love it. The team at Arrowhead Honda takes great care of their customers, and they're really like family to me. The game isn't till Sunday, but I feel like I've already won with Arrowhead Honda.
Head down to Arrowhead Honda today and score big with unbeatable deals and top-notch service.
Be sure to tell them number 14, Michael Wilson, sent you. Go Red.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. You've seen the name Sweet James on billboards all over the valley. It's a fun name, but what they do is serious business. When you're hurt in a car, truck, or motorcycle accident, the insurance companies that promise to protect you, they often pay you as little as possible or deny your claim altogether. That's why I want you to know about Sweet James Accident Attorneys. This world-class law firm with over 25 years experience, more than 500 trials, and over $2 billion recovered for accident victims, with a 98% winning record. They're the only firm with an in-house trial team. Having the right attorney means the difference between a $2,000 check and a $2 million settlement. They've even been named among the best attorneys in America. If you're injured in an accident, you're going to want Sweet James Accident Attorneys. They are there for you, and you don't pay them until they win your case. Go to sweetjames.com. That's sweetjames.com. Or call 800-9-million, 800-900-0000.
Upgrading your windows and doors isn't just about comfort. It's about lowering energy costs all year long. That's why Valley homeowners trust the Window and Door Store and our exclusive Seal and Shield installation. We don't just replace windows. We seal, secure, and protect your home from heat, dust, and water leaks for life. Precision craftsmanship, a lifetime labor warranty, and over 1,200 five-star reviews say it all. Call 480-562-3902 now for your free in-home consultation or book anytime at thewindowdoorstore.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Sepulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Phoenix Suns are in action tonight in downtown Phoenix against Steph Curry and the Golden State Warriors, but they may be without Grayson Allen as he is questionable for tonight's game due to knee soreness. But tip-off is at 7 right here on Arizona Sports, 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And with Sunday's game against the Atlanta Falcons being the Cardinals' final home game of the season, Trey McBride was asked how important it is to find a win.
More importantly, I think the fans deserve it. We need to show out and give them everything we have this week and get a win at home.
2 more Sun Devils declared for the NFL draft yesterday. Keith Abney II and Raleek Brown have plans to enter the 2026 draft this April. And Bobby Hurley and ASU were unable to claw out of the early hole they dug themselves in a 90-77 loss to UCLA on the road last night. This report is brought to you by Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort. Win big at Talking Stick Resort. Earn entries all December for a chance at $10,000 or a 2026 Mercedes-Benz AMG GT. The details are at TalkingStickResort.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata Mornings. Social Studies. Brought to you by Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty.
And Sammy's here to take us through some social studies on this Thursday. Sammy?
Yes, good morning. Social studies every morning at 9 o'clock. And if you want to know where you can find us, we're at Bickley_Murata on X, where we do post these questions every day. We're at Bickley and Murata on Instagram and Facebook, and Arizona Sports on YouTube. Guys, I don't know post Rush Hour reboot, but we are up to 210 watching right now. So
all right, good.
Let's see if we can get it up to.
I didn't even have to show any leg.
Show any skid.
Maybe we can get it up to 250 by the end of the show. Get everyone ready for Wolf and Luke. But the first question today on Social Studies is for Cardinal fans. Is there anything that can happen in the last 3 weeks that will change your opinion of this team? Can anything new be determined during the final stretch, and why?
About the team, no. About individuals on the team, absolutely. And I think Darren Urban hit on some of that and focused on Josh Fryer. I'll focus on the offensive line. With the rebuild that this offensive line needs to go through to be successful, and we've talked about 3 to 4 new players on that offensive line going into next year, if you can identify one of those players in basically garbage time of the season, that's a plus. Hey, one less thing, but as a team, no, this has been an abject failure as a team all year long.
Yeah, collectively, there's nothing that can happen good in these final 3 weeks.
Yes,
even if they win all 3 games.
I would agree.
Which is not going to happen.
No. Steven Ruiz said, no, we have plenty of data. After 48 games, these last 3 with nothing to play for and no one to play in, they simply don't matter. And then Sun Devil Doug kind of took a different perspective. He said, if they can beat Atlanta in convincing fashion, that'll ease my mind because of the players we have. If they win on Sunday, it would probably purely be from a coaching standpoint. Again, we'll see. Both teams don't really have much to play for. And then lastly, Mr. Arizona said, it has seemed over for a while. This team needs to lose out, push that Atlanta-owned Rams pick higher, and position themselves better in the 2026 draft.
All right.
So we'll see. Okay, Suns fans, Dylan Brooks has obviously been a revelation for this team. So what does Dylan Brooks bring to this team that they were missing the last few years, and why? A lot of answers, I think.
Attitude, will to win, will to compete, will to lead.
I feel like I've answered this question every day since October.
I'd agree. A couple of good answers. Ross Vegas says, he's the SEAL Team 6 of this team. We sorely needed a player like him to fit the roles that we were lacking. A player of his grit was missing in action on this team for quite a while. And then Steven Ruiz said, Brooks is the exact opposite of the 10-ply softness that defined this team for the last 2 years. No one on this team is going to get punked by anonymous rookies, laugh on the bench during blowouts, or shoot layups while teammates are fighting.
Yeah, I remember this is the second reference to this player today. Last year, Cam Spencer of the Memphis Grizzlies just getting in the face and basically poking Kevin Durant. And there was
talking Durant, yeah.
No response to anything. Not from Durant, who's not the enforcer, but nobody did anything.
I mean, Durant, he looked at him and said, who are you?
Yeah.
That was about it.
And then Spencer scored on him again, probably.
He did. He hit a 3 in the corner on him.
Our last question. So we talked about it at the beginning of the show. Tim's obviously been in all week, so we asked him how the sleep schedule adjustment has been going, and we talked about alarms. Do you have one by your bed? When you get up, do you look at the time to see how much sleep you have left? So what are your keys to a good night's sleep, and why? And what helps you sleep when you can't?
It was up until yesterday, NyQuil.
NyQuil.
But being in a NyQuil-induced haze for 24 hours was not fun. So, I mean, falling asleep is taken care of by getting up at 3:30 a.m.
Absolutely.
A good night's sleep, I'll wait for the responses because I got no clue.
Tim?
I sleep like crap.
You know, sleep experts will say keep that damn phone away from you as you try to fall asleep, but obviously I can't do that, and I know I'm not alone, so that probably does not help the cause. But no, my bigger problem, Sammy, and I think older people can relate to this, it's not so much falling asleep, it's just you keep getting up earlier and earlier, even if you don't need to.
Yeah.
Yeah, see.
And once you're up, that's it, I'm up. Damn it.
The one thing I will say, as I try to get between 6.5 or 7 hours of sleep a night, and I have a routine. When I put my phone on the charger, it's away from my bed. So if it goes off or it buzzes, I'd have to get out of bed to go check on my phone, and it's something I'd never want to do. So that's something for me.
That's one thing I do. My phone goes into sleep mode at like 8:30, so I don't get any notifications at all, which could be bad.
I tried Ambien for a while when I was having trouble sleeping when I was younger.
Yeah.
I mean, it works, but I mean, there are side effects.
Did you have any of those like?
Yeah,
you woke up naked on a freeway.
Well, not that bad, but but a lot of times you're not sleepwalking, but you're sleep eating.
Yeah,
like you get these munchies and you kind of like in this half daze, you just destroy the pantry, ingest like 4,000 calories at 12:30 at night. Yeah,
remember when that I don't know if it was when it first came out, but when it became really popular, there was a thing about people that were sleep buying things online.
That's the other thing. Yeah. Well, they say, I've had a couple neck surgeries the last 4 or 5 years, and they actually will tell you at discharge, like, they won't say like don't drive, or I mean they know you're not supposed to drive, on painkillers
Yeah.
like Vicodin,
Yeah.
but they will specifically say, do not online shop.
Wow.
That's hilarious.
Because there's something about the euphoria. And it's like
You're getting things.
getting things. I'm like,
Wow.
yeah, I can afford this. All right.
A trampoline, just what I needed.
I've always wanted a trampoline.
A couple good and fun responses. Stephen Reese, as always, he said, if I'm having trouble sleeping, you can't go wrong with the Luke Lipinski's demo reel, Jarrett. Dave Burns, our very own, he said, limit caffeine in the afternoon, consistent sleep schedule, even on the weekends, noise-canceling earbuds, and if I can't sleep, I don't wait in bed any longer than 20 minutes. He goes to a different room, read, watch TV until he drifts back off asleep. And then
Burnsy, a man with a plan.
Yeah. And then Chris Lewis, he said, getting Kenny Dillingham locked up would help. What helps me when I can't sleep? Well, that's a combination of prescription drugs and a CPAP machine because, gentlemen, I am old. And then Daryl Lee said, I'm not here to answer. I'm here to find solutions.
Yeah,
Darryl
that's
Lee.
what I'm going to go over that thread again. Try some of these things.
And Sunday.
Start with Burnsy stuff.
Yeah.
Read a book, Vince, just like Burnsy.
The caffeine
Read?
thing. The caffeine thing is huge for me because I try to have caffeine before I go work out. And if I work out in the afternoon and my caffeine intake is into the afternoon, I will not sleep well that night.
I want to go back to something from the Dylan Brooks question that Daryl Lee said that you didn't read.
Okay.
This made me laugh. What does Dylan Brooks bring to the team that was missing? He said a completely unverified source who was completely made up told me Dylan brings in fabulous bunt cakes to practice. No one the last few years ever baked for the team. Well done, Daryl. Well done, everybody, on social studies today. Thank you, Sammy.
Brooks has good hair, too. So bun cake and hair.
Cheers.
And some toughness.
The Dylan Brooks story. Coming up next, we will shift our focus to college football. The playoffs begin tomorrow. There's unease with the Sun Devil fan base. We'll get into all of it with Stuart Mandel from The Athletic next. Bickley and Murata Mornings with Tim Ring in here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
Here come the Suns pushing the pace. Brooks up the right wing. Fakes the three. Back for Booker. Now it's Grayson Allen. Bounces left corner. Gillespie a three. He got it! Colin Gillespie from the left corner. Brings the Suns within 2.
Suns Warriors tonight. Pregame at 6, 7 o'clock tip on the local sports leader. Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and now is a great time on the sporting calendar. Basketball heating up, football crowning championships left and right, which means it's a great time to visit Waltz TV and Appliance, where they can take your fandom to the very next level. When you step into Waltz, you'll immediately see the difference. All the big screen televisions you could ever imagine, all the way up to 115 inches, all the major name brands you are looking for, plus an extremely knowledgeable staff that will give you all the insight you'll never get from a big box store. At Waltz, you'll hear the difference. Great selection of audio components, and when you put the right audio component together with the right television built for live action sports, you will have magic. You will feel the difference. That's what you'll get from Waltz. And while you're there, drop my name. You get 10% off installation or a 3-year warranty for free. You can find Waltz off the I-10 and Warner, right behind the IKEA. You can find them online at waltz.com.
The end of the year is upon us, and that means you need a strong finish. Well, good news. The year-end sales event is on at Tim Hovick Santan Ford, and the zeros are back. 0% APR for 60 months, 0 payments for 90 days, and 0 down payment on select models. Finish the year strong, my friends. Get off to an amazing start in 2026. The key is a new Ford from the one and only Tim Hovick Santan Ford in Gilbert. Go to the Santan 202 freeway at Val Vista Drive in Gilbert, or go to santanford.com.
Hey, it's Gambo, and I'm here with Stuart Willis, the president of Asset Preservation, Wealth, and Tax. Stuart, it's the fourth quarter. The clock's winding down on 2025. What should folks be doing right now with their taxes?
Gambo, this is crunch time. There are 2 big moves that people can make before year end. First, harvesting gains and losses, and then Roth conversions.
All right, give me the quick playbook. Gains and losses first.
Sure, if your investments are up, you can harvest some gains while taxes are still low under the big, beautiful bill. If they're down, harvest the losses to offset future gains. Either way, you're putting points on the board.
All right, and how about the Roth conversions?
Converting IRA money to a Roth now means you pay today's low tax rates, and all future growth is completely tax-free. It's like locking in a win for retirement.
Folks, the clock runs out on December 31st. Call Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax at 602-877-PLAN or go to assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC Registered Investment Advisor.
Hi, I'm Andy, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. As a product development manager, I make sure every piece of fine jewelry at Shane Company is meticulously designed for quality. From 14-karat gold chains, pearl necklaces, diamond studs, and of course, dream engagement rings. We know you can get your holiday gifts anywhere these days, but knowing your loved one's gift was crafted by master jewelers? It's a difference everyone can see and feel, no matter the price. All of our fine jewelry begins with a vision by our in-house designers. Then, we ensure each piece meets our high-quality standards every step of the way, including the smallest details. It's why our jewelry comes with our all-inclusive, free lifetime warranty that covers everything and doesn't cost a dime. At Shane Company, there's no shortcuts, just craftsmanship. Because a friend wants your fine jewelry to be nothing short of perfect. Come see for yourself. Visit us in store or at shaneco.com. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Hey everybody, it's Dave Burns here. So how can the Phoenix Suns bounce back tonight against the struggling Golden State Warriors? We'll talk about it at 2 o'clock on the Burns and Gambo Show on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
We continue on this Thursday with a thank you, a shout out, and a tip of the cap to our listeners and audience in the capital city of Phoenix. We appreciate the support coming from the PHX as we continue here on Bickley and Murata mornings. College football playoffs getting underway. Still a big coaching opening with a lot of local interest. Still available here to talk about it with us is from the Athletic college football writer extraordinaire, Stuart Mandel, who joins us on the Arizona Sports Line. Stuart, good morning. Thanks for making time for us. We appreciate it.
Good morning.
Let's start with the coaching opening that I referenced. Michigan still doesn't have a head coach. There's all kinds of rumblings about a couple of coaches that have the same initials in KD. Do you get the feeling, Stuart, that this Michigan search still stems and begins with Kalen DeBoer and what he might or might not do at Alabama, or is the focus more on Kenny Dillingham in your mind?
It's been hard to get a read on the Michigan search because it's unclear who's actually running it. The AD there, Ward Manuel, is obviously under a lot of heat right now for his handling, questions about his handling of the Sharon Moore situation. There's no president. There's an interim president. There's no permanent president right now. I know they've hired a search firm, and I do know they've started to have contact with some candidates, but it's unclear how quickly that's going to move. I do think, the Alabama-Oklahoma game is Friday night. They can afford to wait and see what happens. And if Alabama loses, maybe place another call to Kalen DeBoer, even though he put out that statement already. I think that would definitely be an option. If they win, I think he's off the table either way, because they're not going to want to wait till after New Year's Day to hire their coach.
Stu, given the uncertainty in the Michigan athletic program, you just talked about Ward Manuel. Will he be around for the long haul? Would that or should that be a deterrent for any potential head coach, or does the Michigan blue bloodiness trump all of the uncertainty and scandal currently in that athletic department?
We kind of went through this with LSU. I wrote a column that turned out to be quite incorrect, that I thought the governor's involvement, firing the AD and all that was going to scare off candidates. And
I thought so, too.
Lane Kiffin, the most sought-after guy in the market, took that job. And I think that speaks to sometimes the program is bigger than whatever might be going on at that moment. And so obviously Michigan has a lot of appeal. I think if you're somebody like Kenny Dillingham, I think what he, and I don't have any inside information here, but I think somebody like him is going to want to know at his current job, what's the commitment to spending on the roster? Because that's the biggest thing with coaches in college football right now. If you've seen when Lane Kiffin was hired, when Penn State hired Matt Campbell, a couple others that came out, they told him they can guarantee him $25 million for his roster, right? Something like that. That's what they want to know because, and I think whoever the Michigan coach is will have plenty of money to work with because you might be the greatest coach on earth. If they're not going to have the resources to get you the players, you're not going to do very well.
Stuart Mandel, college football writer for The Athletic, our guest here on the Arizona Sports Line. In terms of Notre Dame's reaction to being left out of the 12-team playoff, there was a lot of reaction. Pete Bavacqua, their AD, made the rounds and said some things that ruffled some feathers. They turned down a bowl game. In the long run, Stuart, what do you think the reaction from? And I'm not saying Notre Dame shouldn't be upset to a certain level of not making the playoffs, especially the way everything led up to the announcement of the field. But what long-term effects do you think Notre Dame's reaction to not only the playoffs but also turning down the bowl game? What kind of effects can that have on the game of college football?
Well, in the terms of the bowl game, opting out of the bowl game, yeah, I thought that was a significant moment because oftentimes it just takes one to rip off the Band-Aid and others follow. It reminded me of Christian McCaffrey. He was the first one really to opt out of a bowl game, and he took so much heat for it, and everybody said, oh, he's a quitter and all this stuff. And it only took a couple of years for that to be totally normalized.
Mm-hmm.
And that could happen here. Notre Dame kind of said the quiet part out loud. It's the playoff or bust, and if you don't make the playoff, it's not worth it. So does that mean a year from now, 5 schools are going to do that, like the first 5 teams that missed the playoff? If so, the bowl system is going to be in trouble. The bowl system still does very well. People say, oh, these games are so meaningless. And then the next day it's like 6 million people watch the Pop-Tarts Bowl. But you got to have teams to play in those bowls.
That is true.
And now between the possible expansion to 16, which would take 4 teams out of that pool, and then if you're going to start to have major programs opt out, yeah, that could be really problematic. I do think Notre Dame's AD rubbed a lot of people the wrong way, not about complaining about being left out, but that he took it out on the ACC over some tweets. And a lot of people, and especially in the ACC, are like, well, what did you expect us to do?
Yeah.
Miami, everybody for 4 weeks, the storyline was Miami, Notre Dame, head-to-head. Of course they're going to lobby for the school. It's a full member.
Mm-hmm.
Who, if Miami were to go to the national championship game, I don't think it's going to happen, but if they did, that's $20 million for the ACC. Notre Dame gets to keep all that money for themselves. So they have a very vested interest. What I've come to learn in the last week and a half is that that wasn't the marriage was already starting to be on the rocks before that. I think more so on the Notre Dame side, obviously. It's been 13 years since they began that partnership, and the sport has changed completely. And to our point before, one of the appeals of that partnership for Notre Dame was that they had access to all the ACC's bowl games outside the playoff, and I don't think that really matters anymore. So we'll all be watching over the next few years. They're locked in for now, but over the next few years to see, is Notre Dame going to try something else? Are they going to decide, the landscape has changed so much, it's not a Power 5 really anymore. It's a Power 2. Is there something better out there for us?
Yeah.
Stu, I'm not saying Tulane and James Madison can't win. We all understand it's probably not going to happen. You're also talking about the opening weekend of the college football playoff, and on Saturday night, you got a doubleheader featuring Tulane and James Madison over on TNT up against the NFL. Let me just guess that the TV ratings are not going to be what the college football playoff and Turner and everybody else expected or wants. The fallout.
That's why those games are on TNT and not ABC.
That's right. Well, ESPN had their pick, and they're like, well, we're not picking James Madison and Tulane. So that's why they have the game tonight and the first game on Saturday. But, Stu, if the ratings are in the toilet and the games aren't very good, I mean, I know we're probably heading towards 16 anyway, but the ramifications, if this Tulane and James Madison deal really falls apart and something ugly on Saturday night?
Well, first of all, I hope people will realize that the James Madison, there's always going to be one Group of 5 team. For James Madison to get in there as well is entirely because of a ACC dumb tiebreaker that caused their 8-5 team to win it. It's not something that's going to happen every year by any means. Tulane is a champ of the best Group of 5 conference. That's exactly the kind of team that this was intended for in the first place. There will be discussion if the Tulane game in particular is not competitive. I'm sure there will be discussions about should there be a minimum ranking to get in. But they also have to be mindful of the fact they cannot put restrictions on the Group of 5 that they don't put on other teams. So that's the next lawsuit that will happen. So, if you say, oh, you got to be in the top 20, or you got to be in the top 16, whatever it might be, that's got to apply to everybody, including Duke. It can't just be like we're going to single out the group of 5.
Yeah. Stuart, we're up against it. I wish we had more time to actually break down some of the matchups and who's going to win this thing. But we appreciate the time and the insight, as always. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Stu.
Thanks for having me.
Thank you, Stuart Mandel, the great college football writer from The Athletic. He joined us here on the Arizona Sports Line. Coming up next, it's back. The gap is lessening. Can we widen it back up as we play another edition of the Generation Gap? It's straight ahead. Bickley and Murata mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Cardinals host the Falcons for Week 16.
Huddle. They got 2 backs that can do a lot of damage, and honestly, it's a really good scheme.
It's a dynamic group. I think it's really well coached.
Pre-game Sunday morning with your peppermint latte. Kickoff 2:05 Sunday afternoon. The home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Protect your home and auto by bundling them with Progressive, and you'll have a little less to worry about. But we know you'll find other things to worry about. Like that text you just got from your boss. Hey, call me when you get a sec. Hey, call me when you get a sec. Hey, call me when you get a sec. Oh, hey, call me when you get a sec. Yeah, this is bad. Oh, well, at least you protected your home and auto with Progressive, so you don't have to worry about that. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers not available in all states.
Ready to order?
Yes. We're earning unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver Card, so let's just get one of everything.
Everything?
Fire everything. The Capital One Saver Card is at table 27, and they're earning unlimited 3% cash back.
Yes, Chef! This is so nice.
Had a feeling you'd want 3% cash back on dessert.
Ooh, tiramisu.
Earn unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver Card. Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Hey, it's Gambo, and Christian Brothers is celebrating 50 years in business right here in Arizona. And yes, they are making $50 worth something again. You can get a $50 electrical inspection, which includes a full panel and circuit safety check, the GFCI and outlet testing to prevent hazards, an inspection for outdated or overloaded wiring, and a detailed report with safety upgrades and energy-saving suggestions. All you have to do is go to cbrothers.com or call 602-222-3535.
Hey, everybody, it's Dave Burns here, and I'm with V's founder, Jimmy V. Tell me, what is it about V's that makes it feel like almost a sanctuary for people who want to go and just get away from it all?
I think it's a place where you can go and it conjures up memories, Dave, of a time gone by. A place to take your kid, to give them a piece of what you had culturally as a kid growing up. As a place where you feel like I can go in and feel my best when I walk out of here. As a place that's happy, as a place that talks about sports, as a place that asks you about your dad, asks you about your family, your kids. That's what V's is. It's just not 4 walls and barber chairs. It's a culture. And that's what we try to do, and try to make it timeless without any type of pretense, without any type of judgment or prejudices, but to make it a barbershop that you look forward to going in, because every single time it's V's.
So book your next great cut and get away from it all by going to V's. Visit vbarbershop.com. That's vbarbershop.com for your next great haircut at V's.
Pain has a way of stealing moments that matter most, especially during the holidays. And it's not just your knees, back, or shoulder. It's time with family and friends. But in 2026, that could all change when your body remembers how to heal. It just needs a little help finding its way back. QC Kinetics here in Phoenix believes relief doesn't have to come from surgery or pain pills. They use your body's own natural healing abilities to repair and restore, helping you move, live, and feel like yourself again. It's your body's comeback story, powered by the very cells that built you in the first place. No surgery, no pain pills, no long recovery. QC Kinetics delivers long-term relief. Make the new year your turning point. Schedule your free consultation today. Now's a great time to use your HSA and FSA for treatments. Call QC Kinetics now with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN.
A new diamond era begins. Desert Diamond Casino White Tanks is now open. An atmosphere sparkling with excitement and top names like the legendary Morton's Steakhouse and signature Starbucks coffee. Best of all, this stunning new destination is right at Loop 303 and Northern Parkway. So come and live the diamond life. Desert Diamond Casino.
An enterprise of the Tohono O'odham Nation.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with What's Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Tonight, the Phoenix Suns are back on the hardwood as Steph Curry, Draymond Green, and the Golden State Warriors come to town for the first of 2 straight against the Suns. The Warriors are currently the 8 seed in the West, the Suns the 7, so 2 big games coming up for Devin Booker and the Suns. Tip-off tonight will be at 7 right here on Arizona Sports, 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. If the Arizona Diamondbacks were to pull off another offseason surprise and add Alex Bregman, what would this team look like? Find out at arizonasports.com. And as the Arizona Cardinals continue to prep for Atlanta on Sunday, they'll have to do it without Paris Johnson Jr. and Jalen Thompson, who will both miss Sunday's games due to injuries, but wide receiver Marvin Harrison Jr. did return to practice on Wednesday after missing the last 2 games with a heel injury, and that's what's trending now.
Time to take a look at the Arizona Sports Poll Question. Brought to you by Sanderson Ford. The best play is at Sanderson Ford.
All right, today's Arizona Sports Poll Question brought to you by Sanderson Ford. It's simple in the answer, but will Kenny Dillingham coach the Sun Devils in 2026, yes or no?
Yes, because the Sun Bowl is going to go to 9 overtimes, and it's going to bleed over past midnight. No.
Yeah, he'll be back.
I'm going to say yes. A lot of that is hope.
Hope-based? Yeah, 75% of the vote agrees with you guys that say yes. 25% of the vote say no.
That is today's Sanderson Ford poll question. You can vote on it right now at arizonasports.com.
Age versus youth in a Goodwill exhibition match.
It's awful being a kid. No one listens to you.
It's rotten being old. No one listens to you.
All right, we are back with another week of the Battle of Generations, and today it is Generation X versus Generation Z with questions by Generation Y right here. And I will be asking questions. It will be Vince Murata and Tim Ring versus Gumball Jamal and Sammy Sabolka.
Jamal! What is up, my brother?
Men in their 50s versus men in their 20s. Ask questions about the opposing team's generation and the 4 categories: sports, music, pop culture, and trends/fads.
We had a tie last week, did we not?
We did have a tie last week.
And I was informed that...
it's actually the second...
Two straight ties.
Yeah, 2 straight ties after the controversy from 2 weeks ago.
Right.
But you guys went out to the newsroom after and got an ovation?
I guess. I just go over to talk to Jamal. And
I think that's ageism. I feel victimized.
Well, being that you are feeling victimized and that they have now had 2 straight ties, I will let you guys choose first.
I'll let category? You choose, Tim. What category do you want?
Sports, music, pop culture, or trend/fad?
Let's go.
You'll be receiving questions from stuff from the last 10 years. Stuff before they were born.
Pop culture.
Pop culture we're starting with. Okay. What is the real name of the Mandalorian character, affectionately referred to as Baby Yoda?
I think I knew this at one point.
Okay, cool.
Great question, honestly.
Baby Yoda. Very, very popular character on the Mandalorian show. Star Wars spin-off. We need an answer,
please.
please.
I'm going to know when I hear it. We do not have an answer.
Okay.
Steve.
No, Steve? No. Okay. Young people, do you have the steal?
It is Grogu.
It is, in fact, Grogu. And for the very first times ever, the young people have a lead.
No, we've had a lead before.
Yeah.
One of the very first.
Enjoy it. It's not going to last.
Here we go.
All right, young people, your pop culture question. 1980s icons. Singer Gordon Sumner and wrestler Steve Borden shared what stage name?
Okay, could you repeat the question? Sorry.
Oh, jeez.
1980s icons. Singer Gordon Sumner and wrestler Steve Borden shared what stage name?
I have a guess.
Go for it. Go.
Okay, I'll say the Brawl Bros.
The Brawl Bros. No, they weren't a tag team. They were just two separate people that had the same. All right, old people.
You want to take this one? You want to answer in unison? 3,
Ready?
2, 1. Sting.
Sting. Sting, a famous singer and a famous wrestler. Okay, we're
That's
tied.
extreme confidence when you can answer in unison.
We're tied at 1. Young people, what topic do you like?
We'll go sports.
Sports, okay. Finish. Oh, I've had this flipped by accident. All right, finish the very famous Muhammad Ali quote that ends with, "The hands can't hit what the eyes can't see."
Yeah, float like a butterfly, sting like a bee.
You are correct.
Come on.
Sammy.
Well
Put me
done.
in the backpack.
Come on.
Put me in the backpack.
What?
I'm carrying him.
I carry him.
Oh, okay.
Put me in the backpack.
I don't remember Muhammad Ali saying that.
Put me in the backpack.
All right, old people, finish this famous Conor McGregor quote that begins with, "I'd like to take this chance to apologize."
Oh, okay. No.
Oh.
If you could do it in a Conor McGregor voice, that'd be even better.
I'm going to take a shot at it.
Go.
Does it
I'd
have
like
to
to-
be exact?
I'd like to take this chance to apologize.
To absolutely nobody!
That is correct.
Well done, Vinny. Well done.
You came through. Okay, this is a close game so far. Very competitive. All right. Music or trend/fads, old people?
Let's go. Let's get trends and fads out of the way.
Trends and fads.
Yes.
This trendy haircut of the 2020s that you see everywhere, except for these two guys for some reason, but you see it everywhere. Also known as the Gen Z perm, the Meet Me at McDonald's, or the Bird's Nest, officially has what vegetable-themed name?
It is broccoli.
That is correct. Wow. The broccoli haircut.
Broccoli haircut. The alpaca look.
The one with the, the curly fro on top with the shaved sides.
I feel like, did the vegetable give it away?
I had it before the
You
vegetable
did? Okay,
thing. Yeah,
gotcha.
Okay, guys. This trendy haircut of the 1980s featured combed forward and flipped up hair, hairsprayed, and inspired by this bird-themed band. What was that haircut called?
Oh my gosh.
A bird-themed band haircut with hairspray, brushed forward, flipped up. Very trendy in the 80s.
Oh my gosh.
Any bird-themed bands coming to mind? We need a guess, please.
No bird.
I know very few bands to begin with.
We'll take the guess and just say Mohawk.
Mohawk. That is a great guess.
That is really
And
good.
actually, it's not correct. It's not what I was looking for.
Right.
And not a band.
But that's true. But that was good.
So you're looking for the name of the band?
We're looking for the haircut. The name of the band haircut. It was called the
Go ahead, Tim. 2, 1. A flock of seagulls.
Oh, yeah.
A Flock of Seagulls haircut. Have you ever heard of that?
Never a chance on that one.
One of the craziest, dumbest looking haircuts I've seen in a long.
It was bad.
So it's 4-2.
4-2.
We got to get these. All right. Let's put the pressure on.
You could start then with a music question.
Oh, great. We stink at music.
Yeah.
That is correct. You do.
Such defeatist attitudes.
This is an easy one, though. This Canadian singer-songwriter gained fame with the bands Buffalo Springfield, Crazy Horse, and Crosby, Stills, and Nash. And he scored big hits with Old Man, Southern Man, Cinnamon Girl, Heart of Gold.
Jeez, give him some more clues.
And lots of others. Have you heard of any of those songs? Or any of those bands?
No.
I've never heard of any of them.
Can I get...
That was gibberish and gobbledygook I just gave you. Then, huh?
Yeah, it was.
A Canadian singer.
Canadian singer. Jamal, what do you think?
Too.
You got nothing?
Need a guess. Jamal, give us a guess.
I don't know.
Canadian singer?
How about...
Michael J. Fox.
No. Anne Murray.
This is a radio segment. You needed to say some sort of words here.
We're going to go
I don't think they have an answer, Jarrett.
Yeah, I got nothing.
But it's funnier when they give a wrong answer, though. So give us an answer.
Yeah. And what decade was this?
60s, 70s, 80s.
60s, 70s?
80s, 90s.
Got an issue with the timing.
All right.
Whatever.
Yeah, that's where we went wrong. We don't know.
Okay, they don't know.
All right.
Guys, do you have a guess?
Yeah, unisons. 3, 2, 1. Neil Young.
Neil Young. Have you heard of that name?
I have heard of Neil Young, too.
Some of those
Did you grow
songs.
up on Neil Young?
Not really.
Neither did I.
Jamal?
Never heard of Neil Young.
I've heard of Neil Young.
Take a look at my life. I'm a long
It's a great
Nothing?
song.
Neil Diamond.
Neil
So
Diamond.
here's the part of the gap that we're in, okay? So we're X, you're Z, he's Y.
Right.
He's also the oldest member of Generation Y.
Neil Young was popular in the 70s and 80s, which was your guys' youth. All right.
It's fair.
And it was also done because of the companion question.
Okay.
This Canadian singer-songwriter gained fame on the show So You Think You Could Dance and scored big hits with Sports Car, Revolving Door, What I Want, and Greedy.
So you think you can dance? Give me the.
This is a current artist.
Give me the song titles again. That's all I need.
Sports Car, big hit. Revolving Door, big hit. What I Want, and Greedy.
I don't. Do you have any clue?
I don't know.
All right.
Canadian.
Sabrina Carpenter.
Oh,
Sabrina Carpenter. No, that is
It's a
incorrect.
good guess. She's popping off right now. It's Tate McRae.
It is Tate McRae. They got a steal there. Too little, too late, but pretty competitive game for them.
They did cover, though. The spread was 2.5.
We got it to 2, you know.
They didn't completely humiliate themselves on any of the questions.
They
today,
haven't in a while. It's getting tighter.
I need to ask them more questions about history.
No, that's fine. The Neil Young one will hurt me.
I remember just being in junior high and all the kids writing Neil Young's name on their notebooks and folders.
Neil Young is...
Or doing the Journey logo.
Neil Young
with
was...
the wings, yeah.
Neil Young was very popular and is very cool. The godfather of grunge music.
I get it. Just not something I grew up with. 5-3 the win. Good game, guys.
Yeah, great game.
The
That was
generation
good
gap.
stuff.
Coming up next, some final thoughts on this Thursday, including some rumors on the D-backs and Suns you might want to stick around for. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings with Tim Ringan on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
That's a team.
Win tickets to the Verbo Fiesta Bowl from Arizona Sports. This show's keyword is
Alabama. Alabama.
Text the word Alabama to 620-620 right now.
Alabama.
Text Alabama to 620-620 for your chance to win tickets to the Verbo Fiesta Bowl. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and by now you know Parker & Sons is the company you call for all your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs, and they're also fantastic at giving back to the community. Right now, Parker & Sons currently accepting nominations for their annual Character Counts $10,000 scholarship, and this happens to be the 10th year that Parker has generously sponsored and donated to the cause. Over $100,000 donated to students over the past 10 years. That is pretty impressive and proof that Parker cares about the community and putting their money where their mouth is, pouring it into students to help them change the world. Just text the word character to 620-620 or check the events page on arizonasports.com to nominate the next deserving high school student. And if you need Parker & Sons, call them at 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602-2 and REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
Message and data rates may apply.
The older I get, the more I come to fear holiday gifts. I don't need any more socks, coffee mugs, body wash that smells like who knows what. But last year, my kids got me the perfect gift, Omaha Steaks. The bacon-wrapped filet mignons were juicy and it paired perfectly with the split lobster tail skewers. I topped the Omaha Steaks burgers with their apple-smoked bacon. Best burger I've had all year. I've been hinting for the last 3 months that I want Omaha Steaks again this year. Fingers crossed. But right now, listeners get an extra $35 off their order with promo code SKY at checkout. Omaha Steaks offers unrivaled quality and variety, and every bite is backed by their 100% guarantee. Right now is the perfect time to save on delicious gifts and holiday hosting favorites. Save big on gourmet gifts and more holiday favorites with Omaha Steaks. Visit omahasteaks.com, and for an extra $35 off, use promo code SKY at checkout. Terms apply. See site for details. That's omahasteaks.com, promo code SKY.
250,000 people across Arizona rely on St. Mary's Food Bank every day. Your donations make feeding them possible, and you can benefit too. In Arizona, there's an incentive called the Arizona Charitable Tax Credit. You can make your donation today and get it back up to $987 on your taxes when you file. It's a great way to help your neighbors in need. For more info, visit stmarysfoodbank.org.
Hi, Jan from Toyota here to let you know that Toyotathon is on. And what better way to get in the spirit of the season than with a new Toyota, like RAV4, Grand Highlander, and Corolla Cross. But to really get in the spirit, let's sing about it. So without further ado, driving through the snow in a new RAV4, hooray! To the slopes we go in a Highlander for a ski day. A Camry to get hot cocoa, tubing with a Tundra makes the kids go loco. Oh, what fun it is to make holiday wishes come true. Toyotathon, Toyotathon, Toyotathon is on. Oh, what fun it is to drive a new Toyota today. Hey! Presto! A new holiday classic. Let's sing it again. Toyotathon, Toyotathon, Toyotathon is on.
Dealer inventory may vary. Toyotathon ends January 5th. See your participating dealer for details.
Have you guys tried these holiday cookies? They're so good.
Toyota. Let's go places.
So Christmas is just around the corner, and if you still have gifts to buy, it's time to get to Macy's Great Gift Sale today. Come in and shop amazing deals on the perfect last-minute gifts, and don't miss the great gift card giveaway in stores only. Enter for a chance to win a Macy's gift card worth $50, $100, even up to $250. Hurry in. It's all happening at Macy's Great Gift Sale this Saturday. No purchase necessary. See store for details. Official rules at Macys.com/great gift card giveaway.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata, Song of the Day.
This is them, Sammy.
Have you Googled a flock of seagulls?
No.
Yeah, Google the haircut just to see how silly
I
it
think
looks.
I know what it looks like.
So, did people actually have that haircut?
Some. It was considered very extreme. Very extreme.
You didn't see people walking around with it.
No, but I'm sure every high school at that time, you had a couple kids that had mohawks. You had a couple kids that had the flock of seagulls.
Right.
But
you had people dressed like Don Johnson.
Yeah, you definitely had that.
You definitely
the
had
Miami
that.
Vice look.
Oh, you said you watched Friends, Sammy, or no? The
Yes,
show
he
Friends.
did, yeah. Friends.
In the flashbacks, I believe Chandler has a flock of seagulls.
Yeah, he did.
Just like it. Yeah.
And
I didn't know that was what it was called.
I didn't play their most popular song, which was "Iran." I played their best song.
This is their best song.
Yeah. You're in agreement here?
I am 100%.
Good.
Kind of a two-hit wonder, and this is their better one.
Yeah. And this is an 80s classic. Space Age Love Song by a Flock of Seagulls. Today's song of the day. By the way, when you guys beat us in the generation gap, you get control of song of the day that day.
Ooh.
Let's go.
How about that for a carrot?
I'll look forward to that in the year 2034.
Tate McRae will be a grandma by then.
That's today's song of the day.
Bickley and Murata going off the grid. Off the grid. Brought to you by Sweet James Accident Attorneys. If you've been hurt in an accident, call Sweet James at 800-500-5200 or sweetjames.com.
I ran across this today during the show when it comes to, now I can't find it, of course, because my phone reset.
Ken Rosenthal?
The Ken Rosenthal report on The Athletic as it pertains to the Arizona Diamondbacks. We've been talking a lot about the either-or proposition because the Alex Bregman rumor is out there. Could they be interested? Yes, but it would make more sense if they traded Ketel Marte. Well, Ken Rosenthal is saying that there is a situation which could exist where the Diamondbacks would sign Alex Bregman and keep Ketel Marte, giving them one of the most potent lineups in baseball.
That's what I suggested yesterday. I mean, it's not my money, so it's easy to say, but yeah. I mean, imagine Perdomo, Bregman, Marte, and Carroll.
Yeah, here's what he wrote today. A scenario exists in which the Arizona Diamondbacks would both sign free agent Alex Bregman and keep second baseman Ketel Marte. Those two combined with Carroll, Perdomo would give the Diamondbacks four of the top position players in the game. Arizona owner Ken Kendrick routinely extends his payroll when he believes his team has a chance to win. Yet even if the D-backs pull off one of their patented free agent surprises with Bregman, keeping Marte seems unrealistic. trading him away is the best chance to address their pitching needs. We talked about this yesterday. What is the goal of the first half of the season for the Diamondbacks? To stay in the race. You can do that by trading away one of the best offensive players in baseball and addressing the unknowns of a pitching staff elements, or you could try to outslug everybody. There's more ways. You can win more in more than one way.
If you do that, are you in fact then giving up on Jordan Lawler? Are you saying
Not
like
necessarily.
he's not the guy, and maybe you even trade him?
Jordan Lawler in winter ball got some outfield experience too, and I think there's opportunity to be had at a center field position and in left field possibly with the Lourdes Gurriel Jr. situation. I think you're giving up on him as an infielder, which, let's be honest too, that the results there haven't been all that promising at the big league level for Jordan Lawler. So maybe that takes pressure off of him and helps him concentrate a little bit more on the hitting aspect, which he needs to develop as well. Very interesting stuff there.
And you got some Sun stuff.
Yes. This from... Oh, man. I keep closing out... I got a million tabs open. I keep closing out the tabs that I need.
I didn't mean to throw you for a loop. But
From Hoops
I want to make sure
right?
we sneak
Hoops
this one
Hype,
in.
Michael Scotto.
Yeah.
Yes.
Friend of the show.
Says the Phoenix Suns and Toronto Raptors. Is he a friend of the show?
He was on the show once.
Always a friend then.
Because I remember saying
Once
that.
a guest, always a friend.
Because I remember coming up next, Michael Scotto, and followed by him, Dwight Schruto.
That's great.
Is Sal Palantonio a friend of the show?
Okay, not everyone who's been on the show is a friend of the show.
Michael Scotto writes, the Raptors and Suns are talking about a deal that would send Nick Richards to the Toronto Raptors in exchange for swingman Ochai Abaji and a second-round pick. I don't know how I feel about this.
It seems like Nick Richards' playing time is going the wrong way.
That's not my concern. My concern is adding another 6'5" player. Doesn't address your need. Ochai Abaji is a really good player. He was the most outstanding player of an NCAA tournament. He's developing. He's getting there.
But he's more
Toronto's got some salary cap issues that they want to deal with. But that doesn't help you in your size deficit whatsoever. Now, does that then make Royce O'Neal, Grayson Allen tradable for other pieces? Possibly. Maybe this is in the series, in a series of moves for the Phoenix Suns. Because let's face it, when this season began, I don't think we expected there to be much wheeling and dealing because they're chasing playoff positioning.
Dealing, but maybe not wheeling.
I mean, the landscape has changed.
You
in
trade
the first
Nick
26 games of the year.
You trade Nick Richards, though. You are giving playing time to Malawach at some points, then, right?
I think
at some point, not necessarily right away, because.
And I don't think Oso has really grabbed onto that.
It's been good at times.
Backup center's job.
Look, it's been hit and miss with Oso.
It's been hit and miss.
When he's been good, he's been really good, and when he's not been very good at all.
That's what I mean. He just hasn't grabbed onto it.
But Abaji, another guy that in his time in the NBA has relied on effort and grittiness defensively, and he's trying to turn into more of like a three-point shooter, but he fits the mold of guys that have done well in Phoenix this season.
Yeah, I mean, you want to talk about some statistical drop-off. This is alarming. Ochai Abaji last year, 39.9% from three-point range. This year, 13%.
Yeah, yikes.
Well, it's early.
And that's the outlier because he's still with that number, he's 34.5% for the year.
But and it's going to get more crowded on the perimeter when Jalen Green comes back in a couple of weeks. Something else to think about.
That too. I mean, they got a lot of wings. They can open up their own wing stop.
They should be in Buffalo, babe.
I haven't seen that many wings since I hung out with Paul and Linda McCartney, babe. I didn't need to do that.
It's Paul McCarthy, don't you know?
It's Jake's cousin.
And on that note, we say goodbye. And we try again better tomorrow.
Yeah, that's going to do it for us. Thanks to Stuart Mandel, Darren Urban. Thanks to you for listening. We are back tomorrow for the Friday extravaganza starting at 6. Wolf and Luke are up next here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Have a great day, everybody.
See ya.
Here are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com. I'm Kevin Zimmerman. Dylan Brooks regrets his ejection but stays on the offensive against LeBron James. A Tua Tagovailoa swap for Kyler Murray. Let's be realistic here. And Justin Jones's pricey Cardinals tenure comes to an unceremonious end. Those are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com.
Hi, I'm Maria, salon owner. You know the jingle. Now discover the facts about Ozempic, a GLP-1. There's only one FDA-approved Ozempic made by Novo Nordisk. Learn about the real thing.
Talk to your healthcare professional today. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and to learn more about Ozempic. Semaglutide injection 0.5, 1, and 2 milligrams.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-949-1441. That's 800-949-1441.
Never have I ever called my sister from the finish line of my first marathon.
Hello?
You won't believe where I am.
Are you running?
Mile 26. I'm gonna make it.
Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e with its advanced camera system on us. Plus 2 lines for just $30 a line.
Guys, I can't believe it.
I knew you could do it, babe.
That was amazing. Mom, how do you feel? I feel great. I can't feel my feet. Let's take a picture, and then you may carry me to the car.
Share every stride, every mile, every memory on America's best network. Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e on us and 2 lines for just $30 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 eligible port-ins on Essentials 55 Plus for well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $599.99 required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Hey, Benjamin, we've got a surprise for you. What?
You've got brothers!
Huh?
With $50 and $200 bills, just like you.
Hey, what's up?
What? We just got them for joining America First Credit Union and opening a new checking account.
And you're all gonna live together at America First.
What? This is nice.
For a limited time, new members get a $250 cash bonus when they open a checking account with direct deposit or $50 with a youth checking account. So head to AmericaFirst.com and get your money working today. Membership eligibility, terms, and conditions apply. Federally insured by NCUA.
If you could rewind 10 years, what would you do differently? Buy Apple stock at $20? Skip the Ghost Pepper Challenge? Maybe even rethink the skinny jeans. Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Some regrets are harmless, termite damage isn't. You can't go back in time, but you can keep termites from eating your future. Call 602-BLUE-SKY today for your free termite inspection. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, pests.
Hi, I'm Lexi, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. We'll help you find last-minute gifts that don't look last-minute, even if you're still planning to propose. At Shane Company, we'll show you perfect gifts at perfect prices, in stock and ready to give. Like hand-matched diamond studs, 14-karat gold chains, or the ultimate gift, a beautiful engagement ring. We have longer store hours, so you can skip the crowds and shop when you want, or visit us at shaneco.com. Because a friend wants you to be a holiday hero. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
There are only about 4,300 publicly traded companies on the U.S. Stock Exchange. But there are an estimated 33 million companies in the U.S. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. The average investor is missing out on over 99% of the investment opportunity that's happening in this beautiful country until now. True portfolio strength is found beyond the confines of the S&P 500, investing in promising companies before they go public. Private real estate, infrastructure, world-changing technologies. This is called the endowment model. The endowment model has historically outperformed the traditional model of just stocks and bonds. If you're an accredited investor and want more from your investments, it's time to think beyond just stocks and bonds. Call Trajan today. 480-360-7900. That's 480-360-7900.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. See website for details.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Phoenix Suns are in action tonight in downtown Phoenix against Steph Curry and the Golden State Warriors, but they may be without Grayson Allen as he's listed as questionable tonight due to knee soreness, but tip-off is at 7 right here on Arizona Sports, 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And with Sunday's game against the Atlanta Falcons being the Cardinals' final home game of the season, Trey McBride was asked how important it is to find a way to win.
More importantly, I think the fans deserve it. We need to show out and give them everything we have this week and get a win at home.
2 more ASU Sun Devils declared for the NFL Draft yesterday. Keith Abney II and running back Raleek Brown have plans to enter the 2026 draft this April. And Bobby Hurley and ASU were unable to claw out of the early hole they dug themselves in a 90-77 loss to UCLA on the road last night, and that's what's trending now.
Check 1, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Ha! Chaw!
Arizona Sports, 98.7 FM.
Oh, Luke, Wolf, hey, my brothers. Are you kidding me? This does not suck buttermilk, right?
Ron Wolfley.
Hey, I was a wedge buster. How are you?
Luke Lipinski.
Hey, guys, welcome back to the show.
It's Wolf and Luke.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios, it's the Wolf and Luke Show on a Thursday. Wolf, you're locked in. What's going on?
What's going on, man? I'm ready to broadcast. You better believe it. What's up, Basinonians? Ron Wolfley, Luke Lipinski, reporting for duty, broadcasting so you don't have to. How you doing back there in command and control? You ready to go? You ready to
Ready to go.
Jamal's got the thumb up, ready to go. Rick says he's ready to go. Wearing his jersey, of course. I love the T-shirt Jamal's got on. Jamal or nothing. He's got the Savage. It just says Savage.
Just Savage.
Kind of cool right there. And
23
we have Sammy the Bull and the Wedge. What is up, Sammy? Are you ready for this, Sammy? Are you jacked up?
I am. I'm a little depleted, though. Jamal and I are still winless in our Generation Gap game.
I was wondering. I can see the anger directed from Rick to Jamal. I don't know if it's also directed to you, but he's like disgusted with Jamal. And I don't actually know what happened.
It's a reflection on our show. And so I'm embarrassed when Jamal does poorly. And today he had absolutely nothing. And neither of these guys knew who Neil Young was. Like, come on.
I've never heard of that name in my life.
Have you never really heard the name Neil Young?
I've never heard Neil. I've heard Neil Diamond. That's about it.
Yeah, okay.
No, that's the only Neil.
That's the same era, isn't it? Neil Diamond and Neil Young?
Yeah.
I would say, yes.
A time when Neils were popular.
Neil Young. I wasn't a big fan. I'm not a fan, as a matter of fact.
Very whiny voice.
But you know who he is.
I know who he is, of course, yes. Are you kidding me? Even though I'm not the purveyor of all things pop culture.
Well, you guys gonna be able to work together back there behind the glass? Like Sammy at least has his own booth.
Yeah. We should get one of those things like we had during COVID, like the screens. Just put it in between.
Yeah, when Sammy leaves, Jamal, you could go.
You could go back.
That's probably the safer option for me right now.
I love that.
I see the steam coming out of Rick's ears.
I've never seen Rick so upset. Like I walked out into the newsroom and he was just disgusted, and I was like, wow.
So, Jamal and I have beef that dates back to last Thursday when he did this to me.
And
Chop, chop.
Hey, you shut up, loser.
Let's stop.
That
you shut up, you loser. Is that what you said?
Here's the protective cup. You might want to slide it in.
How did I miss that? All right, well, that's the tone to set for the show today. Also,
we're in the danger zone right now. You might want to get that out as well. You know what? This is a highway to the danger zone.
Oh boy!
The last 4 hours before I go on vacation. I know it's not professional, ladies and gentlemen. I know it's.
You're gonna have to answer to Zoe when he comes in here today.
I know. Well, there it is. I'm definitely in the danger zone as I broadcast today, based on broadcasting, so you don't have to, but. My mind is already wandering. I've got things I've got to think about, things I've got to do. The Warrior Queen. I have not even started shopping for the Warrior Queen.
Oh, you still got.
This happens every year.
6
Sammy,
days.
what's wrong? Why are you looking at me like that?
Now, Sammy,
What?
are you looking at him like that because he hasn't started or because he just said it on the air?
A little bit of both, probably.
It's okay. She understands. She knows. It's going to be real nice. It just, I put things off. I have a tendency to do it.
You don't say.
So my second job is in retail, and let me tell you, on Christmas Eve, there's a lot of husbands coming in.
Wolf may need to do some online shopping during the show today, just to kind of catch up.
I've done shopping on Christmas Eve the last 3 years. Is that something new? Or?
No, I think that it's very normal.
Okay.
It's normal to go out.
It's almost too normal because you're stuck in traffic all day.
Christmas Day? Is it December 25th? No. When do you care? Some people do care. They care when you buy it. Did you think about me months in advance?
That's ridiculous.
No, as a matter of fact. I was walking around Fashion Square, and that's not Paolo, ladies and gentlemen. And all of a sudden, I saw this, and I said, whoa, it's Christmas Eve. I'm going to buy that for her. When do you care when I buy it? Not that the Warrior Queen does, but, why would you care about that?
No.
Does it really matter?
No. It's not like you're walking by and you're like, I didn't even remember you until I saw this vending machine, and so I threw $1 in and got you a bag of potato chips.
Yeah. Nonetheless, my young crunk brothers, we are in the danger zone today. You might want to go ahead and hold on to your butts as we broadcast here for the next 4 hours because, honestly, right now, I have no idea what's going to happen.
Just to be clear, we're all coming back tomorrow and next week. We're still doing this show. Wolf will be and might already be gone.
Okay. Speaking of, what is the first thing we actually wrote down in our show meeting?
Well, let's start with the Suns.
Okay.
Suns finally playing again tonight. And they're going to play Golden State, and then they're going to play Golden State again. Jordan Ott was asked if he likes playing the same team in consecutive games. They do this a couple times this year. In fact, they do it again coming up with New Orleans. They've already done it with the Clippers as well. So it kind of a wrinkle in the schedule. I don't know if we can blame the NBA Cup, but let's just blame everything on the NBA Cup. Here's Jordan Ott.
I think so. I think you talk about emotion and you start playing teams multiple times pretty close. It gets similar to a playoff series, especially the way we play. So, yeah, I think we'd like it. It's easier on the prep for sure. The travel, some of that is good when you do get to do that. But yeah, I think it did start with COVID. I can remember kind of our first time doing it. I like it. It just doesn't happen that often.
We talked about this, Wolf, 2-5 in their last 7. I think you're not looking at the whole scope of things if you see that as, the Suns are coming back to earth. You do have to look at who they played. You do have to look at the fact they didn't have Booker for a few of those games. Not excuses, but let's be real here. You're playing Oklahoma City twice. You're probably going to lose to Oklahoma City twice. And none of these 5 losses have been to weak teams. But I also think with that said, you got to start winning again here. And Golden State's not an easy team to do it against, but the time is now. I think you at least have to split these 2 games.
Yeah, this is really interesting because Basin Orleans, I have given it up. I have, ladies and gentlemen, I have given up my competitive, non-competitive stat that I started with the Phoenix Suns. I expected them to be a team that would be below 500, not even close, as a matter of fact. I think if they were going to play 26 games, 10-16, that's what I would have put them at, somewhere around there, 10-16. And competitive, non-competitive mattered to me more than actually the wins and the losses. I had no idea they'd start the season 14-12, especially going through the last 15 games, roughly the last 15 games they've gone through. It's been very, very difficult schedule. Mm-hmm. And the fact that they're actually above 500 is saying something. And now all of a sudden, I think the next 15 games after these next 3, I think the next 15 games after that, they might actually be able to make a little bit of hay. But now the stat is really, are they going to be able to beat teams they should beat? Based on what we've seen through 26 games, 14-12, are they going to be able to beat teams they should beat? Or are we going to start seeing teams, you can put the Warriors in this classification right now. You could. They're behind, they're the 8th seed, if I'm not mistaken. I'm not looking at it right now, but I believe they're the 8th seed. The Suns are the 7th. in the Western Conference. Is that correct? Yep. Yes. Thank you for that, Luke. So now all of a sudden you could say, okay, they can beat the Golden State Warriors. Will they? Or are they going to split? We'll see.
Yeah, you're going to have I like this stat. If you're going to track this, you're going to have a hard time with some of the teams, though, because a team like Golden State, I think is just kind of right there with them. Like, to me, the teams they should beat right now in the Western Conference are like New Orleans, Sacramento, Portland, Utah. I don't know if there's anybody else they definitively should. Man, the Clippers. The Clippers are a mess, and they have to be in the Clippers. I think there's a lot more teams in the East.
How about the Eastern Conference? Yes.
So the East is like everybody except Detroit, New York, and Boston. Maybe Orlando.
That is so bizarre.
Cleveland. I don't understand Cleveland's record. Cleveland's a lot better than their record looks
Totally
like.
agree.
Injuries.
With that.
Yeah.
Don't understand. I know, right? But my goodness.
Right.
Right. So, again, I think I'm changing my entire perspective on the Phoenix Suns going forward after 26 games and what we have seen right now. These are winnable games, though, against the Warriors. They are winnable. Would there be a bit of a statement, Basinonians, if they won both of them? Yes.
Yeah, absolutely.
Would be.
We're giving you the chance to win tickets to the Verbo Fiesta Bowl January 8th. Listen for the code word during Bickley and Murata, during Wolf and Luke, during Burns and Gambo. And when you hear the code word, text it to 620-620. If you're looking for extra chances, head to the live video stream on our YouTube page, arizonasports.com, or the Arizona Sports app. All right, when we come back, let's talk some college football. Would taking the Michigan job be a no-brainer for anyone other than Kenny Dillingham? We'll get into that next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
Rebound to Booker. Outlet pass Gillespie. He's got a 2-on-1 with Mark Williams. Goes around the back for a jam time. What a throwdown for Mark Williams off the no-look pass from Colin Gillespie.
Suns Warriors tonight. Pre-game at 6, 7 o'clock tip on the home of Phoenix Suns basketball. Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Never have I ever called my sister from the finish line of my first marathon.
Hello?
You won't believe where I am.
Are you running?
Mile 26. I'm gonna make it.
Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e with its advanced camera system on us. Plus, 2 lines for just $30 a line.
Guys, I can't believe it.
I knew you could do it, babe.
That was amazing.
Mom, how do you feel?
I feel great. I can't feel my feet. Let's take a picture, and then you may carry me to the car.
Share every stride, every mile, every memory on America's best network. Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e on us and 2 lines for just $30 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 eligible port-ins on Essentials 55 Plus for well-qualified customers with autopay, plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $599.99 required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence Data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Hey folks, Vince Murata with some exciting news. The holidays just got even better. Unwrap exciting holiday deals all month long at Earnhardt Peoria Kia during the Kia Season of New Tradition sales event. And if you know Earnhardt, you know they always treat you right. They're locally owned and they will treat you like family. Now's your chance to save big on their huge lineup of award-winning Kia models across the lot. Looking for sedans or SUVs? They've got them. 2025 K4, 2026 Sportage, and even the family moving 2026 Carnival MPV. Need gas, hybrid, or all-electric options? They've got those too. Plus a sharp selection of Kia certified pre-owned vehicles ready to roll. Earnhardt Peoria Kia is the place to shop for a car, and these new Kias are incredible. Come check them out and discover what drives you this holiday season at 91st Avenue north of Bell Road or online at earnhardtpeoriakia.com.
Okay, let's be honest. Guys wait till the last minute every single time.
Hey now, not every guy, but yeah, most guys.
That's why my dad, Diamond Dave, keeps the most insane selection of the diamonds ready to go. No waiting, no stressing, just sparkle.
And listen, this isn't mall jewelry. This is the real deal. Wholesale diamonds, bigger, brighter, better. And yes, she will notice.
Dad, I've seen the look on their faces. You hand them the box, they open it, and boom, it's game over.
Exactly. So whether you want something custom or you need it today, I've got you covered.
Don't overthink it. Just call, text, or come see my dad, Diamond Dave, at Desert Wholesale Diamond.
Bring me your last-minute panic, and I'll send you home a hero.
Call Diamond Dave at 480-397-2450 or follow him on Instagram at Diamond Dave Cantor. That's at Diamond Dave Kantor.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with a great opportunity to invest in your number one asset, improve the aesthetics of your home, and lower your energy bills all at the same time. And that is because my friends at Advanced Window Products, they are staging their end of the year sale where you get $2,500 off any purchase of 10 or more windows. I took advantage of this offer and I cannot say enough good things about this company, my experience, and how beautiful my new windows look. Advanced Window Products is a window and door manufacturing company with 40 years of experience. They sell directly to the public. There are no middleman markups. They've got their own factory in the valley, which means they'll build your windows, they'll install your windows, then they'll guarantee them for life. Also, that warranty is transferable, and there are great financing options available, which means now is a great time to invest in your home. Call 480-764-2002, online at advancedwindows.com.
Run, Rudolph. Randolph ain't too far behind. Run, Rudolph. Santa's gotta make it to town.
Here are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com. I'm Kevin Zimmerman. Dylan Brooks regrets his ejection but stays on the offensive against LeBron James. A Tua Tagovailoa swap for Kyler Murray? Let's be realistic here. And Justin Jones's pricey Cardinals tenure comes to an unceremonious end. Those are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com.
All right, quick shout out to Fountain Hills. How's everybody doing out there in Fountain Hills?
Yeah, let me turn my mic on.
Your mic's already on
Fountain
vacation.
Hills. Yeah, you know what, honestly, right now. Why are we
First
playing
break
this
coming back.
as a rejoin? Why are we playing this, by the way? Just,
Just getting you ready.
Christmas music.
Oh,
it's your last show before Christmas.
Okay, yeah, all right. White Christmas, I think, is my favorite, just if you're keeping score at home.
I'm going to look for the most, the heaviest. I know Billy Idol had a Christmas CD. I couldn't find a Metallica one, but I know he had an album. I'll see what else I can find for some more Wolf-styled Christmas music coming up here.
Cool.
But yeah, let's talk a little college football and the fact that things are kind of quiet right now, don't you think?
Yeah.
I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing. All of a sudden, Michigan doesn't have a coach. And I'm not talking about random people on the internet that are like, we can take any team's coach, like just random fans. I'm just talking about actual news.
Yes.
Everything's kind of quiet. And I don't even just mean they have, with Kenny, but all these other names. There were other names supposedly on Michigan's list, like Kalen DeBoer or Jed Fish or Jesse Minter. There's a lot of names on that list. And everything's just quiet right now.
Very quiet. And it's one of the reasons why, Base Earnings, whenever you hear the breaking news sounder, right? The breaking news sounder.
I'm on edge.
What do you think of immediately? What is the first thing you think of? When I hear it, when I hear the breaking news sounder, Base Earnings, I think of Kenny. I think of Kenny Dillingham in ASU. Now, guess what? I don't think negative. I don't think, it's a guarantee he's gone. But I do believe that whenever I hear that breaking news sounder, man, it's going to do with ASU and Kenny, whether he's staying or going.
Yeah, I mean, that's the truth. This is we are at some point going to hear that breaking news sounder, and it might not be for another week or whatever. Who knows? Or it might be in 3 seconds where I'm going to be really freaked out if it's in 3 seconds, where it could absolutely, I still think it will be.
Look into the future.
That Kenny is staying. No, they finalized this deal.
That's right.
And
I have not given up hope either.
I'm going to firmly believe that until I hear otherwise, that even if he left, he wants to be here. This is a weird circumstance where this job is even open, especially at this time of year.
Yes.
But I firmly believe that he wants to be here, and I firmly believe he is the sort of guy that could be here for a very long time. But I don't read anything into him not saying, I'm going to be here for the next 20 years, because you can't say that. You can't say that. Stuff changes, and you lose all of your leverage. And it seems like with Kenny, he's trying to use his leverage to get his assistants paid and to get NIL money so his team can compete for national championship.
Yeah, for me, Base Earnings, I read into everything for the most part. I mean, it comes with the territory. It does. And I know there are people out there that don't like that, yet at the same time, I'm sorry. This is what happens to me. They say that I overreact from time to time, ladies and gentlemen. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't. This is just who I've been all of these years, of course, and Okay, from time to time when I talk about the blood sport, I might actually overreact about that. But in regard to this, Kenny crying to me, that cut that we played where Kenny actually caught himself just thinking about ASU, thinking about the school that he loves, thinking about the job that he loves, choked himself up. That, to me, I can't get out of my head.
Really? You took that way?
Can't
Okay.
Get out of my head. Because why would you be choked up about that? This is just me, once again. Now, we're riffing here.
Yeah?
We're riffing here, Basinonians, and yes, my vacation looms. And I am very, very distracted. Yet at the same time, I honestly, why would that choke you up? The thought of ASU, if you were going to get a raise and your coaches were going to get a raise as well because there was leverage here for you, why would that choke you up? I don't get it.
It's interesting because I in the moment took that as just like this. We all agree this is his dream job. Now, if he ultimately moves on at some point, then, depending where he goes, I get it, but and like you always say, and there's truth to this, he has to look out for his family and all that. Now, I don't think going to Michigan is the answer, but whatever.
You can look out for your family fine right here.
You can do it here.
You can do it here.
But I took that as almost him just kind of reflecting, because this keeps getting brought up of, wow, I actually do have my dream job.
It all comes down to, do you have to rule the world? Are you one of those guys? And I'm not attacking you if you are, Basinonians. Understand that. To each his own. I'm not attacking you if that is your drive. You are filled with drive to actually be the guy and to rule the world, so to speak. Some people don't. Some people are just fine being successful and staying right where they are for the most part. This is what confronts Kenny, I believe, and will confront him going forward from this point.
Yeah,
I don't think he's that guy.
I don't think he's that guy in the sense of like the second any job that has a more established history opens up, you got to jump to that one. Like, okay, I got to jump to Michigan, and then what if the Ohio State job opens in 3 years, and you got to jump to Ohio State? Like, I don't think he's Lane Kiffin. Yeah, exactly. With Lane Kiffin, who will be coaching Alabama in a year or whatever. But I do think, he's obviously competitive. He obviously wants to win. I think, and Rick, you kind of brought this up in the pre-show meeting. I think this is why we had this segment labeled this way on the show sheet. I think you can do all those things now here, whereas a couple years ago it would have been a lot tougher to do it. ASU in the Pac-12 during the Herm era or during the Todd Graham era, like previous eras, we never talked about ASU as a national title contender because there really wasn't even a path. You're gonna have to win the Pac-12, and then even then you would have had to have been so convincing. You would have had to convincingly be better than USC and Oregon in such a way where you would have been one of the top 4 teams voted in when they clearly always just wanted to vote 3 SEC schools in.
Yeah.
There just was no path. You could go undefeated and not even get into the playoff. There's a path. He already showed the path last year. The path is, I'm not saying it's easy, but it's so much easier than it was 5 years ago at ASU. And so that's why I'm still holding out hope that he's staying, because you can rule the world from here. It's just it's a different path, but this is a different era. How many times has he said that? He said it earlier this week. College football is so different now than it was 12 months ago. And dude, he is so right. He really is. So I don't know. We'll see where this goes, I guess.
Yeah. Honestly, I think there are people out there like Lane Kiffin, and I'm not attacking Lane Kiffin, okay? I am not built that way. I am not. Well, I've got to roll the world. No, I'm not built that way at all. Head down. Thank you, Lord God, for what you have given me. That's the way that I am built. Compete every day. Try as hard as I can every day. Even the day before vacation. Try as hard as I can every day.
You are trying.
Locked in, I am. Trying to focus. But there are a lot of people out there. There are many people, many coaches, Basinonians, if they had the opportunity to coach Michigan, they would be gone.
True. But I think the distinction to draw, and you did just draw it, is it's not 100% of the people. And I don't even think it's 99% of the people. I think whatever the number is, it was higher a few years ago. Because a few years ago, if you wanted to get to the top of college football, you eventually had to get to one of like 7 or 8 programs. That's the only way you could really do it. There wasn't a path available to most other schools. That path, now the path is based more on can you win, as opposed to just are you at a school that's always going to get the votes into the playoff. Here's Pete Thamel on the College Game Day podcast yesterday.
The difference between Arizona State and Michigan and Alabama and whatever has always been pronounced, right? Let's not kid ourselves. It's always been pronounced. I don't think it's ever been more pronounced than it is right now.
See, that's interesting to me because obviously all the respect in the world for Pete Thamel. And I got to say this carefully because you offend like Michigan fans. Did you see Desmond Howard? How could you ever say? It's not that Michigan hasn't accomplished more than ASU in college football, but I think the difference is less pronounced now. And it's not just ASU. Like if we were talking about Joey McGuire at Texas Tech, I would not be sitting here saying, oh, you got to go take the Michigan job. Why? You've got all the money you need at Texas Tech. You have a path through the Big 12 as opposed to having to go through Oregon and Ohio State in the Big 10. Yeah. Now you get more spots in the Big 10. I think the difference between these schools is actually a lot less pronounced now.
I think for the most part, recruiting is so much easier when you are at Michigan than anywhere else. You've got the NIL first and foremost.
Well, can't argue
that. That number one, and number two, you got the M. You've got the status, and players know it.
But do you think that matters as much now to a 17-year-old? If you're a 17-year-old and you're a high-end recruit?
I think it matters more to his parents probably right now. The money, the NIL, of course, and I think that probably matters to a 17-year-old as well.
The NIL I'm setting aside because it is an unknown here still. I mean, obviously Michigan has a ton.
This is what's crazy about it. So many prospects that are out there, so many high school kids, they equate going to a big school with going into the NFL. When the NFL will find you. They don't care where you are.
How many players is ASU going to put in the
If
NFL
you're good,
this year?
they will find you.
At least 5,
But there's
6?
no doubt about it when you go to some of these blue blood programs that you're going to be a higher draft pick. There's no doubt.
Yeah. I wonder what if I'm a 17-year-old high-end football prospect, am I looking and saying, well, man, Michigan's been great before. Like if I'm being recruited by Michigan and Texas Tech and ASU, am I like, well, it's got to be Michigan because look what they've done in the past? Or am I like, Texas Tech might win the whole thing this year, or I want to go play for Kenny Dillingham? You know what I mean? Like I think Kenny controls a lot of the recruiting too. The NIL is obviously a huge factor here, though. That's the one thing that ASU's got to catch up a little bit. All right, when we come back, Arizona Cardinals. This is a change. They've waived a player. Justin Jones is out, and man, it doesn't even feel like his career with the Cardinals has started yet. So that's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Cardinals host the Falcons for Week 16.
Huddle. They got 2 backs that can do a lot of damage, and honestly, it's a really good scheme.
It's a dynamic group. I think it's really well coached.
Pre-game Sunday morning with your black coffee in bed. Kickoff 2:05 Sunday afternoon. The home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Desert Institute for Spine Care, also known as DISC. Man, if you're having neck or back pain, you need to go see the best of the best, and that is DISC, ladies and gentlemen. The reason you should choose them varies, of course, by need. But they have an award-winning doctor, staff, and provide a broad range of treatments. DISC provides pain mapping as well in a careful diagnostic approach to figure out exactly what will be best for your issue. And then they back that with proven success and a whole lot of trust. The DISC doctors often train doctors from all over the world, Basinonians, on best practices and techniques as a world leader. That's right, they come right here to the Basin. If you're experiencing any kind of neck or back pain like I was, it's time for you to text SPINE to 620-620. That's SPINE to 620-620 for DISC.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code POWER to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code POWER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code POWER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with my good friend Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of Chapman BMW, the guy that can literally make your dreams come true.
Bick, you know I love your show and your listeners, and I want everybody in the audience to know that you have a friend in the business at Chapman BMW. This is not lip service. Come down, take a test drive, find what you like, then ask for me by name and get your hookup. Find out how easy it is to do business with a great family.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations.
1 great experience.
When it comes to vision, the name you need to know is Dr. Jay Schwartz at the Schwartz Laser Eye Center, the team eye doctor for the Phoenix Suns and Arizona Diamondbacks. Ready to ditch glasses and contacts? LASIK is your winning play, an advanced laser procedure that reshapes the cornea for sharp, clear vision. Quick procedure, fast recovery, and trusted results. If you're not a LASIK candidate, no need to worry. They've got options like the Evo ICL, an implantable lens that works with your natural eye, or the Clear Lens Exchange, a procedure that replaces your eye's natural lens for lasting clarity. There's free consultation at all 3 Valley locations, Scottsdale, Glendale, and Mesa. Schedule now at teamidoc.com. That's teamidoc.com, or call 480-483-EYES. That's 480-483-EYES. It's the Schwartz Laser Eye Center, trusted for over 25 years.
There's nothing quite like the Verbo Fiesta Bowl. For locals, it's been a point of pride for 50-plus years. For players, it's where legends emerge. For fans, it's the trip of a lifetime. But this year is even bigger. It's the College Football Playoff semifinal on January the 8th. Viva Fiesta. Tickets on sale now at fiestabowl.org. That's fiestabowl.org.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Phoenix Suns are back in action tonight after 3 days off. They host the Golden State Warriors at Mortgage Matchup Center. Tip-off is at 7 with pregame coverage beginning at 6 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Grayson Allen is questionable for the Suns, while Pat Spencer and Al Horford are out for the Warriors. This report is brought to you by Sanderson Ford. Sanderson is the #1 Ford dealership in Arizona for sales and customer satisfaction, located on 51st Avenue just south of Glendale, and online at sandersonford.com.
Here comes Santa Claus, here comes Santa Claus, riding down Santa Claus Lane. Blitzen, blitzen, all here's a reindeer pulling on a rein.
Hey everybody, it's Dave Burns here. So how can the Phoenix Suns bounce back tonight against the struggling Golden State Warriors? We'll talk about it at 2 o'clock on the Burns and Gambo Show on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
That's what I'm talking about right now. Little Elvis, ladies and gentlemen. Google it, my young crowds.
Well, I'm Googling that right now. I'm waiting for Rick to ask Jamal if he knows who Elvis is.
Jamal, do you know who Elvis is?
Yeah. Do you know who Elvis is, Jamal?
Okay,
or
obviously
nothing?
Jamal knows who Elvis is.
I do know.
Okay.
Jamal
You
or
got a
nothing.
little snarl. Elvis had a little snarl.
What's one of his biggest songs? You know, not a Christmas song. What's one of his biggest songs? Let's see.
I honestly don't.
I don't know that I would. I don't know that I know the Elvis
I know.
catalog.
I don't either.
I just know who Elvis is.
Okay, thank you. That's kind of where it stops for me.
My aunt is a huge
Elvis
Elvis
fan. There are.
Yeah.
I honestly think there's nothing but huge Elvis.
That's true. There's not like, I casually listen to
you are
Elvis.
not.
Yeah,
I went to high school with an Elvis impersonator.
Oh, man.
They were an Elvis impersonator when you were in high school, or they grew up to be one?
No, they were an Elvis. He was an Elvis impersonator in high school.
Oh, wow.
Taylor Rodriguez, look him up. He's one of the top Elvis impersonators in the country. Like, he wins contests and
Another
stuff.
piece of the puzzle falls into place.
Hey, what up, Taylor?
These are contests?
Oh yeah, the Elvis impersonating business is booming.
How many Elvis movies have come out in like the last 3 years? At least two.
At least two.
Seven. Seven. Okay. Jamal celebrates the entire catalog of Elvis movies. Apparently.
I have no idea what you guys are talking about.
Well, okay, Wolf, you're going to have to answer this one then.
I'm talking sports. You're talking Elvis, okay?
That should be a promo for the show. I'm talking sports. You're talking Elvis. As Wolf has one foot out the door for Christmas vacation. Justin Jones.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Even the people in the newsroom are like, Wolf, how are you doing in there? Are you holding up okay?
Please, stop talking.
I feel like Monty Ossenfort has done a good job up to this point. Now, I know people are screaming at their radio right now because the team is having a miserable season. I feel like I just feel like it's a different way to. You have to measure what a GM is doing differently because it takes a little more time. That's not game to game. That's more you're trying to build something from scratch, and especially in his case, building something from scratch when he got here. But by no means do I feel like he's done a perfect job. And I think now, and some of this is injuries, but now I look at the first couple draft classes, and there's a lot more questions than I had at the beginning of the year. I felt a lot better about his drafts coming into this season than I do right now. But if you're talking about signings that did not work out, man, Justin Jones. And I was excited to see what this guy could do for this team. He ended up playing 3 games as an Arizona Cardinal, and that was one of their bigger additions 2 years ago.
That is stunning. It really is. I just want to be clear on this, based on needs. When the Arizona Cardinals signed Justin Jones, I was really, really excited. When they signed Bilal Nichols, I was really, really excited. These two guys were going to bring a ton of stability in their front seven in terms of honoring their gap, being in the right place, and actually being capable of making tackles from time to time. It is absolutely stunning that both of these signings, not just one, both of these signings have not produced a lot of production. Both of these signings, and when I say production-based earnings, I'm talking about games that are actually played, to your point, Luke.
So they signed them both before last season, okay? So since then, the Cardinals have played 31 games. So between the two of them, you have a possibility of 62 games, right?
Yes, right.
Now, this was still in that era. This was going into year 2 where I think you labeled it as, okay, they're signing pros now. And between the two of them, with a possible 62 games, they played 13 games as Arizona Cardinals.
Oh, my goodness.
Or I shouldn't say like past tense for Bilal Nichols, but for Justin Jones, he played 3 games, and Bilal Nichols has played a total of 10 games as Arizona Cardinals so far. You know, it speaks to a bigger thing, and I think you got this email too from Howard Balzer sent this out to, I think it was to you and I, where if you account for like active players the Cardinals have, but then also guys that are on IR and then practice squad, they have 90 players right now because they have 22 on IR.
Yes.
I'm not saying this as an excuse for the Cardinals. To me, there's no excuse to be 3-11 the way the season's going, but they have had an absurd number of injuries.
Correct.
And I'm saying it more so now as, how do you fix that? Because this has been an issue now for a couple of years, not to this extent. And I know most of it you can't control, but this would be one of the main things I was looking at this offseason.
Yeah, how do you fix that? It's just bad luck, I think, for the most part with a lot of it. You might want to go. You might want to go. What are our training techniques? How are we training our guys? How much different is it? Might want to go ahead and research that. I guarantee you, based on earnings, they do that every year, though. They self-evaluate every year and call other teams and what they're doing as well in their practices. These guys talk. The grapevine is vast and varied. They have conversations, of course, throughout the year in regard to how they're doing this stuff. When the Cardinals signed Justin Jones and Bilal Nichols once again, I was excited because these guys were pros. They were pros, and that's what they were signing, guys that were pros. When you think about this, when you think of Justin Jones, 3 years, $31 million plus. 3-year contract he signed, $31 million plus. $9,750,000 for a signing bonus.
Yeah.
Think about that.
Yeah.
That's a substantial bonus. $19 million guaranteed. And you got 3 games out of him.
Yeah.
This disaster.
And so, like, I understand. I don't know. Like, even as I say, you got to figure out how to get guys on the field more. Like, my first thought is, well, don't draft guys that are injury prone. Well, they really haven't. Okay, so then you look at Justin. So, I mean, there has been, like, a lot of these guys they've brought in that they've drafted, they're having injury issues, weren't having injury issues in college. So then let's use Justin Jones and Bilal Nichols as examples. Okay, if you're going to go out and sign free agents that have an injury history, then you're playing with fire. Okay, so Justin Jones has played 3 games out of a possible 31 for the Cardinals, okay? Yeah. He hadn't missed a game in 2 years before that.
Think about that.
He played the full 17 with the Bears in 23, the full 17 with the Bears in 22, and he played 11 of the 17 with the Chargers in 21. So then you're like, okay, well then it must have been Bilal Nichols. They must have been, hey, we're gonna test our luck here and sign this guy who's injury prone. Let's see, he played every game in 23, every game in 22, every game in 21, every game in 20. He had missed 5 games in his 6-year career.
Unbelievable.
And he can't get on the field for the Cardinals.
Unbelievable. Bilal Nichols also signed a 3-year contract, $21 million. 6 of that was a signing bonus, $6 million. $14 million, over $14 million guaranteed. Both those signings just blew up, and I was on board and really excited about both those signings.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I'm not even...
And that's what you need to go back and look at, seriously.
Yeah.
All the things you just said. What kind of production did they have? How often were they hurt? Not hurt at all, for the most part, and very productive. You sign them both, they play 13 games.
Bilal Nichols drafted in 2018 by the Bears. Missed 2 games as a rookie, 3 his second year. Played every game as third, every game as fourth, every game as fifth, every game as sixth. That's not an injury-prone player. I mean, you
know what it sounds like, the tip of the spear for 2025 in the Arizona Cardinals.
All right, when we come back to the Suns and a very odd Devin Booker stat. So we'll get that to you and react to it next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Win tickets to the Verbo Fiesta Bowl from Arizona Sports. This show's keyword is
Alabama. Alabama.
Text the word Alabama to 620-620 right now.
Alabama.
Text Alabama to 620-620 for your chance to win tickets to the Verbo Fiesta Bowl. Message and data rates may apply.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code BOOST25 to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code BOOST25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code BOOST25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
What makes you so different than the rest of us?
We ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Tell me more.
Our investment counselors focus on service over sales, prioritizing clients' needs.
How do you make money?
We don't sell any commission-based products. We have a simple management fee, based on the value of our client's portfolio. So we do better when our clients do better.
What about client portfolios?
We get to know each client, their finances, family, health, lifestyle, and more, and then we tailor a portfolio based on their specific goals and needs.
Your clients really come first then, huh?
Yes, we make them a top priority. Our goal is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement.
Wow, maybe we are different.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
It doesn't matter if you're running drills at the park, playing pickup on a Saturday, or sinking the final putt. When you compete with your friends with Michelob Ultra on the line, competition isn't that friendly. The trash talk, next level, and the stakes, oh, those are crystal clear. With only 95 calories and superior smooth taste, it's the ultimate trophy. Superior is worth playing for. Michelob Ultra, superior light beer. Enjoy responsibly. Copyright 2025, Anheuser-Busch Michelob Ultra Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
A new diamond era begins. Desert Diamond Casino White Tanks is now open. An atmosphere sparkling with excitement and top names like the legendary Morton's Steakhouse and signature Starbucks coffee. Best of all, this stunning new destination is right at Loop 303 and Northern Parkway. So come and live the diamond life. Desert Diamond Casino.
An enterprise of the Donna Automation.
Is your financial advisor offering you up to a 30% upfront bonus? Or are they promising you up to 10% growth per year, all for your retirement income? If not, then you need to come to Trajan Wealth. I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. If you have a plan to retire within the next 10 years, don't wait only to find out it's too late. I've seen hardworking folks like you retire only to be required to go back to work, all because their advisor told them guarantees like these were too good to be true. They're not. That's up to $30,000 upfront or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't keep working when you're supposed to be retired, and don't let any financial advisor tell you it's too good to be true. Call Trajan today, 480-360-7900. That's 480-360-7900.
Annuities, non-advisory products. DBA Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Hey, this is Jared, and Jonathan Gannon said the Cardinals are in a bit of a dip. Well, is this the week that the Cards get out the dip when they dip, 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 dip? That the Cards get out the dip, and when they dip, 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 dip. Tune in at 6 a.m. on Big Limerado Mornings.
I like the fact you're doing this, Rick. I must admit. Merry Christmas, ladies and gentlemen. Happy holidays. God bless you all. I like this Christmas rejoin. Very nice. Well done. Well played by you.
Did you get your shopping done yet during the break?
No.
Okay.
I haven't.
Okay. That's good.
I'm not stressed about it at all, though. Are you kidding me? Tomorrow is the day we do it.
Really? I mean, you do still have a full week, which this
That's
is...
what I'm saying.
I'm sure there are people out there listening right now like, oh, that would stress me out so much. But the reality is you have a full week. It's not like Christmas is tomorrow.
That's right.
So really, you don't even have to start till next Wednesday.
And by the way, I'm really, really good in terms of buying gifts for people.
Point A to point B?
Just saying.
So do you go to
Can I say that? Because some people struggle with this. You know that. Oh, they wring their hands. And I never wring my hands, ladies and gentlemen. I'm just going to buy it. I don't care what it is.
Do you know what you're going to buy when you go into the store? Or is it
Sometimes.
like when you grocery shop and you call it hunting?
Hunting, no, exactly. Oh, that steak looks real good.
Everybody's getting steak for Christmas
Stab
this
it
year.
with your steely knife.
From Wolf.
Yes.
All right, Wolf. I found this stat to be a little surprising. Okay. And I was just kind of scrolling through, and just kind of, books missed a few games, and then he came back the other night against the Lakers, and he had 27 points, and just kind of looking through.
Look at the show sheet.
Yeah.
Stat. Okay. Yes. What is it?
You know, Devin Booker hasn't had a 30-point game since November 13th.
Wow.
And it's December 18th. Just
Why-
give me
why
your
is
initial
that?
reaction to that.
Yeah, my initial reaction to that is, you know what? That sounds about right. Sounds about right. Devin Booker is very, very talented. We all understand that. Yet at the same time, he's carrying a responsibility that is really foreign to him for the most part. This leadership thing, I've been talking about it for the last 3 years. Leadership and how important it was for Devin Booker to grow as a leader. Now he's been given that opportunity to lead. And I think that is, it's had an impact on him so far. I think when he's out on the floor, he's not just looking for his shot. I think he's looking for everybody else as well. And I think that's kind of messing with his mentality right now.
Yeah, I almost took this as a positive, just in the sense of, like, when I look at the Cardinals and I look at Trey McBride, and we're going to talk about this a little bit later in the show, you really can't ask much more from Trey McBride. Now, I know what you're saying. He can get better as a blocker, and that's certainly, that's real. But as far as production, you really can't ask much more from Trey McBride.
Agreed.
And it's not translating to wins for them. For the Suns, they are winning, and I actually think you will get more production from Devin Booker here at some point. So he's averaging 25.1 points per game this season. Not a bad number by any means, but it is the lowest points per game average of his career since the 2017-18 season. Not by a ton. Like last year it was 25.6. The previous few years it was up in the 27s. It's not like cause for concern. It's just more, to your point, he's taking on a different role this year.
Yeah.
He went 30-plus in 5 of the first 6 games this season, and he's done it twice in his last 17 games. And I just say this to know that there's a run coming up where Devin Booker puts up 30-plus in another 5 of 6 games, and they're already winning without it. So I'm taking it as a good thing because you actually can get more production from Devin Booker, and history shows you're going to get it, but they're winning kind of without it right now.
Yeah, also, too, I just go ahead and I look at some of the years that have gone by already and his field goal percentage by way of example. Going back to 2021, 2022, 46.6, 47% from the field for the most part. Going back to 2022, 2023, 49.4. Then the next year, 49.2. Yeah, he's down to 45.5 this year. But I honestly think, again, I'm not concerned about Devin Booker at all. I know there are
I'm not either.
Other guys that are concerned about him that are here. They're talking about it, rightfully so. I understand. Yeah, he's not scoring the way that he has in the past. And I think there's a legitimate reason why that is. More of the playmaking has been put on his shoulders. And not only that, leadership as well. And I think he's trying to get everyone else involved as opposed to going out and just looking for his shot.
Well, that's kind of where I was going with it. Is this by design? Because they are winning. Now, setting aside the last 7 games, again, he missed 3 of those games. You're playing really tough teams in there. But overall, this season, they are winning. And Devin Booker's not scoring the way he usually does. So is it by design? Is that part of the reason why they are winning? I would say the shooting percentage being down a little bit isn't by design, but maybe they're not asking him to score quite as much. But, I mean, if you think about it, Jalen Green's not even playing.
I know.
So you would really think they'd be asking him to score even more. I just find it interesting that his numbers are down in terms of just raw scoring numbers, but their win total is up. Because that makes me think it at least is partially by design that they don't want to lean on just him to score. But I'm looking for ways that they can keep winning when other teams start working as hard as them, like we were talking about yesterday.
Oh, man.
And one of the ways where you're going to be able to get an advantage back is Devin Booker just having a Devin Booker night, which for the last 10 years he has about 90% of the time.
Yeah, it's going to be really, this is going to be fascinating, Basinonians, when in fact Jalen Green is ready to go. When is that day coming, Rick? Do you know? I mean,
after Christmas, according to Gambo.
Oh my goodness!
I'm anticipating
I'm so tired
because
of this.
All your shopping will be done by then, Wolf.
I know. It's just you've got to be kidding me.
Yeah, it's really getting to me too because so far, like I know you guys have given me some credit about my Suns prediction. I did not predict them to be good in this current form
without Jalen Green.
I thought the key was the fact that they had Devin Booker and Jalen Green and holy cow, that's going to be a great combination. Okay. And I think it will be once Jalen Green comes back. It's going to open things up for Booker. But, but like, I really want to see Jalen Green because he's so fun to watch. Yes. So fun.
No, I totally agree with that. Yet at the same time, it's going to be okay. These are powerhouses we're talking about in terms of scoring the basketball. Devin Booker and Jalen Green. These guys will light it up. Okay.
Well, Green, in theory, should make it easier for Booker to score, too. At least get clearer shots off.
Okay. Yeah. How many shots is Jalen Green going to take as well? Because Jalen Green doesn't mind chucking the ball
He likes to
up.
shoot, so probably quite a few.
He likes to shoot the ball. He likes to do it. And how is that going to blend? We've all been wondering about this. This is not a surprise. We've been talking about it since they acquired Jalen Green. How is this going to mesh with Devin Booker? How? We don't know yet.
It looked good in the first game.
That's what.
Yeah, that first game was very promising.
Against the Clippers, who suck, but.
Okay, but
yeah, it was still great.
We'd all agree the sample size is stupidly
It's minuscule,
small.
Yes.
Yes, thank you.
It's not great.
So again, how is this going to work? I don't know, but I honestly think what we're seeing from Devin Booker right now is the fact that he feels a lot more responsibility for going out and being good. And he's trying to put others before himself in terms of looking for his own shot. And I think that's messing with him.
I'm just trying to find ways when other teams, and you're seeing it already, when other teams are like, hey, we can't coast against the Suns. We can't even play at 80%. We have to work as hard as the Phoenix Suns. When good teams do that, then again, on paper, a lot of these good teams have more talent than the Suns. That's the way it was coming into the season. And the Suns' plan was, we'll outwork them and we'll have great chemistry. Yep. Now, I don't know if these other teams will be able to match the Suns' chemistry every night. The Suns have great chemistry. But like I said yesterday, a team can work that hard when they play the Suns, and then they can just coast the next night when they play New Orleans or whatever. So the Suns we're going to have to find a way for the Suns to readjust to that. And I think you have a built-in way when you get Jalen Green back and when Devin Booker starts shooting a little bit more like Devin Booker. He's not been bad. It's just he hasn't been booked yet.
Once again, this is just me. I think that's going to take a little time, a little give and take from Devin Booker and Jalen Green to work it out.
Real quick before we go to the break, I got to get command and control in on this too. Who comes back first, Jalen Green or Wolf?
Oh, man.
Jalen Green.
Okay.
I'm going to say Jalen Green.
Oh, boy, that's not encouraging. If Wolf's, well, I guess it is. We get Jalen Green back.
That's right.
I don't know when Wolf's coming back.
This is Patrick Mahomes.
Okay, that's enough out of you, Jamal.
This is the last show of the year for you, right, Wolf?
Yes,
right?
Yes,
okay.
It is the better effect.
I will... Man, you know what? I still think Wolf's coming back first. I think you take it cautiously with Jalen Green.
Oh, man.
Patrick Mahomes. All right. When we come back, and this one hurts. What is wrong with the Cardinals defense? A question I did not think I would ask this year. But we're going to ask 15-year NFL vet Lorenzo Alexander. He's going to join us next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
So.
The Arizona Sports YouTube channel for live shows, podcasts, viral clips, shorts, and more. Just the local sports leader doing what we do on YouTube. Serve yourself some Arizona sports. Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and you've seen the billboards. Sweet James is everywhere. It's a fun name and a fun brand, but when you've been hurt in an accident and it's game time, Sweet James plays to win. They are unstoppable in their pursuit of justice, and they are the heavy hitter you need when dealing with the insurance companies. Sweet James Accident Attorneys is a world-class law firm with over 25 years of experience, more than 500 trials, and over $2 billion recovered for accident victims. They even have a full in-house trial team, and they win 98% of the time. Remember, having the right attorney can mean the difference between a $2,000 check and a $2 million settlement, and Sweet James delivers some of the biggest wins in the country, and they've been named best attorneys in America. So if you're hurt in an accident, don't settle for less. Call Sweet James at 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-900-0000, online at sweetjames.com.
So you need last-minute gifts. No judgment. Get an extra 25% off during Kohl's Friends and Family Sale and find great gifts under $20. Like something cozy, something thoughtful, something that says you planned this all along. Yep, you're just one quick trip away from checking off the last gifts on your list. Save now at KohlsandKohls.com. Select styles. Offer ends December 24th. Some exclusions apply. See store or Kohls.com for details.
Oh, how's that flu, babe? Did you take DayQuil Intense Flu yet?
Nah, I got this. Ugh, okay, I don't got this.
You stay on the couch, and I'll grab the DayQuil.
Undo your flu symptoms with DayQuil Intense Flu. DayQuil Intense Flu provides powerful relief of your flu symptoms.
I'm ready for that to-do list.
Wow, you do got this.
DayQuil Intense Flu. The daytime coughing, aching, fever, under your flu, medicine. Use as directed, keep out of reach of children.
Choose hope for children in foster care through Child Crisis Arizona. Together, we can assure all children are safe. The qualifying foster care tax credit is one way you can help. Contribute up to $618 individually or $1,234 jointly to Child Crisis Arizona and receive a $1 tax credit. Your gift provides hope and a brighter future to children in foster care. Visit childcrisisaz.org. That's childcrisisaz.org.
It's literally the roof over our heads. I mean, I'm not sure what's more important as a homeowner. Don't we deserve the Arizona Roofing Contractor of the Year? America Roofing. Yep, America Roofing just earned, envelope please, the Arizona Roofing Contractor of the Year award. Hey, America Roofing recently put a new roof on Casa Calvisi. They're A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau. Family owned and operated for over a quarter century. Jake, Josh, Tracy, and 500 employees statewide. Home or business, repair or replace, licensed, bonded, and insured. America Roofing was referred to me, and now I refer them to all my family and friends. Again, it's the roof over our biggest investment, and it's real easy to schedule a free check at americaroofingco.com. Make sure you're ready for the winter rain, summer heat, monsoon storms. That's why America Roofing says we've got you covered. Arizona's roofing experts, plus save 12% at americaroofingco.com.
Hi, everybody. It's Dave Burns, and Million Points Mania is back at Global Credit Union. With a Global Credit Card, you have a chance every week to win 50,000 points with a grand prize of 1 million points for one lucky winner. Sign up now and get an introductory APR of just 1.9%. Get your Global Credit Card today. Global Credit Union, your world of financial possibilities. Introductory APR on purchases for 6 months on new accounts open before January 9th, 2026. After the introductory period, a variable APR will apply.
Hi, folks. Lorenzo Alexander here. After 15 years playing professional football, I've been through plenty of winning and losing. If you feel like you're losing because of private student loan debt, call my friends at Y-Refi. They refinance loans others won't touch and create a payment plan based on what you can afford, even if you're behind or in default. Y-Refi can help lower your interest rate and reduce your monthly payment. And they don't care what your credit score is. Call 888-502-2612 or visit yrefi.com.
Not available in all states. KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Phoenix Suns are back in action after 3 days off. They host the Golden State Warriors tonight at Mortgage Matchup Center. Tip-off for the game is at 7 with pregame coverage beginning at 6 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Grayson Allen is questionable for the Suns, while Pat Spencer and Al Horford are out for the Warriors. This report is brought to you by Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort. Join the football watch parties every Sunday with special guests, food and drink specials, and more, only at Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The energy and passion he brings to the game is something I think that's contagious.
Intercepted by Lorenzo Alexander. Now he laterals to Aqib Talib.
I mean, you talk about a great pro that you wish every one of your players would emulate.
He's one of those guys, he's like a lunch bell guy. That blue-collar appeal to coming to work. He's going to outwork you every single play.
15-year NFL veteran Lorenzo Alexander joins Wolf and Luke to give us the lowdown on the Cardinals and the NFL. Brought to you by Y-Refi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to yrefi.com today.
Hour number 2 of the show, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios. It's Wolf from Luke on a Thursday, technically Friday for Wolf. Lorenzo Alexander is here. What's going on, Zo?
I'm good. I'm blessed. Just hanging out, coming in on my Thursday, man. I'm just listening to that intro my man Leger Doozable talking about. I show up to work every single day. I'm going to show up to work today, baby. Yeah, I know it's a holiday season, so hopefully I inspire. I have too much respect to call out certain people, but hopefully my presence inspires that we are where our feet are at, and that we're gonna bring it these couple of segments at least while I'm in here. Now, when I leave, that's on you, Luke. You got to lead the way, but I'm gonna lead it while I'm in here today. So I'm gonna bring the juice.
Yes, so thank you.
You set the tone.
I deserve that. I do. This is it, man. You know what? The 72-hour window was there. Yeah. It happens to me every year. Every year I get ready to go on vacation. Those last 3 days, I'm checking boxes and I'm thinking when I should be actually where my feet are.
Yeah,
well said.
I have something that will help you. Try to shop for the Warrior Queen a lot earlier so that's not on the top of the mind and all worried about that. If you get that out your way, that's probably the biggest thing. But oh, man, I got this. Christmas is coming up. I got to wait. Hey,
Tomorrow's
just get that out
the day.
way.
It's always the day. I take the kids and we go home shopping and we're walking around. I'll take that. I'll tell you right. There is panic.
Just buy double the presents tomorrow and hold half of them back for next year.
Yes. There you go. Good tip from your Uncle Zoe right there.
It is great because I walked in yesterday, you're like, I'm in the 72-hour zone. And then 5 minutes later, he's like, I'm in the 36-hour zone. And then he was like, I'm in the 5-hour zone. Yeah, right. Like, there's no countdown. It just jumps by 30 hours at a time.
That's all right. I don't know what you're talking about. Look, I'm going to finish strong.
Yeah, I'm sure. How's that show sheet treating you over
there? You ready to rip it up?
Yeah. They handed it to him, and he just dropped it right in the trash. That's actually his first present that he's given to somebody.
See how embarrassed I am right now. I mean, this is embarrassing. Where are we going in this part of the program?
All right. You always say that you enjoy admitting when you're wrong.
Yes.
Okay. I don't enjoy it as much as you.
Yeah.
But I was wrong. I thought the Cardinals defense was going to be really good this year. And I still feel like it could have been, but it hasn't been lately, Zoe. And I know we've talked about this, but it was another not great effort this weekend. And I'm just specifically talking about the defense. So what is going on? How is this fixable?
At this point, it's I don't know if it's fixable. It's just about doing your jobs, right? They give up way too many big plays, and they're not turning the ball over. And they have to deal with short fields. That's by the special teams, right? And so we talk about, complimentary football, right? If I get the ball, I'm not a very good team, and I get the ball, I know I have to go out and do my job, but that's really hard for most teams to do, especially when you don't have those playmakers out there that can erase those mistakes, right? And they have guys that have done it in the past, but Buda Baker's never been that guy to get his hands on a lot of balls, right? Yeah. Josh Sweat is probably a guy on the defensive line, but he's really the only one that can maybe do that. You need multiple guys. And then when you're dealing with all the injuries, you got younger linebackers playing, and that really hurts, I think, your ability to overcome some of the things that they're dealing with and to make those plays. And when those big plays happen, like the second play of the game to Nico Collins, the way the DBs were playing that, you would think you would have middle-of-the-field help. And so that person has to be there and show up, right? You have to, or the middle linebacker has to have some depth so that the quarterback can't put that ball on the line. So there's things like that are correctable. They're just not getting them. And at this point, I don't know if you're going to become somebody new, at the end of the season like this. They're kind of just in it. Let's get our young guys some playing time. Hopefully they can learn from these things, and then next year we can hit the ground running based on whoever comes back for this defense.
You know what is so weird about it as well? Josh Sweat, I think, has had a very, very good season. I think he's having a very solid season. Yet at the same time, when you look at it, they're number 27 in terms of sacks per attempt in the league.
He has 44% of their sacks.
Right, exactly. They haven't really gotten a lot of help.
Yeah, and some of the guys have been injured. They've been out, right? Calais started off fast, but like I told you early in the season, that thing wanes when you're older. Like the first couple of you feel great, and then it only takes one tweak, and then you kind of lose that luster. And he was, I think, more in there. Should have been, 15 snaps coming in on third down, and then if they were a good team, he's not playing so many snaps. And at the end of the season, he can still find, because he even had a couple of good rushes there, but it's just not going to be as consistent because he's an older body. And then the other guys, when you watch it, Josh Sweat is turning the corner, everybody else is kind of at the line of scrimmage.
Yeah.
Yes.
And that allows guys to step up. So Josh Webb probably would be even more effective if there was a committee of guys affecting the quarterback and closing in on that pocket. So there's a lot of growing, I think, to doing that. A lot of people figuring out, how do I stay healthy for a complete season that's going to help this football team be able to be more competitive. And the crazy, I mean, it's, you watch that first half, they're right there. They're just not good enough they can't be a Buffalo where you're down 21-0 and they don't have a Josh Allen that's going to bring you back in that team, right? They can't put themselves. So, for example, I think there was an interception. It was 23-7, and Michael Wilson was open. I know we're talking about the defense, but he's open.
Yeah.
And he throw a pick in the end zone. Right? You take points off the board. So that could have easily been 23-14, and now we're kind of in this game.
Yeah.
But then that doesn't happen. They go down. I think they score a touchdown. Now it's 30-7.
Yes.
Now it's over. Yeah. It's over at that point, right?
Yes, it was.
And this defense isn't good enough to overcome that. They're not creating turnovers. They ain't creating consistent pressure. They're not creating a consistent 3-and-outs. So that offense has more opportunities of possessing the football, because that's the most important thing, to be able to put points on the board.
And you knew the Texans were going to come out and they were going to run the ball as well.
Oh, for sure.
They were definitely going to do that. And that's Luke and I were just talking about this with Justin Jones and Bilal Nichols. Yeah. The fact that these guys, I mean, $52 million when you think about those two guys specifically. And actually, it's $34 million guaranteed to these two guys. They played in 13 games in the last 2 years so far. I mean, 13 games. And these guys, I thought, were going to be difference makers.
Yeah, well, if you're not on the field, you can't be, right?
You can't be.
You can't make the club in the tub, essentially. You can't be effective when you're not out there. And it's a lot of stuff that goes into that. I kind of heard, you hear people talk about the new rule since 2011 and all that shift. There are guys calloused enough. I think there's a couple of things that may be a little bit true. I also think guys aren't as willing, and it's just a culture shift, to play through certain things.
Yeah.
Like before, and this is just, I'm just bringing this up because this is just
you are
injured,
the bridge.
right?
You know
MHJ, right? He has a heel injury. Back in the day, right? We've seen T.O. play on a broken leg, right? Yeah. And I know it's the Super Bowl, but I'm just thinking the mindset. I was talking to my friend Darren Morrison, who also played in the league. His son is in the league right now, Ben Morrison, and he's sitting out too. He was like, back in the days, though, man, we shooting that thing up, getting out there. It was just a different mentality, right? So I think some of that's playing into it, where guys aren't willing to push through it. The culture's changed organizations because of the investments have went significantly up when you just mentioned that much money.
Yep. They tell them
do
not
I
to
want to
push
make
through it,
I want to make it harder? And then like the tackling piece too, I think that's also where, and there's ways you can tackle in the new NFL in terms of practicing it, where you're not being as physical, but you're going to put yourselves in the right position. And you can get better in the NFL. I think JG mentioned this, but I got better at tackler with some drills that we would do in practice. It's about angles. How do I pursue to the football to put myself in the position? It didn't have to do nothing with the contact, just about when I showed up. Yeah. And so, like, for example, when the big cutback run, Pat Poe overruns it, right? Because he's trying to go where the runner is. And I've talked about this many times. You got to track that near hip and run where the runner's at. And your outside support, force players, people that are supposed to turn the ball back to you, they have to do their job. And when they do turns back, that's when you run right through that near hip.
Yep.
And so things like that show up that they're not doing well or consistently, that's when those big plays happen. And so there's ways to practice those things in practice. Also getting a big crash pad. They used to do block special team stuff. And I can work on form tackling, running my feet, and guys are landing on that versus the ground in order to work things. We did that a lot with the Raiders when I was there. They did a lot of rugby-style stuff that guys have to work with no pads and tackle that I think you can implement in practice, especially when you start playing younger guys. These guys we gotta work on this. If that's an issue, you got to find a way as a coach, I think, to implement it in practice that's not going to kill me in my body, but I'm still going to have the technique, so when it's live time to go, I'm going to execute. I
got a cut here from JG. I'm going to play it when we come back. I think you're going to like Wolf, and it really fits a lot of what you're saying, Zoe. Okay. And we're going to figure out what the biggest story in the NFL is next as well. Okay, no big deal. 15-year NFL vet Lorenzo Alexander sticks around for more of the lowdown. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
We're talking about practice, man.
The Cardinals host the Falcons for Week 16.
Huddle.
They got two backs that can do a lot of damage, and honestly, it's a really good scheme.
It's a dynamic group. I think it's really well coached.
Pre-game Sunday morning with your Carajillo. Kickoff 2:05 Sunday afternoon. The home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Santan Ford. Go to santanford.com for more information. I am Santan Ford. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. The end of the year is here, is it not? That means you need a strong finish, do we not? We all need to finish well. Well, the good news is, of course, the year-end sales event is on at Tim Hovig's Santan Ford. And that, well, that's bringing back the zeros, Basinonians. 0% APR for 60 months, 0 payments for 90 days, and 0 down payment on select models. Yeah, it's time to finish the year strong, my brothers. Get off to an amazing start in 2026 by purchasing a newer pre-owned Ford courtesy of Santan Ford. Whether it's the Expedition, the Ford F-150, Mustang, Escape, their inventory is loaded. From the one and only Tim Hovig Santan Ford in Gilbert, head on over to the Santan 202 Freeway at Val Vista Drive in Gilbert, or go to santanford.com.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $200-$300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code POWER to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code POWER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code POWER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus. $5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $200-$300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code BOOST25 to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code BOOST25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code BOOST25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Hi, I'm Lori Clark, owner of Right Way Roofing. I love this time of year when we focus on being thankful and helping others. At Right Way Roofing, our priority is helping you protect your home. Thank you to all of our customers for trusting us with your roofing needs. Happy holidays from my family to yours. And remember, at Right Way Roofing, there's only one way, the right way. Visit us at azroof.com.
Right Way Roofing, and we do it right. We'll always keep you watertight.
Dan Bickley here, and if you've always wanted a beautiful green sparkling lawn, my friends at Turf Monsters are offering a smoking hot deal, 15% off all new turf jobs through the end of December. This includes dog runs, poolside turf putting greens, and outdoor spaces perfect for grilling and game days. Take advantage of this great offer by visiting turfmonstersaz.com or give them a call at 623-263-7388 for Turf Monsters.
Arizona sports.
Here we go, fellas!
15-year NFL veteran Lorenzo Alexander joins Wolf and Luke.
A guy who epitomizes class, integrity, and is a true gentleman.
The Lowdown. Brought to you by Y-Refi.
All right, quick shout out to Whitman. Everybody listening in Whitman. What's going on, Whitman? We got Lorenzo Alexander in here. He is locked in and focused in. I feel like command and control is locked in and focused in, although, yeah, okay, there you are. And I'm definitely
Get
locked
ready
in
for
and
11:45.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Zoe, you know what's coming at 11:45?
Yeah, I can't wait for that. You know, I
Okay.
actually hit a couple of people up to get some more details around that as well.
Oh, okay, wow. So, because we are going to fix college football at 11:45, but we're going with the Rick
I
plan.
can really just throw out the rest of the segment. We can do that for like the rest of the show or 2 segments.
Boy, that's going to be good,
This is going to be interesting because I've read some of the Rick plan,
Right,
but
yeah.
I want to play this cup before we get into anything else, just because you guys were talking about, the tackling and practice and all. This is JG yesterday talking about that.
If you're talking about skill development, right? Let me just, it would be like, hey, Scotty Scheffler, it's your off season. Don't hit a wedge. Like, you know what I mean? So but like I said, it's set up how it's set up. That's fine. But like to get better at a skill, you have to practice the skill. You practice skill. You can scale it. You can scale the tempo. You can scale how you do it. But to practice a skill, you need to practice the skill.
Wow. You need to tackle.
You're
That's
right.
what I think he's saying.
But even, right, we'll go back pre-2011. I was in the NFL for that. Rarely did you tackle in practice. You had thud. You had to wrap up, right, which you still can do now. You can wrap up. Now, the amount of opportunities you have to do that, right, is decreased. And so when things change, then you have to get creative, right? And so as a tackler, I didn't need the physicality. A lot of times I just need to make sure I was in the right position, had the right technique, and I think there are ways out there. And, I work with a lot of youth athletes. I have a progressive tackling program that we've been doing, so I have to get creative. How do I get people that don't even necessarily want to run into another human being? How do I make that progression? And if we've come up with some great drills, there's a lot of great stuff out there on YouTube, and I think those are things that I even did in the NFL when I was with Oakland. We had Ken Norton and Jack Del Rio. They were really into that Pete Carroll because Ken was with Pete in Seattle, so a lot of the rugby stuff. And so we used to have these big crash pads that you can jump on and dive, and great. Just think about high jump, the bags that are at there when they catches those people.
Yeah.
The other person would have like a bag on their arm, and we would just form tackle, run our feet, drive. We had a body behind us giving us some resistance, and then we would finish on that. So doing things like that on, let's say, a non-padded day, I think helps guys, because it's not like I need, like, Scotty Scheffler needs to hit a ton of wedges. He just needs to tune it up.
Yeah.
Right? Because you're not getting a lot of those reps because of some of the restraints of the new CBA rules. But those are ways that you can still get around it, get those good fits, and put yourself really in good positions, too, as far as, like, angle tackling. One thing we used to do, too, we used to do an angle tackling drill with Bob Babbage, and this made me a better tackler without actually even touching anybody, was my angle and pursuit to the ball. And so we would drop. He would throw a football out to one of my teammates, let's say maybe 5 yards away from me, 3 yards in front of me. And then I would have to take a good angle as they're running up the field to that near hip. And kind of, we used to call it a Bill's hook and come right off their backside, right? So my helmet's not getting across like the old school way, but it's coming right off his backside. And that worked my angles. Didn't even touch nobody, right? And then when I got into games, because this is a cutback league, everybody cuts back. And so when I pursue, he cut back. He either going to run out of bounds, he's going to cut back, and I'm going to blow him up. And so my missed tackle rate went way down when I did this. And this is year 14. Yeah. So 13, 14, and 15 when I was with Bob Babbage in Buffalo, and I became a better tackler. So there's drills out there you can do.
See, this is what's incredible right here, because I say this all the time, but it's the truth. You need to understand it. Zoe is the bridge. Yeah. He is the bridge from the way football was. Like you and I can talk about the way that it was. And you knew how they trained a human being to play in an NFL game. But Zoe is that bridge between that era where it was really, really physical. Hey, Wednesday and Thursday, you went out there and you hit each other. He's the bridge from that to now what we've seen. Right. And it's not nearly as physical.
No, and I'll say this is probably the only downside that you can't coach, and you have to have live stuff for this, is someone's mentality, right? There's one thing, like I did this coming out of the old school era, and my mentality it's crazy, a step from being need to be admitted, and that's just the way I had to play the game, and Wolf understands this, right?
Yes.
To where now, when you're playing in a culture where it has been softened a bit as far as the, how hard you practice, the physicality of practice, your mind will then get used to that. And so I don't necessarily know how to get someone who has never experienced old school Joe Gibbs, week 17, going live, goal line drill, right? To now, it's this new age era, and now it's coming up, and you got a tight end or a big back running at you. I want you to go put your face in the fan, right? Some stuff you have to experience, and maybe that's what JG is referring to. I have to experience it, but the technique and the fundamentals and the how-to can definitely be taught in practice. That mindset thing is something that has to be developed at an early age, at youth and through college, and some of that's probably jacking a lot of that up as well.
Yeah.
Because the NFL trickles down. We can do all this 7-on-7 and spread out and all this softness, right? Football at the end of the day, hey, it's man on a man. Who can whoop who?
Yeah,
and that sometimes gets lost, I think, on the lower levels because of the safety aspect of the game, which I completely respect.
I have to ask you this right now because it's a psychological question that I love to ask about the blood sport. When I say the National Football League, what do you think is the biggest story?
Oh, I know we're gonna save this.
Oh,
we only have a minute.
Okay, well,
we're gonna flip it. Yeah, we're gonna do that because we got into this conversation. I want to do like a full segment on that.
All right,
so
good.
we've half asked you that question.
How about that?
Lack of communication right there. Hey, see, that's what happens. That's what happens on the football field. Right?
Give me the wheel.
No
Luke.
gap integrity right there. Somebody could have ran right through that. Real quick, though, before we hit the break, though, how much do they miss Mac Wilson Sr. as far as a lot of what you're talking about in this defense?
A lot. I mean, he's a vet. He understands angles. He does a lot of that. You're actually seeing a lot more bigger plays showing up in the run game because they're missing his experience as far as how to fit things, how to track guys, and how to wrap and finish with physicality.
Yeah. Because I go back and forth on this, and Cardinals fans they're just angry at this point, which I get. I mean, I think it's tough to watch this team and not be angry, but there is also a large section of Cardinals fans that want to hear how this gets better in the future. Maybe not this week against Atlanta, but like
healthy,
next year.
Right?
Yeah.
Being healthy and having a full roster.
That would
helps out. And everybody goes through that, but it can't be 12, 14 starters, right? It can't be that many people. Man. One or two I can overcome. But that many is really hard to do when you start getting third and fourth depth chart guys. They're good, but they're not that good.
Yeah.
That's a separator.
Yep.
It feels like things went from they're losing close games to they're giving up 40 points.
You can't have a team full of Lorenzo Alexander blue collar guys running your football. You just can't. You got to have some dudes that got some elite ability and talent.
Can I throw myself in there? Someone's a lot more talented than I was.
You just can't. Being real. Now, I can get in there. I got some dogs around me. Yeah, we're going to be tough.
We're going to hammer somebody.
But, some things I just can't do. And so you got to have a mixture of guys, and they've lost a lot of those guys that have that ability, or at least having access to them for a complete season.
Okay. When we come back, Wolf, you finally get to ask your question of what the biggest story is in the NFL. We'll get into that and some other stuff next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Railroaded.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
Here come the Suns pushing the pace. Brooks up the right wing. Fakes the three. Back for Booker. Now it's Grayson Allen. Bounces left corner. Gillespie a three. He got it! Colin Gillespie from the left corner. Brings the Suns within 2.
Suns Warriors tonight. Pregame at 6, 7 o'clock tip on the local sports leader. Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Sniffles and sneezes got you down? GoodRx is here to help with big savings on commonly prescribed cold and flu meds. GoodRx is free and easy to use. GoodRx is accepted at all major pharmacies like CVS, Walmart, and Walgreens. Just search your prescription, find a coupon, then show your pharmacist at the drop-off counter. GoodRx is not insurance, but it works whether you have insurance or not. If you do, GoodRx may beat your copay price. Download the free app or visit GoodRx.com to save today.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Kick off game day with the mouth-watering taste of Redbird Farms chicken. Humanely raised and cage-free. Redbird Farms chicken is what real chicken tastes like. Whether you're tailgating or hosting a watch party, Redbird Farms will be the MVP of your game day menu. Tackle your hunger with Redbird Farms chicken. Available at Albertsons, Safeway, and Bash's'.
Grill it, fry it, put it in parm. As long as you make it Redbird Farms.
There are countless personal injury attorneys in Arizona. How in the world do you know whom to choose? Hey, everybody, it's Dan Bickley, and here is why you choose the attorneys at Sweet James when you are hurt in an accident. Number one, Sweet James used to work defending insurance companies, and so did many of his attorneys, and they were disgusted by how insurance companies take advantage of everyday people at their weakest moments, and now they use their passion, experience, and knowledge to give injured victims a voice. Secondly, they are one of the only firms that have attorneys with experience in over 500 trials, and they constantly deliver some of the top settlements in the state. Now, it's the compassion for injured victims that drive them to win and win big. So if you are hurt in an accident, call Sweet James at 800-9-million, 800-900-0000. Find them online at sweetjames.com. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
The year-end sales event is on at Sanderson Ford. Now get invoice-only pricing plus 0% financing for 60 months and 0 payments for 90 days. Plus an additional $1,000 in year-end bonus cash on new 2025 Escapes, Explorers, Transits, F-150s, and select Super Duties. Choose from 40 new Escapes, 70 new Explorers, 54 Transits, 150 F-150 trucks, and over 250 Super Duty trucks. On the lot and readily available. Get invoice-only pricing, 0% financing, and no payments for 90 days with no hassle, no pressure, and no nonsense. From your Operation Santa Claus dealership, Sanderson Ford. 0% for 60 months and 0 payments for 90 days. OEC from Ford Credit. Offers plus tax, title, license, and $4.99 dock fee. Offers apply to select regular and Super Cab Super Duties. Offers expire January 5th, 2026.
Arizona's pride, Sanderson Ford.
Sun Devil men's basketball is heating up, and now you can build a ticket plan on your terms. With the Sun Devils mini plan, you choose any 6 home games you want, including the biggest Big 12 matchups of the year, Kansas and Arizona. Lock in the rivalries, circle the heavy hitters, or stack your schedule with weekends that work for you. 6 games, your choice, your vibes, your Sun Devils. Grab your mini plan today at sundeviltickets.com. That's sundeviltickets.com.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Phoenix Suns are back in action after 3 days off. They host the Golden State Warriors tonight at Mortgage Matchup Center. Tip-off is at 7 with pregame coverage beginning at 6 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Grayson Allen is questionable for the Suns, while Pat Spencer and Al Horford are out for the Warriors. This report was brought to you by Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort. Join the football watch parties every Sunday with special guests, food and drink specials, and more only at Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort.
Arizona Sports.
It's crazy. I've never seen nothing like this.
Lorenzo Alexander, 15-year NFL veteran.
And he is going to get sacked. Lorenzo Alexander, the former Cardinal.
The Lowdown with Wolf and Luke. Brought to you by Y-Refi.
All right, there's a lot going on in the NFL right now heading into Week 16. So, Wolf, where do you want to go here?
Yeah, you know, I love doing this, Basin Indians, and whenever we have somebody come in who has a wealth of knowledge, especially in terms of experiencing certain things, like the National Football League, and then we've got a 15-year veteran who can actually come in here and talk about this. I don't want to lead you in any way, shape, or form, so I will ask you this question. What When you hear NFL, what stories come to mind? What's number one, top of mind, when I say the National Football League?
Well, I think you're going to love this because I think it deals with the park.
Oh, really?
Orchard Park.
Okay, that's right.
And I have experienced a lot of things, but one thing I've never got to experience was a Super Bowl. And so when I'm looking at the season, when I'm looking at how the playoffs are pretty much, especially in the AFC, are really aligned, is this the Bills' year to be in the playoffs? That storied franchise, right? 4 times, the Bills Mafia, the Fanatics, right? Bills Mafia is everywhere. We probably got more Bills fans here than we have Cardinals fans in the Valley right now. I'm just saying, they crazy, right? And so when you look at the Ravens, they sitting right there at 27%, 30% of whether or not they get in. The Chiefs are already gone, right? That's a nemesis right there.
Yeah.
The same with the Bengals. Burrow, gone. And so when I'm looking at their opportunity sitting at the 6th seed and who they're matched up against and who they would play in the Jaguars right now as it stands, big-time winnable game.
Yeah.
I think the Texans can beat the Patriots. And then that would match them against Denver. That's the only team I really have a worried about just because of their defense, how dynamic they are.
Yes.
And if they get behind like they did, they shouldn't be. But I think this is the Bills' real opportunity to take advantage of some teams being down, dealing with the injuries, and getting to the Super Bowl, and the whole city of San Francisco turning blue and red.
So in other words, right now, it's like, if not this year, when?
Correct. And this is probably not even their best team that they've had.
I would agree with that.
From top to bottom, offense and defense.
I don't think their defense is as good.
Yeah, which is it's heartbreaking because I know the D coordinator, I know a lot of those guys, and it's weird. I'm like, why can't we stop the run? What is going on? But I really think that they really have a real opportunity for Josh Allen, right, reigning MVP, to get his first Super Bowl. And that's where I'm kind of looking as things are pretty much locked in as far as where they're at. They may shift from I think they can still win the division if the Patriots fall off and jump to 2, which will probably help them a lot in that regard. And then you have a couple of home games, or at least, maybe 2 home games. So that's where my mind goes, because obviously I'm vested. That was the last team I played for. And to watch them kind of battle this season, the ups and the downs, being down 21-0 to whoever everybody, all these Patriots fans that think they still
they were
like they're
talking
back,
a lot, yeah.
like they're back. And I know a couple of them, and I like to call people out. Marino Lee. Hopefully Marino is listening, right? He actually showed up to my house and he knows who I am, right? Because we work together. Showed up to my house with a Patriots jersey on at an event that had nothing to do with NFL football. You know what? So Marino Lee, I love that we smacked y'all this past Sunday, right? And the rest of y'all Patriots fans out there right now in the Valley, y'all ain't done nothing yet. Brady's not there. Belichick ain't coming to save y'all. So just watch out for the Bills. But if y'all know Marino Lee, please shoot him a text right now and let him know.
That is awesome, right there. You know what's so amazing about it as well is you already mentioned what I think of when I think of the National Football League is Patrick Mahomes and the Kansas City Chiefs, and the fact that it is over. This 7 consecutive runs to the AFC Championship game. I've talked to you about this before in the past.
It's crazy.
It's crazy.
Yeah, we've been waiting for a long time for it to eventually catch up to them, right?
Yes.
And this year it finally has. And I will say it's over for this season, right? Because Brady had his 3 or 4 where they made their run. He got hurt, similar, out a year.
Point.
And then they retooled.
But
it
I'm
looked
thinking
different.
is Andy Reid coming back? Is Travis Kelce coming back?
But Andy Reid is a big component of that. And
Mahomes
so that's going to make
Mahomes, though.
Right, but they can retool, right? Because the first iteration of Tom Brady's offense didn't have Gronk on it, right? And so they can find different personnel that they can bring in that's Pat Mahomes is going to elevate their game, whether it's with free agency, drafting well, organizations that typically do that. When you have the quarterback position pretty much understood, you know what you're doing.
Yeah.
You can make things their defense is pretty solid. They have some young pieces. Obviously, they got to find some other things as Chris Jones gets older. But that team is not gone. They're just gone for, I think, obviously this year and then next year, because Pat probably won't play since it happened so late. If he does come back, it'll be late in the year, and so depending on what they look like. But just this iteration. So I don't think they're going anywhere because Pat is just too great for them to fall off. So on that note
right there, they're shooting for week 1. Pat Mahomes returning.
Really?
But there's no way to know that yet, right? I mean, that's obviously the goal, but you got to see how surgery goes and how it heals.
If I were to say that to you,
maybe because he doesn't play like a DB.
Yeah,
he's a quarterback.
But he also got, the day after. He didn't wait for like 3 weeks like they typically do sometimes.
Oh, the swelling. He mustn't have any swelling.
He just, boom, the next day.
Oh, okay. All right.
So he's already got that.
But he's got to be able to move. I mean, wasn't he their leading rusher this year? Not by design, but it was just like.
To me, it would almost be beneficial for him to sit out because he's going to be fine.
Yes.
And get healthy as complete, because you don't want to come back and tear it again like we've seen guys here do, like Honey Badger, right? Tear it multiple times. Thomas Davis, tear it multiple times. I would almost build my offensive lineup, get a running game, and really focus on that all next year and not have to worry about, I'm going to give Pat the ball.
Right.
And then when he comes back in, y'all have an established running game, and y'all doing y'all thing.
And
right
you're
now,
saying that maybe you might have him miss the year. Is that?
Yeah, if he's not healthy, because he's tied in for a long time, and I'm not trying to rush him back.
I know. I'm with you on that.
I'm erring on the side of caution with Pat Mahomes in his knee.
I'm just wondering if Andy Reid is all on board with that at this point in time.
How old is Andy? 70?
67.
67?
Yeah.
Oh, he's young.
He's got time.
How old are you, Wolf?
Hey, don't worry about it.
How old are you, man?
6, 7.
Okay. No,
63 and 7.
All right, man. You still got a good 15 years to rock and roll, baby.
My hair either.
Yeah.
Not going to be one of these guys who dyes his hair brown. And
how old is Pete Carroll?
Looks like he's 78.
Carroll's like 89, isn't he? I don't know. He's in his 70s.
I think Pete is older, right?
Yeah, Pete's in the 70s at least.
Yeah, so why not?
I don't know. Andy's a little,
now you're looking at the way he
74.
looks.
74 is right. Pete Carroll's 74.
Right.
Oh, wow,
but Pete's kind
and he's slim. He takes care of himself. Looks fit.
Chews a lot of gum.
I'm just wondering if Andy just might say, what am I doing?
He has a lot more Super Bowls than Pete does, too. Real quick, Thursday Night Football tonight, Zoe. Rams, Seahawks. These are two Super Bowl contenders, and they meet on a Thursday night now.
I hate that it is Thursday night,
too.
though. It's just a short week as far as preparation and scheming and all that.
A game this big, I hate having on Thursday.
I think I'm in the Rams camp, just watching them from top down, from offense to defense. Sean McVay, in terms of who's going to come out of just the NFC overall.
Yeah.
Right now, the way they're playing, unless they do things that hurt themselves, it's going to be really hard for anybody to beat this team because they are just clicking run game, pass game. Even with Devontae Adams out, because they run Wolf's probably favorite personnel outside of 21 personnel, 13 personnel, right? Just big body. So
run you over.
Puka Nacua can jump in there typically that's Devontae Adams and where he's at, but that's just substituting one receiver. So don't get caught up in that guy being out there. The way Sean McVay game plans, attacks people, makes everything look the same, but it's different, or make different things look, and it's the same. It's just on another level. In the defense, they can get after the pass. They turn the ball over. I think they're just really good complete team when you look at everybody else. And, Sam Darnold, whether or not he shows up in these games, right? He has a lot of good wins, but does he show up?
Not against the Rams.
Right.
And I just
going back to Minnesota.
I just want to say this quickly before we go to break here, Basinonians. Go ahead and write down the numbers of guys, because this is a short week, very physical teams who shows up.
But this could
in
determine
a physical
lot.
kind of way, and write it down.
Because the Rams, I agree with you, are the better team. But if Seattle wins this game tonight, short week at home, no Devontae Adams, they're probably going to win the division. I mean, there's only a couple weeks left.
Yeah, but Luke, who cares about that when we care about the circumference of some of these guys and who's going to show up and do it?
All right, well, you come in tomorrow and give us your evaluation. All right, how are we going to fix college football? Rick has like a 97-point plan. He's going to run through a few of them. And I read some of it. No. I haven't read all of it intentionally because I'm already on board.
Yes.
And that's dangerous with Rick. But anybody trying to fix college football, I'm on board with. So we're all going to react to this next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Win tickets to the Verbo Fiesta Bowl from Arizona Sports. This show's keyword is
Alabama.
Text the word Alabama to 620-620 right now.
Alabama.
Text Alabama to 620-620 for your chance to win tickets to the Verbo Fiesta Bowl. Message and data rates may apply.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolf here from my brothers over at Aria Dental Implant Center. Go to ariadentalimplantcenter.com for more information. Choosing dental implants is one of the most important health decisions you're ever going to make. Yeah, that's why I want you to check out Aria Dental Implant Center in Phoenix. They're locally owned and proud to offer world-class care and a state-of-the-art facility with decades of experience and thousands of smiles restored. Dr. Joe, who owns and operates Aria Dental Implant Center, and their expert team deliver results for you that you're going to love. Unlike this gimmick dentistry you might see elsewhere, bait-and-switch pricing, fake limited-time offers, or surprise add-on fees, at Aria, you'll always know exactly what to expect. Go experience the Aria difference. Aria is helping patients regain their quality of life while saving thousands of dollars compared to the corporate dental implant centers out there. Go to ariadentalimplantcenter.com. That's ARIA, dentalimplantcenter.com.
Hey, it's Gambo, and Christian Brothers is celebrating 50 years in business, and they're making $50 worth something again. You can get a $50 plumbing inspection that includes a full home plumbing check for leaks, corrosion, and pressure issues, a water heater flush and safety inspection, a drain and fixture evaluation to prevent clogs or damage, and a peace of mind report. Go to cbrothers.com or call 602-222-3535. That's 602-222-3535.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code POWER to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code POWER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code POWER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Dan Bickley here with my guy Bear from Waltz TV and Appliance. And Bear, what makes Waltz the best choice for all of our listeners?
Well, Beck, we're local, and we will beat any price. But I would say that it's really our knowledge and expertise that sets us apart. We offer same-day delivery 7 days a week, and you can enjoy a worry-free installation done by a pro. Or come see us and get what you want when you want it.
Take your fandom to the next level by visiting Waltz off the I-10 in Warner or online at waltz.com.
Shop local. Shop Waltz.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code POWER to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code POWER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code POWER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The energy and passion he brings to the game is something I think that's contagious.
Intercepted by Lorenzo Alexander. Now he laterals to Aqib Talib.
When you talk about a great pro that you wish every one of your players would emulate.
He's one of those guys, he's like a lunch bell guy.
That blue-collar appeal to coming to work. He's going to outwork you every single play.
15-year NFL veteran Lorenzo Alexander joins Wolf and Luke to give us the lowdown on the Cardinals and the NFL. Brought to you by Y-Refi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to yrefi.com today.
Man, this is terrifying, Wolf. I picked up 2 pieces of paper I have sitting here, okay? One of them is song lyrics from Jarrett Carlin. I'm going to set that back down.
Okay.
That's for later.
All right.
And one of them is Rick's plan to fix college football. So these are both potentially scary.
Yes.
I'm going to let Rick present his plan, and then we're all going to react to it. Okay?
Rick, no tin hat for this?
No tin hat. There's no need for a tin hat.
Okay.
And so thank you for inspiring me on this. Some of this is your idea from your text message you sent me last week. All right. So
this is your fault if it doesn't go well. So,
we gotta kind of get through this quickly. So the schedule has to be pushed up. So move week 1 to week 0. That means rivalry weekend moves to the weekend before Thanksgiving. The current conference championship weekend is going to become the first round of a 16-team playoff. All 5 Power 5 conference champions, including the new Pac-12, which starts next year, automatically make the playoff along with the highest ranked group of 5 conference champion and 10 at large. The second round of the playoff would have been last weekend. Semifinals would have been this weekend. And then I think you wrap up every season with the Rose Bowl game. And that is the national championship every year. It's the most historic stadium in college football. And then that would always be on January 1st, or if it's a Sunday, December 31st. And then meaningless bowl games go completely away. And the first round games are now a rotation of the current meaningless bowl games that, some of our favorite ones, the Sun Bowl, the Alamo Bowl, Holiday Bowl.
You might have to call them just one thing. You might have to not call them meaningless bowl games as you're marketing them. But
well, now they have meaning.
Okay.
Right.
And then this means that the portal will open January 2nd for a week, so kids can be enrolled by the time the second semester rolls around. And then players would sign contracts with schools. The schools and the players can determine for how long, and the players can only enter the portal if they are quote-unquote free agents or their coach leaves. That's the gist of my scenario. And conference championship weekend would be Thanksgiving weekend.
Okay. My initial, you attacked a lot here, even just in what you said, and you have more written down. And I know college football doesn't move that quickly with adjusting things, but I like the direction you're going. Zoe, what's your thought on this?
No, I love it. Obviously, some of that is mine, so of course I'm gonna love it. But I do like multi-year. I don't know why they haven't gotten to like more of an NFL model in terms of signing kids for multi-year deals.
Yeah.
And guarantee the money, right? Because I also know coaches push kids into the portal when they don't produce the way they thought they would. So figuring out what works for best, right? Because that's what you got to figure out. And that's why having a union in this place is going to be hard, because they got to be unified.
Yeah.
Some way figuring out how we can unify the P5. I know it's P4, but the Power 5 with the Pac-12 coming back, we have to get to that, I think, first, so that there's more continuity as far as how does each conference move and navigate. Because that's like the biggest disparity right now in terms of the money people have the resources to put into things versus other conferences or schools that may not have the same type of resources.
Yes. So, Rick, when you say meaningless bowl games go away, you're not talking about some of the smaller bowls just go away.
No, I'm saying they become playoff games. I think that the home games
only got so many playoff games, though. There's way more bowls than
and that's why I think you cycle around these bowl games. Like they rotate. They're not every single year. But say like 1 year it's the Sun Bowl, 1 year it's the Pinstripe Bowl, 1 year it's the Duke's Mayo Bowl.
So are you getting rid of the
Pop-Tarts playoffs?
Bowl?
Yeah. So he's saying with the playoff system, each game would be sponsored by whatever that bowl game. So the Holiday Bowl could be Oregon versus JMU this weekend, for example. That would now be called the Holiday Bowl for the playoffs. So you
use the bowls for the playoffs.
Yes.
Yet at the same time, there are so many more bowls.
Right,
than you
and
have
I think he's talking
games.
about then getting rid of some of those. But it just depends on how you feel.
I would say why. Why get rid of those? You're not in the playoff. You're not in the college football playoff.
Correct.
Because nobody plays in them and nobody cares about them anymore.
The top tier teams don't necessarily care, like the Notre Dames or the Alabamas of the world, because it doesn't bring them anything. But to Wolf's point, maybe a low D1 school that wants to still go play and develop can still participate.
Get the extra practice.
You still get the extra practices, still participate. But I understand what you're trying to do. I think that may be, to Wolf's point, you don't need to take. That's not an issue necessarily to fix. So don't fix something that doesn't need to be fixed.
You can use the bowls, the bigger bowls, to actually be the playoffs.
I think so.
I've said that from the last 15 years.
I think this just adds more intrigue to more bowl games. And yeah, sure, if you want to keep around the other ones, that's fine. But I think you've got to make the, every single college football playoff
I
game
think we're getting caught up in the stuff that doesn't matter as much. The no-brainer stuff, like you're talking about, Zoe, with like, hey, you can't. Everybody can't be a free agent every day. That doesn't work. Fix that.
Yeah.
The scheduling that you're talking about, Rick, not so much with the games, but like the portal opens after the national championship, so all the players and coaches aren't being forced to decide if they're going to leave before the playoffs.
Right, which is crazy.
It's the dumbest thing in sports. It is the dumbest thing in sports. There's no way around it. So anything like that, like, I don't know, a 3-year-old could fix, they probably should focus on fixing at some point. I don't know why is that difficult to fix? Is it just because there's not like a clear-cut, unified, like you're saying, body running all this?
Correct. And that's so I hit a couple of my boys up. So my man Hamza was like a college football committee.
Yeah.
So having them, whoever that may be, like set these things, almost like the CEC. So the NFL, they have a group of people that this is how we're going to do a business, right? That makes sense for everybody. And that's where we get in the issue of. So I don't know if it's a third party that does it, because everybody has self-interest.
Yeah.
But if we sit down at the table, let's figure out what works for most of us. Right, everybody isn't going to win, but at the end of the day, as the NFL has grown, all of the owners have also made a ton of money, right? And with the conformity, and because people can believe in that, trust in it, and they understand what to expect versus, we ain't gonna never have a chance, right? Because they've created that parity in the NFL, every team feels like they have a chance every year. Mm-hmm. So if you create that within the conferences, people will feel more invested and feel like they actually have a chance versus some of the craziness that happens right now.
Yeah, the NFL is a year-to-year proposition for the most part.
Correct.
There is carryover, though. There's no doubt.
Yeah, for sure.
It feels like that. We've seen the worst to first.
For sure.
It happens all the time, and first to worst, correct?
Yeah.
So we'd all agree that it does, but college football has taken that year-to-year proposition and just it's something that is
day to day.
It's day to day. There's no consistency because I'm not locked in to anything that's.
It's just unbelievable,
right? And then
because of the NIL and because of the free agent nature of it.
And if if a coach doesn't get fired. Right, and they're I'm just leaving. Right, you don't see that in the league. Like, I'm out because the job open. I want to be over there. I like that owner. That's crazy in itself too. You just quitting on a bunch of kids in the middle of the year.
Well, you don't see the Raiders. Let's say the Raiders. Let's say Pete Carroll. You don't see the Raiders being like, we're going to go get Sean McVay because hey, we were great in the '70s, so we're going to take your coach.
Yeah, right. That's what I'm saying. That's crazy.
Would you do away with one-year contracts altogether? Would you do away with
no? So you got to negotiate.
Yeah,
it's just like the NFL, right? Most guys are on vet minimum deals, which are typically 1-year deals.
Yeah.
So, but not your top tier players, right? And then even if a guy is balling, I get the first opportunity, just like in the NFL, to maybe negotiate a deal with him before anybody else gets to talk to him. If I end up developing a guy, like we talked about Sam Levitt, right? He's a backup somewhere else, develops, I get to give him the first offer refusal as far as, hey, Sam, I want to give you 2 years, $5 million for each year. So 2 years, $10 million.
Yeah.
Whatever that looks like before anybody else, and I know there's people talking around that, but he can sign that deal now, or you risk getting injury, right? There is a give and take as far as you trying to figure out, just like in the NFL.
Perfect answer here.
No, right, but there's better answers than what we have.
All of the answers are better than what we have. We can do an hour on this.
Yeah, so just create some more continuity and understanding so people know how to operate. Because right now, when you give, and this is just human nature, if you don't give me any guidance, I'm going to go all the way into the dark side, right? Because of the money that's at stake.
Barf bag, please.
And get in there, right? And that's what's happening. And then the repercussions of it, that you have a lot of kids that don't even understand really what it means to transfer the portal, or you get people that are all about themselves, just leaving in the middle of the night after they made tons of promises to parents and kids face to face, right? Because they're driven by something else, and all they're doing to you is lying to you. So you minimize that by creating some more boundaries. It's never going to be perfect, but create more boundaries so there's more continuity. I know how to operate within this scheme, and then you eliminate a lot of that outside craziness that people will do because they want to win so much.
Yeah, it's like you said, everybody's just looking out for their own self-interest. And that happens at the NFL level, but there's at least some rules you have to follow, whereas this is just chaos. And now, how many coaches have we heard even in the last week say, hey, it's not the kid's fault, we just have a horrible system? Like, these are coaches. These are high-up coaches. So, great stuff, man. We got to do this again next week.
Yeah, for sure.
Thanks. It's Lorenzo Alexander joining us as he does each and every week for The Lowdown. We'll come back and take through the top stories of the day with Wolf and Down Your Lunch. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The future of Arizona sports. High school athletes speak about their game, their preparation, competition, and sportsmanship. Every Saturday morning on The Kevin McCabe Show. Presented by Brooklyn Betting. Don't miss interviews with players from your favorite local teams when the Dean of High School Sports in Arizona hosts The Kevin McCabe Show. Saturday mornings at 9 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for QC Kinetics, and pain has a way of stealing the moments that matter the most, especially during the holidays. And it's not just your knees, back, or shoulders. It's the time with family and friends. But that can change in 2026. QC Kinetics here in Phoenix believes relief doesn't have to come from surgery or pain pills. They use your body's own natural healing abilities to repair and restore what's been lost, helping you move, live, and feel like yourself again. It's your body's comeback story, powered by the very cells that built you in the first place. QC Kinetics delivers long-term relief, so make the new year your turning point where pain stops defining you. Schedule your free consultation today, and now is a great time to use your HSA and FSA funds for treatment. You can find them in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. You can reach them by calling 602-837-PAIN, 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
Hi, I'm Maria, salon owner. You know the jingle. Now discover the facts about Ozempic, a GLP-1. There's only one FDA-approved Ozempic, made by Novo Nordisk. Learn about the real thing.
Talk to your healthcare professional today. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and to learn more about Ozempic. Semaglutide injection 0.5, 1, and 2 milligrams.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-949-1441. That's 800-949-1441.
Cardinals fans, football is back, and Kilt Lifter from Four Peaks has your game days covered. Whether you're posted up at home or cheering with your crew at Four Peaks 8th Street Pub in Tempe, Kilt Lifter is the ultimate game day companion. Arizona's favorite award-winning amber ale, bold, smooth, and brewed for Sundays. This season, lift your game with Kilt Lifter.
Looking for quality windows without the wait? Come to the Window Depot. We carry a huge selection of Milgard windows, in stock now and ready for pickup. Need something custom? No problem. From new construction to full home replacement, we'll help you order the perfect Milgard windows built to fit your space, style, and budget. Whether you're a homeowner or contractor, the Window Depot makes it easy to get the windows you need fast. Visit thewindowdepot.com to find a location near you and see why we're your Milgard window experts.
Hi, I'm Lexi, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. If you're planning to propose this holiday, we're ready to make creating your engagement ring a warm, welcoming experience. At Shane Company, we're all about your style, your budget, your dream engagement ring. Explore the widest selection of diamonds and ring settings ready for you to see in person. Or visit us at shaneco.com. You'll have your ring in days, not weeks. Our friendly jewelry consultants don't work on commission. There's never any pressure, just perfect proposals. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Phoenix Suns are back in action after 3 days off. They host the Golden State Warriors tonight at Mortgage Matchup Center. Tip-off is at 7 with pregame coverage beginning at 6 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Grayson Allen is questionable for the Suns, while Pat Spencer and Al Horford are out for the Warriors. And that is what is trending now.
And I'm hungry like the wolf.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Yeah, can I have a number 3 with cheese and a large coffee?
Wolfing down your lunch. Serving up today's top sports stories with Wolf and Luke.
And does it smell good?
Brought to you by Aria Dental Implant Center. Locally owned and affordable dental implants.
All right, it is noon on a Thursday. Boy, they're showing an Alabama-Oklahoma preview up there. So we want Oklahoma to win now, right?
Yeah.
I think.
No, wait.
No, I think we want Alabama to win.
We want Alabama to
win.
Yeah.
Yes.
Why?
Because then it'll be another week. Michigan doesn't want to wait till January 1st to make an announcement.
But if Oklahoma wins, they'll go after Kalen DeBoer.
Yeah.
But then it opens the Alabama job.
Yeah.
All right. It's time for Wolfing Down Your Lunch. Rick, what do you got?
All right, guys. The Arizona Cardinals have waived defensive lineman Justin Jones after just 3 games played in 2 seasons. He signed a 3-year deal worth $19.75 million guaranteed ahead of the 2024 season. Has this been the worst deal, or was this the worst deal of the Monty Ossenfort era?
I mean, I would need all of them in front of me, and the only reason I say that is because I feel like if you're judging the signings, I would judge it more on did you pay a guy who played and wasn't very good. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Justin Jones just didn't play, which, yeah, you got basically nothing for your money, so it's not a good deal. But it's hard for me to blame that on the GM when, as we looked at it earlier, Justin Jones hadn't missed a game in 2 years prior to that. And, you know, you lump in Bilal Nichols, he hadn't missed a game in 4 years. So it's not like he signed injury-prone players. But he didn't get anything from Justin Jones at all.
No, I think Luke is talking about 2 different spheres based on earnings. The strategic sphere, I should say, and the tactical sphere. And the strategic is about what you're going to do. And because of that, when you think of the signing of Justin Jones, it was a great signing, in my opinion. It was great. Justin Jones, this is a guy who doesn't get hurt, a guy that was productive. Absolutely. You're trying to stop the run. You're trying to shore up that front 7. Justin Jones and Bilal Nichols, I might add, were good signings at the time. But then you move it to the tactical level. How many games they got out of Justin Jones? 3? Oh, my goodness. 19 million plus is what he was guaranteed on a 3-year contract.
Yeah.
That has been a disaster on the tactical level.
All right. The Kenny Dillingham to Michigan rumors continue to swirl. On a recent episode of the College Game Day podcast, ESPN's Pete Thamel said the difference between ASU and Michigan has never been more pronounced. It's a bit of a longer cut, but he explained why.
Kenny Dillingham went and took a backup quarterback from Michigan State and turned him into a first-round pick playoff contender, right? Like he went and found Sam Levitt. There's a lot of dudes who are like 3-4-star players who start one game at some school, right? And are like redshirt freshman, whatever. So Kenny Dillingham went, found the guy, worked with him, turned him into a star. In past generations of college football, you'd walk in lockstep with, and he'd come back for the Hall of Fame in 20 years, And that guy just says, you know what? I'm going to go get paid. And that's not a criticism of Sam Levitt by any means at all, but it's just sort of like the modern reality is that you can find best quarterback since Jake Plummer, right? Like, I mean, you can find your once a generation guy, and he can soon become LSU or Oregon's just the next in the assembly line guy. And I've not talked to anybody about Arizona State about this, but that reality, that looms large, man. Like, we could do it all right and still just have somebody come in, money whip our guy, pull him out, and send him on his way. That's hard.
If Kenny Dillingham was Coach Joe Schmo and he didn't care as much about ASU as he did, does it sound like a no-brainer to you guys for him to take the Michigan job after listening to that cut?
No, it doesn't. If this question was 5 or 10 years ago, I would be a lot more inclined to say yes. I think what they're not accounting for is this is a different era of college football, and we're just on the cusp of it. So somebody is going to turn down one of these jobs that the Blue Bloods say you have to take. And what's frustrating about that cut right there is, and I've seen this a lot in social media the last few days, well, ASU loses all their players. If he went to Michigan, he'd never lose any players. Well, first of all, Michigan loses players. And second of all the players that ASU's losing, other than Sam Leavitt, are going to the NFL right now. Since Kenny Dillingham got here, it's not like they've lost a ton of players in the transfer portal. It's just really Sam Leavitt. And there's a couple, like Josh Atkins and Javen Robinson. Every school is losing players in the transfer portal, and there's this narrative out there that, well, Sam Leavitt's leaving, it must mean ASU can't keep their players. That's just garbage. Like, that's not true. That is a high-profile player. I get that. And depending who you talk to, they're saying it's not about money. But even if it is about money, this narrative that ASU can't keep their players is not accurate.
Yeah, but I think over time it will prove to be accurate.
If Kenny's not here, I agree.
Absolutely. I think over time it will prove to be accurate. At some point in time, it's going to come down to, if this continues the way that we've seen it, Basinonians, if this continues, and it is continuing, I might add, man, it's just going to come down to cold, hard cash all the time. And because of that, Michigan's got a much bigger budget than ASU or a lot of schools like ASU.
That's the thing.
Including West by God, Virginia, I might add.
They're framing it up, and I'm not just picking on them, but a lot of people are framing it up like, well, there's 50% of the schools have all the money, and then there's the poor schools like ASU. It's not. By the way, Michigan has lost players to the transfer portal in the last year.
Yeah, but they have typically, because now all of a sudden somebody who's really good wants to cut and run somewhere else.
Exactly. But I'm just saying, it's being treated like ASU has no money and every other school does. Michigan is an extreme.
Here's the thing, though, Luke. You got to remember, Michigan recruits much better players, much more talented players.
Okay.
So maybe they have 25 of those guys.
True.
ASU's got 5 of those guys.
Yeah, well, I'm not, but there's a bunch of other schools. The majority are around ASU or lower. That's what I'm saying. They're acting like Michigan's the norm and ASU has no money. That part is just not accurate. They're framing it up like, well, Kenny can't coach there because he's going to lose all his players every year. That's not accurate. That's not what's happened. He lost Cam Scadaboo to the NFL.
Yeah, I think we're still early in the process.
I agree.
All right. We're going to stick with this. Sanderson Ford poll questions up now at ArizonaSports.com, and it asks, will Kenny Dillingham coach the Sun Devils in 2026, yes or no?
I still think he will.
Oh, what?
I still think he will.
Man.
I would grant you that the circumstances are a lot different than I think most people, including him, thought. Like the LSU job's available, and hey, Kenny's still coaching ASU. I would put the LSU job even with Michigan. Maybe only Les Miles agrees with me on that, whatever, but I would put it right there. Yeah. But the Michigan job opening when it did is weird.
Can I answer this question after we see the Oklahoma-Alabama game?
No, because you won't be here. Oh. So you got to answer it now.
Oh, no.
Yes or no, Wolf?
You know what? I'm just going to err on the side of what I want. Yes, I hope he's here.
I think he will, because I think this is a leverage play.
I don't think Michigan is his dream job. Even if he was going to leave ASU, I think there are a job in the SEC he'd rather have, and he could get that in 2 years.
So, yeah, I think he's staying. I think this is a leverage play. So, I hope ASU pays him, though.
Yeah, ASU's got to do their part, too.
All right, so I voted yes, leads 75% to 25%. So, obviously, the U of A fans aren't on ArizonaSports.com today.
That's a lot higher yes than I thought we were going to get. I thought that was going to be like 50-50.
Which, by the way, if you are a U of A fan, you should go listen to our Tommy Lloyd interview from yesterday. It was really good.
I know a lot of U of A fans that don't want him to leave either, because it's just raising the profile of football in the state right now. I mean, I'm not sitting here rooting for Tommy Lloyd to leave U of A basketball. Like, it would be better if the programs in this state were succeeding. All right, that was Wolfing Down Your Lunch. Thank you, Rick. We're giving you the chance to win tickets to the Verbo Fiesta Bowl. Not you, Rick. We're giving the listeners the chance to win tickets to the Verbo Fiesta Bowl, January 8th. Listen for the code word during Bickley and Murata. During this show, of course, Wolf and Luke, and Burns and Gambo this afternoon. When you hear the code word, text it to 620-620. If you're looking for extra chances, head to the live video stream on our YouTube page, arizonasports.com, or the Arizona Sports app. All right, we're going to stick with this a little bit. When are we going to get a resolution to this this Kenny Dillingham to Michigan rumor, conversation, whatever you want to call it? We'll get into that next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
Rebound to Booker. Outlet pass Gillespie. He's got a 2-on-1 with Mark Williams. Goes around the back for a jam time. What a throwdown for Mark Williams off the no-look pass from Colin Gillespie.
Suns Warriors tonight. Pre-game at 6, 7 o'clock tip on the home of Phoenix Suns basketball. Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at All Pro Shade Concepts. Go to allproshade.com for more information. Man, it's chilly out there. We all know that. So All Pro Shade, they want to heat things up for you, Basinonians. Right now, when you buy a motorized patio shade or awning, you'll get a patio heater absolutely free. Did you hear that, brothers? When you buy a motorized patio shade or awning, you'll get a patio heater absolutely free, courtesy of All Pro Shade Concepts. These shades aren't just for the summer. They'll stop that winter wind and hold the warmth from your new free patio heater, keeping your patio cozy and game day ready all season long. We are the Wu Fang Clan. We have these shades, ladies and gentlemen, and I can tell you they do just that. Get your free estimate today at allproshade.com and snag a free patio heater while this offer lasts. Go to allproshade.com. You gotta have shade.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Makita's built for the pros who show up early, who don't do shortcuts, only precise cuts. With tools built to last, job after job, year after year. Performance that pays off, because when the job calls for the best, you answer. And when you need the best, you call on Makita. Built to be the best. Available at the Home Depot.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $200-$300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code BOOST25 to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code BOOST25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code BOOST25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Hey, just like the holiday season, you know what's going to end soon? The Ford year-end sales event at our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, Paul Calvisi here. We're talking time to get on down to our Desert Ford dealers for the final days of the Ford year-end sales event, where we can celebrate with a 2025 Ford F-150 when we can get 0% financing for 60 months plus $1,000 in bonus cash was 0 down and no payments for 90 days. Let's say that again. Get 0% financing for 60 months plus $8,000 in bonus cash with 0 down and no payments for 90 days when you buy a new 2025 Ford F-150 or get into an adventure-ready Ford Explorer. We bought a brand new Explorer last year with 0% financing right now for 60 months plus $8,000 in bonus cash with 0 down and no payments for 90 days on a new 2025 Ford Explorer. But hurry, the Ford year-end sales event ends soon at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com.
At Vital for Men, aging doesn't mean slowing down. Our testosterone therapy is built to boost your energy and sharpen your focus. Thousands of men have already leveled up their sleep, stamina, and drive. Now it's your turn. We're adding semaglutide to support your full health journey. Plus, we accept most insurance. Start with a free test today. Visit vital4men.com. That's vital, the number 4, men.com. Vital for Men. Get back to you.
The Patriot All-America returns to the Wigwam Golf Club, and the Thunderbolt is back at Sterling Grove Golf and Country Club. Festivities begin December 28th with opening ceremonies and family on the fairway, followed by tournament play starting December 29th. Enjoy concerts from Mark Martel on December 27th and Aaron Nichols from The Voice on December 30th. General admission is free for everyone. For tickets and information, visit westvalleymavericks.org today.
Hey everybody, it's Bernsey. What will ASU do to keep Kenny Dillingham in the Valley? We'll talk about it with ASU AD Graham Rossini. He'll join us 2:30. It's the Burns and Gambo Show on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel. What's going on to everybody out there, especially in Mesa right now? Special shout out to Mesa.
Mesa!
Please tell me if you guys saw Jamal dancing there.
No, I didn't.
You guys, you didn't see
Jamal
it.
was dancing?
And Rick had his back to him. Or something. Rick, did you see it?
Okay.
Could you just sense it?
I was dancing too, so I was more focused on my dancing than
Jamal's dancing was more obvious than yours.
Yeah, I might have to bust it with a Warrior Queen bass earnings if this were on somewhere.
No,
some
it'll be
dinner,
probably in the next
bunch of friends, and all of a sudden they played this. You might have to bust it.
Yeah, how could you not?
Yeah, of course.
As long as you've finished your Christmas shopping at that point.
Make sure you're okay with it. Just, Jedi mind trick yourself, brothers.
Just be okay looking.
It's okay. It doesn't matter.
Wham! Another band with an exclamation point in it, so you got to say wham!
Oh, do you?
How many
I don't think
bands have exclamation points?
Well, there's 3 musical artists. There's Panic.
Panic at the Disco.
At the Disco. There's Pink.
Huh.
Okay.
And there's Wham!
Okay, that's good.
It's interesting you mentioned Pink, because, Pink Floyd, right? Honestly, you know how I'm feeling right now, Base Audience? This is how I am feeling right here, okay? I am inside the 2-hour window.
Oh, no.
Vacation looms, my brothers, and I wish you all a very Merry Christmas and Happy Holidays as well. No, there isn't anyone at home. That's the problem. Yeah, I'm feeling a little comfortably numb at the moment right now, but I will press on, my brothers. We will broadcast.
It's like the last day of school for Wolf, where it's like a half day and you don't really have class. You just get people to sign your yearbook.
Okay, what are we talking about right here? Just go ahead and leave the music. Comfortably numb.
Well, it's not going to fit because I'm not comfortably numb about this topic.
Why?
What is talking about ASU. What time is Graham Rossini on with Burns and Gambo today?
2:30.
Okay.
Watch it on YouTube. Listen to it on 98.7 or the app.
There is no pain. You are receding. A distant ship smoke on the horizon.
Receding like your hair.
Classic holiday favorites. Pink
My
Floyd.
hair is hanging in there, ladies and gentlemen. I don't know what you're talking about, Rick.
Well, Frank Caliendo came in yesterday and said you had too much hair.
I know.
That you look like Guile from Street
Frank,
Fighter
by the way,
2.
why don't you take a brush and run it through your hair, Frankie?
I like how the guests just come in now and rip
Frankie
Wolf.
literally came in here, and he would admit it if he were here. He literally came in here like he just got off the pillow.
Oh?
Just got out of bed.
It's radio.
Didn't even touch his hair.
Radio.
Yeah. What up, YouTube?
All right, so this is my thought on this.
Okay,
and I know we've talked about it, and unfortunately, it hasn't been resolved, so it's still going to get talked about. Let me just say this.
Is it Kenny? Are we talking about Kenny in this beautiful part of the book? We are?
Whatever happens with Kenny Dillingham, I hope somebody openly turns down Michigan first. and I'm not saying that as a shot at Michigan, although reading some of the stuff from their fans has gotten annoying over the last couple of days.
Okay.
But it's really not a shot at Michigan. I think we're at a crossroads in college football, and I think there is this narrative being pushed by the Blue Bloods, whatever that is, 8 to 10 schools of, well, you can't win unless you come join us. And that's being pushed. And somebody needs to turn down one of these major jobs to be like, hey, guess what? You're still going to be at the top, Michigan. You're going to be one of the best teams. But we don't need this to become like baseball where it's just the Dodgers buying everything every year. Somebody needs to openly turn Michigan down. It's bigger than ASU and Michigan.
Man, I've been talking about this for a while now, Luke. Thank you for this. This is spot on. It truly is. I've been talking about who's going to be the first dude to say, you know what, it's not about going somewhere and getting paid millions more. I'm already getting paid millions here. And you know what? I like the fit right here. I don't need to go out there and prove anything to myself in regard to being a coach. Who's going to be the first guy to do it? Wouldn't it be cool? Wouldn't it be super cool if the first guy to do it was our own Kenny Dillingham? That would be sick.
It would be cool. I think he is somebody wired to do that. But I also think there are other coaches out there wired to do it. I really believe that we are in a different age of college football. And people are talking so extreme, like, well, hey, if you say a school other than Ohio State, Michigan, Georgia, and Alabama, and whatever, Notre Dame and Texas could win the national championship, you're somehow disrespecting what they've done in their histories. That's not the case. Michigan's going to get a coach, and they're going to be competitive, and they're going to be probably better next year than they were this year, I would think. I mean, they didn't really play anybody this year, and then when they had to, they lost. But they're always good.
Yeah.
But it's more about this mindset of like, and it's just being pushed of like, if you want to win, you have to go to these top 8 teams. Everybody else is a minor league feeder system for these 8 or 9 teams. That's got to end. It's the only potential good part of this garbage NIL that has no organization era is guys jump ship. Guys jump ship from Michigan and go to other programs too. We're not talking about some school that wins the championship every single year. This is a crossroads for college football where it's got to be like you don't have to go to these 8 schools to have a chance to win, because the reality is you don't have to go to one of those 8 schools to have a chance to win anymore. A few years ago, you did, but you don't have to now.
Yeah.
I kind of want Texas Tech to just win the whole thing this year and shut everybody up.
Yeah, but once again, why? Because Texas Tech is all NIL oil money.
But at least
it's the very root of the problem.
I understand. So maybe we need James Madison or somebody to win it all. But
exactly. You've got my attention.
I don't want it to further the narrative of you have to coach at one of these 8 schools to have a chance to win.
No. I absolutely agree with that 100%. But what I can't stand is just the fact that Texas Tech is real.
Well,
it exists.
They're the next problem.
And it honestly is. We've got way more NIL than you ever did. And because of that, we can just buy championships. Have we actually seen that happen in professional sports? Yes.
Yeah.
We have.
And I don't want to see it anymore. You can have your advantage.
But how can you fix it? How do you fix that, Luke? What, a salary cap? That's what you're going to say? We all get to spend the exact same amount of money. Revenue share is that's just not going to happen at the college level.
But I do think some people need to take a stand. And like I said, whether it's Kenny Dillingham or whoever that says, no, I'm not leaving. I don't have to leave.
Focused on that.
I don't have to leave for Michigan, because then it's like, okay, when Ohio State opens, do you have to leave for them? Do you have to keep moving up the ladder? How about you just stay where you are and win?
And not only that, but remember this. It takes one. It starts with one. One guy that is going to say, that's right, Rick.
That's what this
one guy is going to say, no, I'm good right where I'm at. I don't need all that in the baggage. I don't. I can win right here. I'm good right where I'm at. It's going to start with one. And then somebody else is going to have the courage to do it as well. Because when I say courage, I'm talking about you're turning down millions to go somewhere else.
You are. But the narrative that's out there from these schools, these big schools, these schools like Michigan, Ohio State, whatever, and you're hearing it in these from major networks too. They're acting like if you don't take the job in Michigan, you're retiring
Your
from
career
coaching.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I totally disagree with that.
There is a difference between, hey, I got to make this jump from Old Dominion to you're at a program in a Power 4 conference where you can win. Sorry, Old Dominion. Your coach may have to make the jump. I don't know. But I'm just saying, like, they are acting like there's only 8 schools in the nation and everything else is D2 football. And that's just, like I said, whether it's Kenny Dillingham that takes a stand or whoever, I hope somebody flat out says, hey, all the respect in the world for Michigan, but it's not for me. I'm staying.
Luke, it was Old Dominion or Pitt. You could have taken either one.
It was not. Pitt is in a Power 4 conference. All right, so when we come back, how do the Phoenix Suns bounce back against the Warriors tonight? We're going to talk to Suns broadcaster K-Ray. Next, it's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
You trade Ketel Marte, and you force the Boston Red Sox to realize they might lose Alex Bregman. So the Red Sox are now forced into a position where they need to replace Bregman because they want to compete. Diamondbacks trade Ketel Marte to the Boston Red Sox. Get 1 or 2 of their better pitching prospects. Get one of their outfielders that they're looking to move. The Diamondbacks then sign Alex Bregman, and by doing so, the Diamondbacks have acquired an outfielder, starting pitching. They sign Alex Bregman, and suddenly Mike Hazen has done exactly what he wanted to do in a Ketel Marte trade. Address a lot of needs with one move.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
With Steel, batteries are included. This holiday season, give a gift that's ready to go right out of the box. For everything from cleaning up the yard to cutting up firewood, Steel tools check off the wish list and knock out the to-do list. And right now, buy select battery tool sets and get a free extra battery. Visit SteelUSA.com for holiday deals and gift ideas. Happy holidays from Steel. Offer valid for a limited time only at participating dealers while supplies last.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Kick off game day with the mouth-watering taste of Redbird Farms chicken. Humanely raised and cage-free. Redbird Farms chicken is what real chicken tastes like. Whether you're tailgating or hosting a watch party, Redbird Farms will be the MVP of your game day menu. Tackle your hunger with Redbird Farms chicken. Available at Albertsons, Safeway, and Bash's'.
Grill it, fry it, put it in parm. As long as you make it Redbird Farms.
This holiday season, Talking Stick Resort is giving you the chance to drive off in a 2026 Mercedes-Benz AMG GT. Earn entries to the grand prize drawing all December long. Then on January 2nd, 2026, you have a chance to win up to $10,000 or the grand prize 2026 Mercedes-Benz AMG GT. Don't miss your chance to drive away in style. Details at TalkingStickResort.com. Talking Stick Resort. Life well played. Must be 21 or older. Problem gambling? Call 1-800-NEXT-STEP.
The year-end sales event is on at Sanderson Ford. Now get invoice-only pricing plus 0% financing for 60 months and 0 payments for 90 days. Plus an additional $1,000 in year-end bonus cash on new 2025 Escapes, Explorers, Transits, F-150s, and select Super Duties. Choose from 40 new Escapes, 70 new Explorers, 54 Transits, 150 F-150 trucks, and over 250 Super Duty trucks. On the lot and readily available. Get invoice-only pricing, 0% financing, and no payments for 90 days with no hassle, no pressure, and no nonsense. From your Operation Santa Claus dealership, Sanderson Ford. 0% for 60 months and 0 payments for 90 days. OEC from Ford Credit. Offers plus tax, title, license, and $4.99 dock fee. Offers apply to select regular and Super Cab Super Duties. Offers expire January 5th, 2026.
Where Arizona's pride, Sanderson Ford.
There are only about 4,300 publicly traded companies on the U.S. stock exchange.
But there are an estimated 33 million companies in the U.S. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. The average investor is missing out on over 99% of the investment opportunity that's happening in this beautiful country until now. True portfolio strength is found beyond the confines of the S&P 500, investing in promising companies before they go public. Private real estate, infrastructure, world-changing technologies. This is called the endowment model. The endowment model has historically outperformed the traditional model of just stocks and bonds. If you're an accredited investor and want more from your investments, it's time to think beyond just stocks and bonds. Call Trajan today. 480-360-7900. That's 480-360-7900.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. See website for details.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Phoenix Suns are back in action after 3 days off. They host the Golden State Warriors tonight at Mortgage Matchup Center. Tip-off is at 7 with pregame coverage beginning at 6 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Grayson Allen is questionable for the Suns, while Pat Spencer and Al Horford are out for the Warriors. This report is brought to you by Freeway Chevrolet. The year's almost over, but you can still unwrap huge savings on every new vehicle at Freeway Chevrolet.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Catch it in from the corner.
Wolf and Luke.
Brings the boom. And catching bodies on his way to the rack.
Suns, game day with K-Ray.
I'm ready for whatever. I'm ready for whatever.
All right, Suns Warriors tonight from downtown Phoenix. Kevin Ray joining us right now on the Arizona Sports Line for Game Day with K-Ray. What's going on, Kay?
What's happening, boys? Happy game day.
Yeah, you too.
Thanks for joining us, Kay.
Feels like they haven't played in like 2 weeks. I guess it's only been a couple of days.
It's crazy.
Kay, let's start with the fourth quarter of that game against the Lakers on Sunday. I'm sure you figured we were probably going to start there, but there's a lot of different directions I guess you could go even with just in the fourth quarter of that game. And I know a lot of people were upset with the way it ended, and I get that. But I just want to focus for a second on the fact that they were down 20 with just, 7-8 minutes left in the game against the Lakers, and came all the way back and took the lead against an LA team that A, is good, and B, was already on high alert about how tough the Phoenix Suns are this season. What did you make of that rally?
Well, look, it's funny that you bring it up because I had mentioned it at about that time that, if you recall, down 20 against Sacramento in the opener, you come back and win it. And I think that's what we have learned about this team is that, yes, it can be a little frustrating when they find themselves down by 20, but you feel confident that this team it does and always has a run in them. Now, is it enough to overcome those situations every night? Not every night, but again, if you're a fan, you love the fact that this team is going to fight until the very last second, till the horn sounds.
Kay, the last 2 minutes of that game, what bothered you the most about the last 2 minutes of the game and the way it was refereed?
Is this an after dark segment? Because you might want to have the beeps ready.
What bothered you the most, though, my brother?
Well, I mean, look, I'm not going to get into a rant about the officiating, but there are just some games that seem to be more glaring than others. And look, this is not to say and not making excuses for the Suns, but if you're a coach, if you're a player, certainly if you're a fan, if you're a broadcaster, you just like to feel like, especially in those moments, that you let the dudes who are paid a lot of money to play at a very high level decide the outcome of the game. And then having said that, call it the way it is supposed to be called. Call it the way you've called it the entire game. And that's the part that stands out to me that gets frustrating. And I feel and understand that frustration from the fans. And look, as a broadcaster, there are moments in a game that, yes, I'm the Suns broadcaster. I try to be as unbiased as possible, but there are times when it's really hard for me to bite my tongue. And there were 2 or 3 instances in those final 2 minutes that you talked about, Wolf, that became very hard for me to bite my tongue.
Talking to Kevin Ray. Kay, I want to make sure I frame this up right. But Wolf and I were discussing this earlier. If you just look at Devin Booker's stats, his scoring, his points per game is not bad. It's 25.1, but it's the lowest it's been since the 2017-18 season, as is his field goal percentage. And I say that not as like this huge negative because he's not putting up bad numbers. I almost say it as it feels like at some point they're going to start getting more production from Devin Booker, and maybe that helps them in the second half of the season as other teams start to adjust to what the Suns do well and they're not sneaking up on teams or whatever. But what do you make of Book's production so far and what it potentially means now going forward?
Yeah. Hey, hold on 1 second.
Where has Kay gone? Oh, he put on the Batman mask. Why can't we see it? Kay's got the Batman mask. Nice.
Come on.
All right.
That's what we need from Devin Booker. We need Devin Booker to be special, guys. Bottom line.
Yeah.
Bottom line. And you talked about the numbers. But we said coming into the season, Brian Gregory said it, in the offseason leading it, we need Devin Booker to play at an MVP at an all-star level. And it's fitting because all-star voting started yesterday. But we need number one to be that dude. We need him to be the clutch guy, and we know it's in there. I know there's been a lot made about his three-point shooting over the last 15, 20 games. And I certainly have, no recipe other than you just got to keep shooting. So many of those shots look great coming off his hand. But the bottom line is this team needs Book to be special. And tonight, the next 2 games, and I don't want to make too much of just 2 games, but these 2 games become really significant, guys, when you look at the Western Conference standings. The Warriors have already beaten the Suns once. They will play them back-to-back here, and then we're there Saturday night. These 2 games become significant because these 2 teams over the last 8 to 10 games have kind of, played below 500 basketball. And whoever gets these next 2 games goes a long way in pushing the other further in their rearview mirror. Yeah. So tonight really, to me, starts for an opportunity for Book to be that special guy. And then hopefully in the next week to 10 days, we'll get some news on Jalen Green about his return. But we need number one to be that special guy.
Yeah, Kay, on that note right there, too, do you think that it's messing with Book's head a little bit, knowing the responsibility that is on his shoulders to lead this team, to be a leader, and not only that, even maybe be more of a facilitator as well? Do you think that's messing with him and maybe not looking for his shot as much?
Yeah, I don't think so, Wolf. He's been in so many different situations. He's been asked to do so many different things while he's worn a Suns uniform. So I don't know that there's anything that gets between the ears of Book. Now, look, like a pitcher, you can be an elite pitcher and all of a sudden, like a golfer who's kind of got the yips. Is he thinking and maybe overthinking on the three-point shooting? Perhaps. Will you ever get him to admit it? No, just like a pitcher wouldn't admit or a golfer won't admit that, they're kind of struggling to just find that perfect rhythm. That's why they are the kind of player that they are. I'm a believer that he will get this thing figured out sooner than later, but it is certainly a much longer stretch of being a shooting funk, especially from 3, than we've seen Book in. But I got a belief that he will get it figured out, and this team will get on the track.
Okay, always great to talk to you, man. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Kay.
You got it, boys. Let's get a dub.
Merry Christmas.
Yeah, Wolf will talk to you in like 2027. His vacation starts tomorrow.
Barbados.
That's Kevin Ray joining us. Wolf doing Christmas shopping in Barbados. Can you? Yeah.
Shaka, bro.
Perfect. That's K Ray joining us right there. When we come back, are the Cardinals in the middle of their miserable season wasting a historic season? We'll discuss and explain next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Win tickets to the Verbo Fiesta Bowl from Arizona Sports. This show's keyword is
Alabama. Alabama.
Text the word Alabama to 620-620 right now.
Alabama.
Text Alabama to 620-620 for your chance to win tickets to the Verbo Fiesta Bowl. Message and data rates may apply.
All right, Rick, what do you say you bring me that Brooklyn beat if you don't mind? Yeah, the new year's almost here, Basinonians, and there's no better time to improve the way you sleep than right now at Brooklyn Bedding. Think about it. We spend a third of our lives sleeping in bed. Why not get the best sleep ever on the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Bedding? Brooklyn Bedding designs and engineers all of their mattresses in their very own state-of-the-art factory, custom crafting the perfect sleep solution just for you, and at factory direct prices. And now through December 26th, the Brooklyn Bedding Winter Clearance Sale is offering you 25% off everything in store and online. 25% off. When you go to one of Brooklyn Bedding's 11 Basin locations, you'll find friendly and knowledgeable sleep experts that will help you find the perfect bed. No pushy salesmen or sketchy sales tactics, I might add. And remember, tell them Wolf sent you. For the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Bedding. Go to brooklynbedding.com. That's brooklynbedding.com.
This holiday season, when you get them Steel, batteries are included. Buy select battery tool sets and get a free extra battery. Visit SteelUSA.com for gift ideas and seasonal savings. Happy holidays from Steel. Offer valid for a limited time only at participating dealers while supplies last.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $200-$300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code POWER to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code POWER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code POWER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Hey everybody, it's Dan Bickley, and Arizona is finally cooling off, but before you kick on the heat, make sure your system is ready. Parker & Sons has been keeping Valley homes comfortable for over 50 years, and their fall HVAC tune-up is fast, affordable, and can save you from a chilly surprise. Call Parker & Sons because Comfort Specialist isn't just a slogan, it's a promise. Call Parker at 602-2REPAIR, that's 602-2, then REP AIR for Parker & Sons.
Hey everybody, it's Dave Burns here, and I'm with V's founder, Jimmy V. Tell me, what is it about V's that makes it feel like almost a sanctuary for people who want to go and just get away from it all?
I think it's a place where you can go and it conjures up memories, Dave, of a time gone by. A place to take your kid, to give him a piece of what you had culturally as a kid growing up. As a place where you feel like I can go in and feel my best when I walk out of here. As a place that's happy, as a place that talks about sports, as a place that asks you about your dad, asks you about your family, your kids. That's what V's is. It's just not four walls and barber chairs. It's a culture. And that's what we try to do, and try to make it timeless without any type of pretense, without any type of judgment or prejudices, but to make it a barbershop that you look forward to going in because every single time it's V's.
So book your next great cut and get away from it all by going to V's. Visit vbarbershop.com. That's vbarbershop.com for your next great haircut at V's.
Toyotathon is on. Shop all your favorites like the class-leading Tacoma, amazing Tundra, or the all-new 4Runner or all-hybrid Camry. Visit any one of the 10 Valley Toyota dealers or valleytoyotadealers.com today. Toyota, let's go places.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us Friday morning. We'll have a full recap of Suns Warriors from Thursday night. It all starts at 6 here on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Man, I'm taking this. Merry
This is your
Christmas, ladies and gentlemen.
This is your friend John Bon Jovi.
Wow, this is John Bon. Really? I did not know that.
Yeah, you guys are friends, right?
I almost barfed. No, I wouldn't say friends. I
Acquaintances?
almost barfed on his boots.
Well, what better way to show you're somebody's friend?
Think about it, Basinonians. I was at the Cleveland practice facility in Berea, Ohio, for Bill Belichick. Belichick, of course, is good friends with John Bon. He came out to a practice, and then we ran gassers after 5 gassers after that practice. And I barfed after it. And as I was barfing, I saw these lizard skin boots back up from where I was barfing. And guess what? It was John Bon.
This is going to be a new game we play on the show. Who did Wolf almost barf on? And then we'll play the song, and you have to identify the artist.
It was pretty unbelievable, man. I barfed and all of a sudden looked up and said, "Hey, what's up, John Bon?"
You were halfway there.
I know. It was
Living on a
just,
prayer.
It's part of football, barfing.
What if you had barfed on, or almost barfed on Neil Young? See, then we've come full circle on the show, and Jamal knows who Neil Young
I probably
is.
wouldn't have said hello. I'm just not a big Neil Young guy.
That is
John
called back
Bon,
to the first
I was, yeah.
5 minutes of the show, and if you didn't hear it, I'm sorry. It doesn't make any sense, but nothing really makes sense this time of year. The Arizona Cardinals, there hasn't been a whole lot to talk about with them this week, honestly, because it's kind of gotten repetitive, the results in these games. But Wolf, the season Trey McBride is having I think it's important to focus on this here for at least a couple minutes for 2 reasons. One, he is having a historic season, and I don't just mean by his standards or Cardinals tight end standards. We're talking NFL history standards.
Yep.
And it's not translating to wins at all. So there's that angle, but I think there's also the other angle of, is this the new norm for Trey McBride? Because if he's going to be this every year, it sure makes it a lot easier to fix the team around him. I mean, you're talking truly elite. I heard you the other day when I wasn't in, and I know how much it pained you to just flat out say it, but did you not say he's the best tight end in the NFL right now?
Yes.
Yeah.
I did say that. And once again, when you look at his production, I think we'd all agree he is posting that kind of season.
I don't think anybody would argue with you.
And again, I just don't want him to forget how important it is that you have 11 personnel in rundown situation, 1st and 10, 2nd and 1 to 6, and you can go out there and run the ball because you got a stud tight end in Trey McBride. And I hope he never forgets that. The impact that actually has offensively, it's huge in today's NFL if you've got that guy. Having said that, Trey McBride is... There's no doubt about it. How can you ever look at this season and put it in the negative category just because they're 3-11? You've got the best tight end in the National Football League on your team. It's a positive.
Yeah, I also think it highlights how difficult it is for one person to completely swing a football team. I still see people posting on X like, well, if they had Kyler Murray, they'd be winning all these games. I'm sorry, I don't believe it. And I mean that in a way of, you and I said this at the time, not Kyler Murray's fault that they were losing at the start of the year. And I don't know that anybody could save them right now. Maybe Josh Allen. Maybe they'd have a couple more wins. They wouldn't be a playoff team. Kyler comes in, they got the same record, man. I'm sorry. And that's not a knock on Kyler. That's just the way it is right now. This team has bigger problems than one guy. One guy isn't going to fix it. And I understand Trey McBride's not a quarterback, but you have arguably the best player at his position, and you have 3 wins.
This team lost 7 games by 4 points or less.
Yeah.
I mean, he just right there.
But that was with Kyler and without Kyler.
Yes.
That was split between him and Jacoby Brissett.
Yes, it was. But again, you had Trey McBride, who was in every one of those games. And I wonder if Trey McBride would be having the kind of season he's had so far if Kyler Murray was healthy through it all. It really is. It's a point that is meaningless, ladies and gentlemen, at this point in time. It truly is. What we do know is Trey McBride has developed to a point where you can say with a straight face that he's the best tight end in the National Football League. You can say that with a straight face. He still is giving effort enough to be considered a tight end and not a wide receiver because he can line up on the tackle's hip and produce. And that is important.
You know, what you just said, if Trey McBride would be having the same season, if it wasn't with Jacoby Brissett, if it was with Kyler, I hear what you're saying by and large. It's meaningless, but I don't think it's totally meaningless because you're talking about a guy who put up elite numbers with Kyler last year too. So that in that regard, I agree with you. But you're talking about a guy who has 16 career touchdowns, and 9 of them have come in the 9 games with Jacoby Brissett.
True.
And the other 7 were spread out over years.
I'm just trying to be fair.
Yeah.
You know me. I'd rather be fair than right.
I don't think – the only reason I bring up Kyler is because there's been so much of a debate of the quarterback situation, and I think we have now seen over the course of this season it's a lot more than the quarterback. It is not – this is not – they didn't lose those early games because of Kyler. They're not losing these additional games now because of Jacoby Brissett. They just – they aren't. You know, again, what are they, 3-11? If you had – let's not even upgrade to Josh Allen. Let's just upgrade to a good – or like a really good established, I don't know, Justin Herbert. The 3, okay, you have Herbert, yeah. maybe you're 5-9 right now. This team has so many other issues they got to iron out.
You know, for me too, when we talk about the Arizona Cardinals and the what ifs of this season, and what if Kyler Murray would have been healthy the whole season, and what if Jacoby Brissett, you could make an argument, would have started from the very beginning.
Yeah.
What if that would have happened? The what ifs are out there. You know what the biggest what if for me is? What if James Conner never got hurt?
Yeah.
That is where I start. Honestly, when I think of the what ifs that are out there, I can't help but go there, brothers. What if James Conner never got hurt? This guy had such a tangible impact on how this team plays the game of football, and in a very intangible kind of way, how he influenced everyone else around him. Even the offensive line, brothers, even the offensive line, when James Conner was running the ball, dude, you better get your block. He's coming right up your back. James Conner as well challenged his teammates, challenged the guys up front to be physical, challenged them just based on how he ran the ball and the player that he was and the leader that he is. I can't get that out of my head. I just wonder how many of those games could they have possibly won with James Conner?
It's a great what if. You know, I still think all of this doesn't get them anywhere near the playoffs unless I can change all these things.
Yes.
Unless I can have Jacoby Brissett playing the first couple times when they played Seattle and San Francisco and they were lower scoring games and the defense was playing better. Maybe those are a couple wins. I think James Conner, you're right, maybe changes things. I think the bigger one for me is the offensive line. What if the offensive line just played the way this year that they had last year? But I still think big picture, they were going to finish last in this division because the other 3 teams have gotten better and they have gotten
I'm not
worse.
saying that if James Conner was playing, they'd be in the playoffs.
Yeah,
I'm not.
But
saying
I hear what you're saying
that,
because of the way he impacts other players too.
No doubt about it. The impact he has on everybody else, including the defense, including transition and special teams. You watch a guy out there on the field and he's trucking people. He's busting it. And he's walking off the field with a square jaw and his shoulders back. What are you going to do? James Conner is one of these guys like Buddha who challenges you as a man, as a dude. What are you going to do? Don't talk about it. What are you going to do about it?
And it's constant. I mean, if he's there, if he's playing, he's challenging you. If he's on the sidelines when the defense is on the field, he's just constantly challenging you. All right. When we come back, is Golden State a team the Suns are going to have to finish ahead of if they are serious about making the playoffs this year? That's suddenly a very relevant topic with the Warriors on the schedule for the next 2 games. We'll get into that next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Who's on top in high school sports in Arizona and who's building up a powerhouse to unseat Arizona's best programs? Kevin McCabe talks with Arizona high school coaches and athletic staff Saturday mornings at 9 on The Kevin McCabe Show, presented by Brooklyn Betting. The Kevin McCabe Show, Saturday morning at 9 on the local sports leader, Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Orchard. Imagine finding your dream home and moving in right away without waiting around to sell your old place first. It's the ideal situation, and it's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program allows you to do. Go ahead and buy your new home now, sell to one later, and they're going to help you because they're going to give you cash. Orchard will do that. They're going to give you cash so you can move into your new home first on your timeline. You can do it without any showings. You don't have to wait around for other people to fit you and your home into their random schedule. You don't have to do any of that because Orchard's going to cut that hassle right out of the process for you. Then their agents are going to take it from there. They're going to handle repairs on your old home so you attract the right kinds of buyers because Orchard agents are local experts. They're some of the most experienced around town, and they're equipped with smart tools and products to help you sell your home for more. It's what they do. They've already helped over 10,000 customers sell their homes this way. Their Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first, sell your old home later, buy before you sell, still get top dollar for your home with Orchard. If you're ready to find out how much your home is worth, visit Orchard.com. That's Orchard.com.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Pros don't just show up. They prove how it's done, with precision and without shortcuts. Makita tools are built the same way, with a dedication to lasting quality, trusted performance, and results that reward your effort year after year. When the job calls for the best, call on Makita. Built to be the best. Available at the Home Depot.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and you know I'm a big fan of Sonic and their all-star selection of burgers, and now they have added an MVP to their lineup, and this one is so good you should head to Sonic right now. Introducing the all-new Pretzel Bacon Sonic Smasher, 2 hand-smashed Angus beef patties, crispy bacon, pub sauce, plus a buttery soft pretzel bun. It is the ideal burger for armchair quarterbacks everywhere, and only at Sonic. Live free, eat Sonic.
Sun Devil men's basketball is heating up, and now you can build a ticket plan on your terms. With the Sun Devils mini plan, you choose any 6 home games you want, including the biggest Big 12 matchups of the year, Kansas and Arizona. Lock in the rivalries, circle the heavy hitters, or stack your schedule with weekends that work for you. 6 games, your choice, your vibes, your Sun Devils. Grab your mini plan today at sundeviltickets.com. That's sundeviltickets.com.
Hey folks, Vince Marotta with some exciting news. The holidays just got even better. Unwrap exciting holiday deals all month long at Earnhardt Peoria Kia during the Kia Season of New Tradition sales event. And if you know Earnhardt, you know they always treat you right. They're locally owned and they will treat you like family. Now's your chance to save big on their huge lineup of award-winning Kia models across the lot. Looking for sedans or SUVs? They've got them. 2025 K4, 2026 Sportage, and even the family moving 2026 Carnival MPV. Need gas, hybrid, or all-electric options? They've got those too. Plus a sharp selection of Kia certified pre-owned vehicles ready to roll. Earnhardt Peoria Kia is the place to shop for a car, and these new Kias are incredible. Come check them out and discover what drives you this holiday season at 91st Avenue north of Bell Road or online at earnhardtpeoriakia.com.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 1-877-CARS for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Hurry! It's our last chance to donate for 2025.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Phoenix Suns are back in action after 3 days off. They host the Golden State Warriors tonight at Mortgage Matchup Center. Tip-off is at 7 with pregame coverage beginning at 6 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Grayson Allen is questionable for the Suns while Pat Spencer and Al Horford are out for the Warriors. This report is brought to you by America Roofing. Why should you choose America Roofing? It's Arizona's largest roofer, A+ with the Better Business Bureau, and winner of the 2025 Roofing Contractor of the Year. Save 12% at AmericaRoofingCo.com.
Hey everybody, it's Bernsey. What will ASU do to keep Kenny Dillingham in the Valley? Talk about it with ASU AD Graham Rossini. He'll join us at 2:30. It's the Burns and Gambo Show on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
You may as well start playing Happy New Year songs for Wolf because he's in his final hour before vacation.
I have no idea what you're talking about, Luke. What? Oh. This is my last day before vacation? Yeah. Okay.
We're not going to see Wolf till at least 2026.
Wolf, have you done your tiers yet for the games that we're picking in like 28 minutes?
No, I have not, as a matter of fact, but thank you for that.
That seems like something Wolf will do in 27 minutes.
I actually think I'm doing really, really well in terms of that. The tier system is going really well.
You're
I'm in third
still
place.
in third.
I know.
3rd out of 4 is not great.
Unbelievable.
But 34-17 on the year. Pretty good winning percentage.
Yes.
Yeah, we got to make those picks here coming up very shortly.
All of us are out of the playoffs, though, in fantasy.
Yeah, I know. I saw that.
No, so let me just say this, okay?
I'm relieved.
Yeah, it seemed like it was weighing on you.
Glad.
You lost 120 to 113.
Okay.
Good scores.
Okay.
I lost, and I got to give credit to the guy who was playing, Victorious BGs. I put up 162, which will win you your week, I don't know, 9 out of 10 times? Maybe 95 out of 100 times? He put up 189, which I think is the highest score anybody's put up all year. I'd have to double-check that.
Okay, is this the guy that kept you from getting a quarterback?
No, that didn't happen to me.
Oh, okay.
That's a whole different story.
Okay.
That involves Jarrett Carlin, and I just happen to be in the league.
Oh, okay. Sorry about that.
No. This guy just put up 189. I was like, 162 points. I'm in great shape. I got Trey McBride. I got all these guys, and then I don't know who he had, but yeah. So a listener's going to win the championship in our league. But I would I'll just enjoy the fact that I beat all you guys every time I play. Okay. That's all I really care about.
That's right. Well, that's that makes sense.
3-0 against the show. That's
the
all
show and bragging rights on the show, brothers.
And Wolf, without setting his lineup, made the playoffs and had a pretty good season.
Yeah, I made the playoffs, which is just stunning to me. Don't you at some point in time have to know who's on your team after you draft them? And wow, that is fantasy. That's what it is, ladies and gentlemen. Fantasy basketball.
Well, you were done if you made it past this week anyway because you had Mahomes as your quarterback.
Well, yeah. And fantasy football as well.
Yeah, you're just getting ready for your fantasy basketball.
Is fantasy big in the NHL, Basin Orleans? Is it big?
Football's the biggest, don't you think?
Of course.
So I would say fantasy football. Most people that don't even really follow football that closely play fantasy football.
Yes.
I would say baseball is next, and then basketball, and then hockey.
So. Well, baseball is what started it all.
See, look at that.
There's no doubt about it.
Has this experience changed your thoughts on fantasy football? You're going to play every year?
No, not at all.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yep, I figured I'd try. All right, so the Phoenix Suns are taking on Golden State tonight.
What up, YouTube?
2 straight against the Warriors. 1 here tonight, one on the road on Saturday. Where do you even say 1 in Golden State?
Yeah, it's just weird.
Doesn't make sense.
Home and away.
Yeah, home and away against Golden State. And you and I were talking about this before the show, Wolf. We were talking about it a little bit yesterday. Are we at a point where you feel confident the Suns are going to win the games they should win? Because if they are going to do that, then you never want to lose, but it's quote okay if you're losing to Oklahoma City. Because if you're going to go beat the teams you should win, then you're going to make up for those losses to Oklahoma City. I don't think Golden State's a team you should beat necessarily, but I think it's a team you need to beat, if that makes sense. 'Cause they're kind of right there with you now.
It's so cool what has happened here. The Phoenix Suns have started the season, ladies and gentlemen, and they are the bane of your existence if you're a good team. And the reason why I say that is they're going to come out swinging. The Phoenix Suns are going to come out swinging, and you as a good team, you're going to have to swing back. You're going to have to engage the competitiveness and the effort and tenacity and intensity of the Phoenix Suns. You're going to have to respond, or you're going to get beat. Isn't that right, J.J. Redick? The first time they played the Lakers, beat the Lakers, and Redick said after it, oh, my goodness, if you don't play hard, if you're not ready to go, you're going to get beat. You're going to get exposed is what he actually said. And then, of course, we all know the Lakers beat him the second time. Up by 20. Suns came back and made that a game. Could have won that game.
Yeah.
Some would say should have won that game. Yet at the same time, very difficult proposition. I think the Lakers are a good team. And I think the Lakers came out swinging, and it's one of the reasons why the game got sideways on the Phoenix Suns. Because in that third quarter, specifically.
That's a quarter the Suns have been pretty good in, but the third quarter they just got almost run out of the building.
Here's the thing that we're going to be watching the rest of the way. The Phoenix Suns are not going to surprise anybody anymore. They're just not going to. And we were talking about this yesterday, and it's the truth. They're not going to surprise anybody anymore. Even the teams that they should beat, guess what? Oh, these are the Suns.
Yeah.
They're going to try super hard, even though they might not be as talented. They're going to try super. The Phoenix Suns are going to start getting everybody's best shot because they're not going to surprise anybody moving forward. How good can they be, Luke?
It's what's crazy to me is I'm trying to put together a list of the teams that they should beat right now. Like, I think you can break this into tiers of the teams. Okay, if they win this game, it's still an upset.
Okay.
Then there's the teams that are kind of around them. And then there's the teams they should beat. And if you had gone at the start of the season, at least in the Western Conference, and said, okay, which teams, are games that when they come up on the schedule, the Suns, oh, they should win this game. Oh, they're going to be favored. I would have said, like, Utah, and maybe New Orleans. And now that list has grown significantly. It's still, I don't want to overreact. It's not like I'm putting 10 teams from the Western Conference as teams the Suns should finish ahead of.
Right.
I think teams that come up on the schedule now, we're like, hey, the Suns should win this game. It's like Utah, Portland, Sacramento, the Clippers, and New Orleans. But there are these other teams like Dallas and Golden State that if they can beat them, they're going to stay ahead of them. And these games against like Golden State, if you finish ahead of Golden State, you're going to be a playoff team, I believe, or you're at least going to be in a really good spot in the play-in. So these games coming up tonight and Saturday are especially important because if you look at what the Suns have done so far, teams they've played more than one time, they tend to beat them at least once, with the exception of Oklahoma City, which, fine, Denver and Houston.
Yes.
Golden State's not on that level. So
Yes.
they need to get some wins here against them.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, right now, the Phoenix Suns, number 7 seed in the West, and I know it's ridiculous to say that, yet this is
What's their magic
day
number?
and age. This is the day and age we live in, and if you want to be technical about it, the Warriors are number 8. Just saying, they're both right there. Would it say something to you if the Phoenix Suns were able to win both these games? These games, playing the same opponent. Playing the Golden State Warriors, who we all respect, would it say something to you, brothers, if they won both these games? It's a statement opportunity for me. Either way. Now, okay, if they split it, I think 6-7 for the most part. I think that's what's going to happen. But if they were to lose both these games, I would go, 6-7. Yes, I would be, uh-oh. So I do think this matters, what we're going to see. I do. I'm going to read into the next 2 games.
Yeah.
I am. I'm sorry.
The other thing, real quick before we hit the break, even just the simple fact that I rattled off 5 teams in the West that they should be able to beat most times they play them and stay ahead of. But I said Utah, Portland, the Clippers, Sacramento, and New Orleans. And, people can adjust more or less or whatever. But if they just stayed ahead of those 5 teams, they'd be in the play-in at least. How wild is that?
Yeah, that is wild.
Just stay ahead of those 5 teams.
Rick, once again, one of the greatest predictions of all time. And you know I hate predictions. Yeah,
It's a little early to say that, I think.
I'm saying if it happens, Rick, if it happens, one of the greatest predictions of all time.
And he's going to celebrate if it happens by running with the Bulls. Talk about that. That's
champion
wild.
your victories, just so long as you ignore your defeats.
History's about to be made in the desert for the first time ever. New Mexico and Minnesota collide in the 2025 Rate Bowl Friday, December 26th at Chase Field. You can be part of the action. Just text BOWL to 620-620 right now. That's BOWL to 620-620 for your chance to win tickets and field passes. When we come back, how about some baseball? Are the Boston Red Sox the best fit for Ketel Marte in a potential trade? And if so, what would that look like for the Diamondbacks? We'll get into that next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
Dylan Brooks' inability to kind of manage himself last night was the first time where you can really say, oh, yeah, it was a big detriment last night. It was the first time he'd been ejected as a Phoenix Sun. Because it's the first time, it's just a reminder of, oh, yeah, this is going to happen every now and then. And hopefully it's not in the big moments, and hopefully it's not in the crucial moments, and hopefully it doesn't cost them anything more than a game every now and then. But you're right. This is like asking a bird not to fly.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolf here from my brothers over at Trajan Wealth. Go to TrajanWealth.com for more information. It's one thing to save for retirement and another to feel ready for it. Oh, yeah. Trajan Wealth helped me build a real plan with less guesswork and more peace of mind. They explained everything to me, gave me options. Basinonians, options are always good, and never once tried to sell me something I didn't need. That's right. Listen, I thought I had things in good shape until Trajan Wealth gave my plan a second look. Turns out there were some big opportunities I was missing. Now I got a clear path to that retirement and way more peace of mind. They're fiduciaries, which means they're going to put your needs first. One of the reasons why you got to pick up the phone and give Trajan Wealth a call today at 480-360-7900, 480-360-7900 for Trajan Wealth. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC. SEC registered investment advisor, client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code BOOST25 to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code BOOST25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code BOOST25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with my good friend Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of Chapman BMW, the guy that can literally make your dreams come true.
Bick, you know I love your show and your listeners, and I want everybody in the audience to know that you have a friend in the business at Chapman BMW. This is not lip service. Come down, take a test drive, find what you like, then ask for me by name and get your hookup. Find out how easy it is to do business with a great family.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations,
1 great experience.
December 26th is the day to tear into something big. The Rate Bowl is back. And this year, the holidays end with a hit. New Mexico and Minnesota meet for the first time in a matchup built for bowl season. Every snap feels like a gift you've been waiting for all season to open. So bring the noise, bring the energy, and get ready to unwrap the action. The Rate Bowl, December 26th at Chase Field. Get your tickets now at ratebowl.com.
Hi, I'm Emily, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company, where a small box with a burgundy bow will help you win the holidays. As an in-house designer, I love creating meaningful, fine jewelry gifts. Choose a necklace with a gorgeous infinity charm to symbolize your everlasting love. Or go for a personalized piece with an engraving, their zodiac sign, favorite color gemstone, or their initial accented with pave diamonds. Because a friend wants you to be a holiday hero. Stop by or shop now at shaneco.com. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
A new diamond era begins. Desert Diamond Casino White Tanks is now open. An atmosphere sparkling with excitement and top names like the legendary Morton's Steakhouse and signature Starbucks coffee. Best of all, this stunning new destination is right at Loop 303 and Northern Parkway. So come and live the diamond life. Desert Diamond Casino.
An enterprise of the Donna Automation.
It's the most wonderful time of the year.
What up, bro?
With the kids jingle belling and everyone telling you be.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us Friday morning. We'll have a full recap of Suns Warriors from Thursday night. It all starts at 6 here on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Quick shout out to Avondale. Everybody out there listening in Avondale right now.
Yeah, what's up, Avondale? How you doing, man? Did you know that this is Andy Williams, Avondale? Did you know that? This is Andy Williams, is it not? Yes, it's got to be.
I don't know the answer to that question.
Okay.
It doesn't say.
All right, interesting.
This wasn't the era
But I
where
think this is the Andy Williams.
you would say your own name in a song.
Yeah.
You're not going to be like, not going to throw his own name in there.
Just hang in there, Avondale.
Let's talk a little baseball before we get these picks coming up here in about 15 minutes. And this is a story up on our own site. Alex Weiner wrote this, correct? Rick? I believe it was Alex Weiner that wrote it.
Alex Weiner, yes.
Alex Weiner wrote this. Looking at a potential Red Sox Diamondbacks trade. Setting aside Alex Bregman for a second. That's not what this is about. But just kind of going through places that would make sense for Ketel Marte. That's most places, honestly, if the Diamondbacks actually do trade him. But Alex went through, and Alex is, of course, our D-backs reporter here at Arizona Sports. He went through and looked at the possibility of, what if the move was Ketel Marte to Boston? What would that look like? Like, what would the Diamondbacks lineup then ultimately? Let's put some real names to this instead of just talking in vague terms. So he has it as if they do add Alex Bregman, and then in a trade, they would get Jarren Duran from the Boston Red Sox.
Okay.
Duran's a pretty good outfielder.
Duran.
Yes. Jarren, his middle name is Duran, and his last name is Duran.
Okay, there it is.
Jarren Duran.
Thank you very much. 23 years old.
No, 29.
Or 29, sorry.
I thought he was like 25, and
Where's
then I looked
my
it up.
glasses, as a matter of fact. Yes, it's very odd, ladies and gentlemen, getting old. Yet at the same time, Savage is what Savage does.
Hey, look, and I don't even think it's that. I think it's the fact that you're in the final 41 minutes before vacation.
It is the happiest time of the year.
This is Bob Nightingale on with Bickley and Murata on Tuesday. They asked him if the Diamondbacks are likely to move Ketel, and this is what he said.
I still think they'd like to move him. I mean, if there wasn't an issue in the clubhouse, he'd be here the next 5 years. The problem is, there's some people that, he's rubbed the wrong way in the clubhouse, including players, coaches, front office staffers. So that's the only reason they're seem to be motivated moving him. Now, do they have to? No. Could it still work itself out? It could. But I think they see this as a perfect chance to really get that farm system going with pitching, because you need 8 or 9 starters. I think these guys, fill the gaps. Merrill Kelly made perfect sense to come back. Soroka's, a coin flip. Who knows, what he has left or what he can actually provide.
Man, I think that is so spot on right there. I really do. I think Ketel Marte, anyone who's listened to me, you know how I feel about this. I think Ketel Marte is gone. That doesn't make me happy to say that. This guy, by all accounts, once again, a really great guy inside the clubhouse. Yet at the same time, professionally, I just don't think you can build a culture around some of the things that he did. and some of the decisions that he made. As a professional athlete, the one thing you want to do is know that we're all treated the same way here. And when you single a guy out, I don't care how good he is, I don't care how much more money he makes than you. If it's suddenly a situation where this guy gets special treatment as opposed to all of us, it's never going to work. It isn't. Now, who do you blame for that? Ketel Marte or the Arizona Diamondbacks? I don't know. I think there's a little bit of responsibility on both, and I think the Diamondbacks would be the first ones to admit that.
Yeah, if they actually trade him, we're going to have almost a conversation with the benefit of hindsight to see what it all means, because you go out and you bring back Merrill Kelly. Now, that could just be because it's Merrill Kelly and you know what he can do for you and he wanted to come back and you need pitching. But he was a leader on this team. If you go out, I mean, you're at least in the conversation, it sounds like, for Alex Bregman, whether they ultimately afford him or not. That's a guy who is pretty well respected as a leader around Major League Baseball. So right now, without knowing how this is going to play out with Ketel definitively, you could argue, okay, you're out there, you're making these moves for leadership because you want to keep Ketel, because he apologized last year. He kind of maybe didn't realize that he was sort of taking advantage of your good nature, and it was rubbing people the wrong way, and it all came to a head in the middle of the season, and he apologized, and you know what? The team started playing a lot better after that too, coincidence or not. So everything's good, but you're bringing in a little stronger leadership. Or you could, depending what happens, if they trade him, you could look at this and say, yeah, they're bringing in leadership so something like this doesn't happen again, and they moved Ketel so something like this doesn't happen again. For pure baseball move, I don't know that you move Ketel Marte if it's just simply, I don't think you're going to get equal talent back. Now, you could argue maybe the Diamondbacks are so frustrated with how last season played out with all the injuries to the pitching staff that they want to go in with like a 9-man rotation this year to make sure if they have 3 or 4 injuries, they still have a rotation. And the only way to do that is by trading Ketel Marte.
Yeah, and I think, too, you have to look at the facts. You have to say, man, how would this fly in Boston? How would Ketel Marte look in Boston? First of all, they've got some leadership, I think, in the clubhouse already. They've got some leadership in the clubhouse, and I think they'd feel comfortable bringing a guy like Ketel Marte, who's a good dude inside the clubhouse. Yes, he's taken advantage of certain opportunities that he had, yet at the same time, he's an affable dude inside the clubhouse. A switch hitter and the Green Monster, I think, would be very friendly
that would work
to
out pretty
him
well
as
for him,
well.
yeah.
And then I think, the story that we had on ArizonaSports.com about this is so spot on. Boston has got an outfielding surplus, which is something that the Diamondbacks would probably be interested in, and a large amount of young pitchers as well. When you put those two things together, it sounds like it would be a nice fit for Mike Hazen and the Diamondbacks.
Yeah. Yeah, Alex in this story went through, and he just threw out a hypothetical trade of, what if the Diamondbacks traded Ketel Marte to Boston? They got Jarren Duran, and he threw in 23-year-old pitching prospect Peyton Tolle, who, like you said, Boston has a lot of good young pitching. And he said maybe some other pieces would be involved.
Yeah, I'm reading what he said right here.
My initial thought was like, hey, Jarren Duran, maybe you wouldn't get a whole lot more. But I really was, I don't know why, thinking Jarren Duran was a few years younger. Not that 29's old, but that's not, you're not getting like a 25-year-old. You are getting a 29-year-old who, I only say that because you kind of know what Jarren Duran is now, which is a really good player. I mean, if you added him to your outfield, I think you'd feel pretty good about that addition. 2 years ago, he hit 285 with 21 home runs and 34 stolen bases. I mean, he's been an all-star. He's a guy that produces. The lineup that Alex threw together, just to kind of give you an idea of what it looked like, he said the opening day lineup could look something like Gabby Moreno at catcher, Pavin Smith at first, which I know gets a reaction from people, Jordan Lawler or Blaze Alexander at second, Bregman at third, Perdomo at short, Duran in left field, and then some combination of Alec Thomas, Blaze Alexander, or Jake McCarthy in center, Corbin Carroll in right, and Adrian Del Castillo at DH. And in theory, your pitching staff would be better. You can debate back and forth if that's a more potent lineup or not, because you're not Bregman and Jaron Duran are not Ketel Marte right now, but if you added both of them, then that gives you one less weak spot in your lineup.
Yeah, and I also wondered, too, addition through subtraction once again. I'm just saying.
It does feel like if that trade is made, if Ketel Marte is traded at all, there's an element of that in it. That seems like it's baked
there's
in.
no doubt to me. Yeah. That's why we're talking about this as well.
We come back, we're going to make our Week 16 NFL picks. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
Here come the Suns pushing the pace. Brooks up the right wing. Fakes the three. Back for Booker. Now it's Grayson Allen. Bounces left corner. Gillespie a three. He got it! Colin Gillespie from the left corner. Brings the Suns within 2.
Suns Warriors tonight. Pregame at 6. 7 o'clock tip on the local sports leader. Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfleader from my brothers over at Moving Team 6. Go to movingteam6.com for more information right now. You don't want to move yourself. Little tip from your Uncle Ron. You want Moving Team 6 to move you. These guys are professionals, ladies and gentlemen. What can you expect when you hire Moving Team 6 for your move? Well, you know what? They believe building trust starts with you, the customer. They want to earn your trust. It's why they require no upfront deposits and no hidden fees. You're working with the best when you hire Moving Team 6. Not only that, Moving Team 6, they utilize a military-like approach to all of their moves. They're going to show up and be professional, efficient, reliable, on time. It's why they actually support and hire veterans for their moving team, ladies and gentlemen. I kid you not. Go to movingteam6.com for more information. That's movingteam6.com. Your move is their mission.
So Pure Talk just had their best year ever and asked me if I'd like to thank their customers on their behalf for being so awesome. I said sure. It's important to say thanks, especially this time of year, which is why, as one of their many satisfied customers, I should probably thank Pure Talk first for keeping their customer service in this country and for providing hundreds of American jobs. I appreciate that. I also appreciate their Roundup program, which makes it easy to support America's Warrior Partnership and join the fight against veteran suicide. And I love that Pure Talk donated 1,000 hand-sewn Made in America flags to veterans around Independence Day. And of course, I really appreciate their generous support of my own foundation, MicroWorks, and their commitment to help us train the next generation of skilled workers. Having said all that, it's now my pleasure, on behalf of everyone at Pure Talk, to thank you sincerely for choosing to do business with an American wireless company that actually stands for something. And one more thing. Merry Christmas.
Football fans, every Sunday, the ultimate watch parties are going down at Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort. Get ready for an unforgettable game day experience with special guest appearances, mouthwatering food and drink specials, all the big plays on massive screens that make you feel like you're in the stadium. Whether you're rooting for your favorite team or just there for the good vibes, you won't want to miss a minute. So bring your friends, your game face, and catch every thrilling moment every Sunday at Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code POWER to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code POWER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code POWER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
It's where every slam dunk dream and memory of your favorite game is stored. Your brain shapes you, defines you, makes you you. Yet as many athletes know, a brain or spine condition can change that. That's why Barrow pushes the boundaries of neuroscience medicine and what's possible. Consistently ranked among the best in the country, Barrow fights to help patients hold on to their dreams, memories, and themselves right here in Arizona. Barrow Neurological Institute, minding what matters most. Visit barrowneuro.org to learn more.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Phoenix Suns are back in action after 3 days off. They host the Golden State Warriors tonight at Mortgage Matchup Center. Tip-off is at 7 with pregame coverage beginning at 6 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Grayson Allen is questionable for the Suns, while Pat Spencer and Al Horford are out for the Warriors. This report is brought to you by The Window and Door Store. After a brutal summer, your home deserves an upgrade. Schedule your free in-home consultation online at thewindowdoorstore.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader, making picks with Wolf and Luke.
All right, this is getting serious now. There's only 3 weeks left here, and the standings are getting intense with the picks here. So, first of all, thanks to Mitch for stepping in for me and going a solid 4-0. That's I appreciate the standard we have set here, where he comes in here.
It's not bad.
Especially because one of his picks was Chargers over the Chiefs, which I'm not sure I would have picked. So, I'm still in first at 38, 12, and 1. Jamal is in second at 35 and 16 after going 2-2 last week. Wolf is in third at 34 and 17, so you're back in this after going 4-0 last week.
Yeah.
And Rick is at 24 and 27 after going 2-2 last week. So the draft order, we're each going to get 4 games this week. Goes Rick, Jamal, Wolf, and me. Rick, what do you got?
All right, for my first pick, I'm going to go with, I think, the easiest game of the week, the Buffalo Bills at the Cleveland Browns.
Okay.
So I'm going to take Buffalo, obviously.
I would assume, Wolf, you have that as a Tier 1 game.
As a matter of fact, I do.
Yeah,
yes. That is a Tier 1 game if there ever was.
It's going to be kind of tough for Buffalo to pull that one off.
Yeah, that's...
Or for Cleveland to pull that off. It'd be tough for Buffalo to lose that game, actually. Okay. Jamal, it's you.
I am hopefully also going with a Tier 1 game. I'm going to go with the Eagles over the Commanders.
Okay. All going with Philly on the road.
Yes, over the Commanders. That also was a Tier 1. Well done by
probably
you.
Should mark some of these off. All right, Wolf, you've got 2 here.
Okay.
I
have 2?
I don't know what I'm looking at. You have 1, I have 2.
Oh, okay.
So go ahead and take your 1.
Okay, I'm going to go Tier 1 based on the very definition of it. Houston over Las Vegas. At home. Houston at home.
That feels like more than any other game this week. Well,
Tier 1.
Buffalo, Cleveland, but I cannot imagine Vegas going into Houston and beating Houston with the way Houston's defense is playing right now. All right, I got 2 here. Okay.
Got to go with this.
How many more Tier 1 games do you have? Don't tell me what they are, but I don't actually have any.
Yeah, I have 1.
Do you? I have San Francisco and Indianapolis on Monday nights.
Okay.
San Francisco, I mean, look, this arms race in the NFC West, you basically have to keep winning, so there's no reason to let up, or there's no opportunity to even let up. Nobody's locked into anything. The Phillip Rivers story is a great story, but it's going to be tough for the Colts to win games, considering he's stepping in and playing against Seattle and San Francisco and Houston. So give me San Francisco as my first pick. And then the second one, you still have a Tier 1 game out there.
I do.
Wow.
Yeah. But it's only because of the elevation of one certain team.
I don't know who you would have that be, but I am going to go with Detroit at home against Pittsburgh.
Wow.
I feel like a must-win for Detroit. This is not necessarily that it's Tier 1, but just that they have to win. So give me the Lions at home.
Wolf.
Back to you, Wolf.
Okay, that means I'm going to go with my Tier 1 game, Denver over Jacksonville.
So there was a
at
clue
home.
when you said elevation.
Yes, no doubt. Denver over Jacksonville at home. The Denver Broncos have won me over.
Tier 1, really?
They are
Jacksonville's
legit.
playing really well.
Yeah, I know. They're playing really well, but all of a sudden you're going to take Jacksonville up at that elevation in Denver.
Yeah.
Who knows if it's going to snow or not, and you've got that defense, that brutal Denver Broncos defense at home. Yeah,
It's tough to. There's no way I could pick Jacksonville in the game. I feel like at some point Denver's going to have a down week where they fall behind like they do every week, and then they just don't come back and win that week.
Yeah.
But it's only going to be one, and then they're going to start winning again. I don't know if it's going to be this week or not. All right, Jamal?
I am going to take, I don't know why I sounded Southern there, but I'm going to take Joe Burrow and the Bengals over, one of Luke's good friends, Quinn Ewers.
Oh, God, you're right. Wow. Man, I forgot he was playing. Why, Joe Burrow just seems to be loving life in Cincinnati right now. So, all right, Jamal.
Here's a hot take for you. I don't know if Joe Burrow is going to be the Bengals quarterback after this season.
Here's a hot take for you.
I don't know if Tua Tagovailoa is going to be the Miami Dolphins quarterback after this season.
I don't think Joe Burrow would mind if he wasn't the Bengals quarterback at the end of the season, to be honest.
I'm doing that a little tongue-in-cheek, and I think we all know why.
Two-pick Rick is here.
All right. Now it's getting hard.
Okay.
But the Jets are terrible. The Saints have started to play better. So I'm going to go with the Saints over
All in on Tyler
Jets.
Shuck.
Yeah, Tyler Shuck, local guy. I'm going to go with him. And then...
and by the way, I'm not laughing at you. I might be starting him in a fantasy football championship. Just going all in on Tyler Shuck. So.
I saw him play in the Fiesta Bowl out here for Oregon. And then my other one... this is so hard.
These games are not easy this week.
Give me the...
Do it.
Bears.
Oh, the Bears at
over
home.
the Packers.
Bears. What would Dylan Brooks say about that? Do you have that cut ready? Is that around? So you can... He doesn't have it quite yet.
I don't know what he would say about it. We should try and stall it.
We'll never know.
I pulled Bears.
Yeah, there you go.
There
That's
it
what
is.
he would say about that.
That's
All right,
a Tier 4 game.
totally worth the wait until Wolf just destroyed your pick on live radio.
Okay, whose pick is it?
It is Jamal's pick right now.
God, I was hoping you weren't going to say that.
Sorry, that's how this game works. You have to pick games. Jamal, no pressure, but you really need to go 4-0 this week.
Yeah, this is rough.
You still have a shot to win it all.
I really kind of pooped the bed last week.
And we're at that point of the year where Wolf doesn't miss games in December, so you got to stay ahead of him.
Oh gosh. Okay. Give me.
That was the longest me
I've
ever
never heard anybody
heard.
make me a 10-syllable word.
I'm stalling. Give me 9. I'll take 9 over the Giants.
J.J. McCarthy has won you
For
over.
me, it's, that I call him 9.
Calls him 9. For the 9 yards he usually throws.
Okay, whose turn
He
is
did look better on Sunday night. It's you.
Oh, really?
Yeah, you still have any Tier 1
Okay,
games?
can somebody tell me what games I've picked right now? I've got Las Vegas and Houston, and I took Houston. I've got Jacksonville and Denver.
And you took Denver.
I took Denver.
Yeah, that's all you've done so far.
Okay, that's all. Well, then I've had it.
So you could tell yourself.
I'm on this base.
Didn't even realize it.
Okay.
By the way, 21
vacation
minutes to vacation. Yeah, so don't lose focus with
Can I
these
just
picks.
say I'm going to go with Tennessee at home over Kansas City.
Oh!
I like that pick, Wolf. I really like that pick.
I mean, come on.
How
Seriously?
does it feel when Rick says he likes your pick?
Well, yeah.
Does it fill you with
Why
confidence?
do you like it, Rick?
Because the Chiefs are going to be downtrodden.
Yes.
They might win in week
Gardner
17 and
Minshew.
18, but this week, no.
Tennessee playing much better. Not winning, but playing much better at home, too. Yes, Tennessee.
I think I'm going to take a couple underdogs here, actually. Yeah, give me the Patriots on the road in Baltimore.
Wow.
I don't know what to make of Baltimore. There are weeks where it's like, okay, the Ravens, they're getting this figured out. And then there are weeks where you're like, I don't want to see this team in a playoff game. And they're going to be in the playoffs, I believe. But I think New England, I mean, they have to win to stay ahead of Buffalo right now. And that's obviously more than just bragging rights to win that division. You still have a shot at home field throughout the playoffs. So give me New England. I know they're underdogs in that game, but on the road. And then, man, this team's a mess. But they haven't played since Thursday, and they were really upset after losing to Atlanta. Give me Tampa Bay on the road in Carolina. It's 3 road teams. That's how you win these things, right? Just keep picking road teams. All right,
Yes.
I'm done. Back to Wolf. This is your last pick.
Man, I have another pick.
This is week 16, and you guys are all shocked every time you have a pick.
I'm not shocked.
That's true. Rick was ready to go.
Okay.
Rick, you're going to get stuck
Rick is
with
also
the worst
last.
game. Well,
Did anyone pick the Chargers game?
nope.
Oh.
The games that remain are Chargers at Dallas, Atlanta at Arizona, and tonight's game, Rams at Seahawks.
Yeah, you know what? I'm going Chargers.
Okay.
Chargers over the Dallas
Chargers on the road.
Cowboys.
All right. Okay. It's to you, Jamal. You got a couple. You got 3 NFC West teams you can pick from here.
Wolf took my pick.
Oh, that's the way he operates this time of year. That's his parting gift to you before he goes on vacation.
What, am I supposed to pick the game tonight?
I mean, I wouldn't.
Oh, you don't have to.
No, I don't. That's why I avoided
this is
that.
horrible.
Man, I think there's no way the Rams beat Seattle in Seattle.
Oh, see, now he's messing with you. Don't buy into this. He's messing with your head.
You know what?
Even though it's tier 4.
There's no way, he says, that a team that's a 1-point underdog and might be the best team in football could win a game on the road.
You guys see the camera on everybody on YouTube?
Yeah.
Give me the Cardinals.
Oh, that is as savage
there
as
it
your
is.
shirt, my friend. All right, Jamal going with Cardinals.
Pen drop.
All right, I originally had the Rams winning this game, but I have seen the conditions in Seattle. It's going to favor the outdoor team over the sort of indoor team that is the Rams. So I'm going to go with Seattle over the Rams tonight.
I think there's,
Okay, all right. Picks have been made.
Even though it's tier 4.
Well, you pick a tier 1 game with the 16th pick in the draft. All right, that was picks for week 16. When we come back, final thoughts on tonight's Suns game, and we got to do some staring at the Suns as well. That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on there. Assuming Wolf comes back for the final segment, who knows?
What?
On Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Win tickets to the Verbo Fiesta Bowl from Arizona Sports. This show's keyword is
Alabama. Alabama.
Text the word Alabama to 620-620 right now.
Alabama.
Text Alabama to 620-620 for your chance to win tickets to the Verbo Fiesta Bowl. Message and data rates may apply.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolf here from my brothers over at Presidential Pools and Spas. Go to presidentialpools.com for more information. Listen, there are so many perks to using Presidential Pools. I can tell you right now, you're working with the best pool builder. That's the biggest perk of all. You're working with Arizona's best #1 pool builder in the state, ladies and gentlemen. I have worked with Presidential Pools and Spas, of course. Over 8 years ago, we had them come out to the Wolfley compound, and they put a pool in, and I can tell you it's one of the best things that we have done. They have a 5-year warranty, which really is the industry leader. And as I said, they're also Arizona's most trusted pool builder in the market. They build more pools than anyone else and have awards to back it up. They also have amazing financing for any pool options that you may want. Man, if you start right now, you can actually have a pool ready to go by the spring. Go to presidentialpools.com, Arizona's #1 pool builder.
At the Window Depot, builders and contractors don't wait weeks. You get what you need today. Factory direct windows, doors, cabinets, countertops, it's all in stock and ready to go at wholesale prices. Whether you're tackling a remodel or a multifamily project, we've got job site quantities and no membership required. Our windows are proudly manufactured and assembled in Arizona with small business service and big box selection. Order online at thewindowdepot.com or visit a location near you. The Window Depot, more than a window store.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
Hi, guys. This is the Rocket Roger Clemens. You don't pitch in the majors for 24 years without feeling it later.
Shoulders, elbows, knees. Trust me, pain doesn't retire when you do.
That's baseball legend Roger Clemens.
I tried the ice. I tried rest, PT, nothing really worked. When I heard about QC Kinetics, the concept sounded promising. Non-surgical regenerative treatments that help your body heal itself without surgery. Sign me up, just what I needed, real lasting relief.
Whether you're a former pro, a weekend golfer, or just want to walk around pain-free again, QC Kinetics uses cutting-edge technology and natural biologics to help restore and repair damaged tissue.
I trusted them with my joints. Now I'm back doing what I love.
Call QC Kinetics today and schedule your free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-7246. In Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. That's 837-7246. 837-7246.
Today at Berg Simpson, we'll get a call from someone who needs our help. We'll learn about their loved one's injuries. We'll listen to their concerns, and we'll promise to fight for them. Then we'll use our resources and experience to deliver the best possible results we can for that client. So today, when that client calls Berg Simpson, we hope they feel they've done the best thing for their family.
If you've been injured, call Berg Simpson for free now at 602-777-7000. 602-777-7000. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers changing lives.
Celebrate the season with the most colorful day of the year. The Verbo Fiesta Bowl Parade presented by Lerner & Rowe on January 3rd in Central Phoenix. You'll see Valley Pride on full display with giant balloons, show-stopping floats, non-stop music, and the kind of feel-good energy that happens when the entire city comes together. Start 2026 with joy. Join us on January 3rd and learn more at fiestasportsfoundation.org. Viva Fiesta!
Oh, this is so good, Ray.
What are we watching in tonight's Phoenix Suns game? It's Staring at the Suns with Wolf and Luke.
You know, Todd Walsh sent in a rejoin, and I just saw it, and now we're not going to get to play it.
No,
We have to
Toddy
play tomorrow.
did?
Yeah.
Oh, Toddy.
You know it would have been good, too.
Toddy, I love you, man. Merry Christmas to you, Toddy.
That's even better than getting a rejoin played. You get a Merry Christmas from Wolf.
That's what I'm saying. I love that guy. I've known him for decades.
Todd Walsh is absolutely the best. The number of Coyotes dinners he and I have had before games in the press box. Jody Jackson there, too, and a lot of the Coyotes people. All right, Staring at the Suns. That's what this is, right? It's just Staring at the Suns.
Yes, I made it a holiday-themed edition of Staring at the Suns.
Okay. I'll tell you, I always try to take this opportunity to focus on a specific player.
Yeah.
And we talked about him earlier in the show. And Devin Booker doesn't have a 30-point game in over a month, which is crazy to me. I think Devin Booker goes for a cool 33 against Golden State tonight. So give me Devin Booker. That's what I'm watching.
That's kind of cool. As I hit the post.
There's no post in this song.
Oh, they just hit the post. Hi. You know, it's going to be interesting to watch Dylan Brooks tonight, right?
It always is.
How's he going to respond to the last game that we all saw in the ejection? If I'm Jimmy Butler, are you going to poke Dylan Brooks in hopes of getting him out of the game at any point in time? You think anybody with the Golden State Warriors, anyone on their team, is going to try to poke Dylan Brooks instead of him poking them? Why wouldn't every time you play the Phoenix Suns, knowing that guy is at the very heart of what they do, why not poke him? It's going to be interesting to watch that over the next two games, specifically.
Yeah, the fact that this carries over 2 games. Any team you play where they're going to see Dylan Brooks in back-to-back games, in the fact that it can carry over, and then they play the Lakers again after that. So this is a good time just to keep your eyes on Dylan Brooks. And you know, look, Dylan Brooks and Draymond Green out there at the same time. I mean,
Jimmy Butler.
Yeah.
Jimmy doesn't back down to anybody that I know.
He does not. So something to keep an eye on. I was looking to see if System of a Down miraculously had some sort of Christmas song I didn't know about that we could play for you. And it brought up Toxicity, which is not a Christmas song.
Okay, yeah, it's not.
So they do not. This sort of wrinkle in the schedule, and we played the cut from Jordan Ott earlier in the show where he kind of likes this, where you play the same team back to back. This is big now. This stretch of games that comes up right now for the Phoenix Suns, where you have Golden State twice, and I think you got to at least split with these guys, because this is a team you're going to be competing with for a play-in spot and maybe even potentially a playoff spot. You're going to play them twice. You're going to play them tonight and then on Saturday, and then your next game after that, Wolf, is the Lakers again on Tuesday. So your Dylan Brooks answer, that would be my answer on Saturday for sure, and Tuesday for sure. You won't be here, so I'll just give you my staring at the Suns for the next week.
Okay, I like that.
For sure, because you're in this weird stretch where you go Lakers, Warriors, Warriors, Lakers. So stuff carries over from game to game. It's not like, yeah, we played Minnesota and then you play them again in April or something. You know, this carries over from game to game, and I expect a sort of a, maybe not a playoff atmosphere, but like an NBA Cup level atmosphere between the Suns and the Warriors tonight.
Yeah, no, honestly, I'm going to be watching these games, even though I am on vacation, ladies and gentlemen. Have I said that before? Have I told you? Today is my last day.
I think Aaron's going to come down here and remove you from the studio.
I'm just saying right now, hang in there, everybody. These next two games, I already said this, and I really do believe it, and you know me. I have a tendency to overreact. I do. I don't think I'm overreacting. And in the moment, I don't think I'm overreacting. Yet at the same point, I am willing to admit that when I look back on some of the things that I've said and the decisions that I've made, there's a little overreaction that's been involved in those. Having said that, I feel like these next two games specifically, they're going to tell us a lot about the Phoenix Suns going forward and what we can expect to see over the course of the next 10, 15 games.
Yeah, I don't disagree with you, because you're at the end of this stretch that was supposed to be – it was basically supposed to be a 12-game stretch where you had 11 really tough opponents and then Sacramento mixed in there. But courtesy of the NBA Cup, it became a 14-game stretch because you threw an extra game against Oklahoma City and an extra game against the Lakers in there. And now you're closing it out right here with the two against Golden State and then the Lakers. And, you know, as much as I don't want to read too much into it, I don't want to read anything into it, honestly. I said this earlier in the show. Look at who they played and the injuries they've had. But they are 2-5 in their last 7 games, the Suns. And it's kind of highlighted the fact that this team just has no margin for error. Like, their attention to detail has to be on point every night. And they have been really good at that for the most part through the first 26 games. That's why they have a winning record right now. But they can't take a night off. They can't have kind of a lapse in their attention to detail, or they'll lose. There's just no margin for error for this team.
Yes. Thank you.
You know what?
You know, can I just say this quickly, Basinonian? Seriously, may God bless you in the new year, and may you have a wonderful Christmas and an awesome holiday season, and may God indeed bless you throughout 2026.
You don't hear a lot of Happy New Year wishes on December 18th, but that shows you where Wolf is.
Basinonians, I love you all. Peace and strength from me.
The Cardinals host the Falcons for Week 16.
Huddle. They got two backs that can do a lot of damage, and honestly, it's a really good scheme.
It's a dynamic group. I think it's really well coached.
Pre-game Sunday morning with your peppermint latte. Kickoff 2:05 Sunday afternoon. The home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand.